Who wins?
Who's the king of the welterweight this weekend?
I think after seeing their fight, Porter and Crawford, I think you've got to lean towards Crawford now.
Sugar Ray with Spence and Crawford.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Everybody know who won that fight. It's like Errol Spence.
Okay.
Errol Spence, he'll be looking he'll get knocked up within 6 rounds.
Crawford's a bad boy, but Spence is a pressure cooker, so if he can maintain with Crawford early, then he can make a good fight. But if he ain't on his game, they might be right.
Crawford reminds me of me, bro. So I'm pretty sure you know how I feel about that. Ain't nobody else gonna say that, but I'ma say it. The way he approached that shit, he don't see none of them guys. He don't care nothing about none of them guys.
Got him!
So what do I do, YouTube? It's your boy King David in this thing, and I'm back at y'all again with another video. Okay, so before we get going on the video, man, y'all know what to do. Go ahead, hit the like button, and if you're new here, be sure to subscribe one time for your boy, so we can continue to grow like we need to grow on this channel. You know what I mean? So yes, sir, man. Y'all see what the title of the video is, man. Collecting all my belts on my side of the street. Lies. Straight lies, y'all. Do y'all remember when Errol Spence said this?
Like I said, I'm gonna get these belts over here, then I'm gonna come take Terence Crawford belt because I said I'm gonna be undisputed welterweight champion of the world. So the only way to make that happen is to take his belt. So I mean, nobody's avoiding him.
So y'all heard Errol Spence. Complete and utter foolishness, y'all. Straight foolishness coming out of Errol Spence's mouth, right? Not only did he say that ridiculous ass shit, but that has become the anthem for Errol Spence fans all across the board. This is the shit that they say over and over and over again like a broken goddamn record. I'm gonna collect all my belts on my side of the street, right? And then I'm gonna cross the street and I'm gonna go on and take his shit, right? But the one thing that's never addressed, the first question that comes to my mind, and the one thing that's never addressed when this collect all my belt shit is brought up, is why does Errol need to collect all his belts on his side of the street in the first place, right? I mean, Tom Brown told us.
It's the fighters. It's always the fighters. When they ask for something and it's a fight that can be made, we're going to go do it. We've worked with Top Rank, many times in the past, and it seems like the relationship's just been getting better and better.
And we even got Deontay Wilder saying,
Al don't hold back his fighters on things. He may give his suggestion on this and that or whatever, but pretty much who we want, we gonna get.
So with that said, why did Errol Spence need to collect all his belts on his side of the street, and then he gonna cross the side of the street, and then he gonna take Bud shit? Why did he need to even do that in the first place? Complete and utter foolishness once again, and unfortunately this has become the Errol Spence fanboy anthem, right? This is the shit that they regurgitate over and over and over again, and it's complete nonsense because this man didn't need to wait 5 years in order to fight a Terence Bud Crawford, in order for the fight to be big, in order for him to make money, in order for it to be a lucrative fight, in order for it to be a meaningful fight. Nevertheless, I digress though, because for the true boxing fans out there, we already know that that's nonsense, right? But the bigger picture here is that it's actually a lie, and that's what we're actually here to talk about today, right? So if you follow the channel, you already know that Errol Spence is a liar. Why? Because one, he didn't spin the block like he said he would do. But two, he's fighting a guy that he said he would never fight, right? So we already know that Errol Spence is a liar, right? But the thing about it is, with this new situation with Keith Thurman, the rabbit hole goes so much deeper now, because now we can look at the full landscape of things and really call out Errol Spence for all the lies and all the capping that this man has been doing over the years, right? One of the lies being this collect all my belts on my side of the street nonsense, right? So, as we mentioned earlier, just saying that in the first place is pure foolishness and cowardly, to say the least, right? But in addition to that, it's also a bold-faced lie. And here's how we know it's a bold-faced lie. The first reason that we know that it's a lie is that if Errol Spence's goal was to collect all his belts on his side of the street, then I would think that he would only collect and he would only fight the belt holders, right? On the PBC side, right? If I'm trying to collect all my belts on my side of the street so that way I can get into the biggest fight in boxing, I'm only going to set my sights on the belt holders, which are Sean and Ugas. So with that being said, why in the fuck do I need to get in the ring with Danny and Mikey, two guys that didn't have a belt at all at that particular point in time? So for that reason alone, we know that it's a goddamn lie, because there was no reason for those fights to happen. They were completely and utterly meaningless, right? But I know what you fanboys want to say. I know what you want to say. You want to say, but KD, it made business sense. It made business sense for him to fight Danny and for him to fight Mikey. It made business sense, KD. I know what y'all want to say, right? But the fact of the matter is, the fight that makes the most business sense is the Terence Bud Crawford fight, right? Those fights made some business sense, but the Bud fight makes the most business sense, because none of those fights had the potential to generate anywhere near the amount of revenue as a Terence Bud Crawford fight would have generated. To try to refute that would be foolish. But I'm ready for y'all. I know the next thing y'all gonna come with is, but KD, Danny Garcia was a mandatory, KD. And the only reason he fought Danny Garcia was because he was coming off of the car accident, KD. I already know it was a tune-up. Well, first of all, I thought Errol Spence didn't take tune-ups, right? And then second of all, unifications trump mandatories, right? And in regards to the whole car accident situation, and that being the reason that he fought Danny Garcia, he had actually planned to fight Danny Garcia before the car accident, right? And those are just the facts. Do your research before you come on my shit, right? But I know the next excuse. The next excuse is y'all gonna come with, but KD, Bud said that he didn't even want to fight Errol Spence after coming off of the car accident. Right? That's what y'all gonna say, right? That's what y'all gonna say, right? But when did Errol start doing what Bud wanted him to do? When did he start taking Bud advice? Right? Because if it was up to Bud, the fight would have happened 3 years prior to that. Right? And then, if it was just about the car accident, right, and Bud not wanting to fight him after Danny, then why did he fight Ugas after Danny instead of Bud Crawford? But we know you niggas are gonna continue to duck, dodge, and maneuver your way out of these kinds of questions. We already know what the deal is, you know what I mean? Nevertheless, I digress, because that's not the only lie that's been exposed recently. Errol Spence Jr.'s decision to move up to 154 pounds and fight Keith Thurman, right, just uncovered yet another inconsistency when it comes to Errol Spence Jr., right? And that is the fact that we know the chances of Errol Spence moving back down to 147 pounds are slim to none. We know that. So with that being said, if Errol Spence is going to go ahead and move up to 154 at the drop of a hat, if he's going to go ahead and move up all willy-nilly like that, right? Then what in the hell was the point of him collecting all his belts on his side of the street in the first goddamn place? Huh? Somebody make it make sense. Can you imagine chasing a goal for 5 years, and then as soon as you get to the finish line, as soon as you get to the pay dirt, as soon as you get to the prize, you throw your hands up in the air and you leave the division? Does that even make sense to you? Does that even make sense that you would get so close to your goal but give up as easily as Errol Spence is just giving up? Does that even make sense to y'all? Right? Especially when the prize earns you the most amount of money you've ever gotten paid for one fight. Especially when the prize is the undisputed championship of the world.
Like I said, I'm going to get these belts over here, then I'm going to come take Terence Crawford belt because I said I'm going to be undisputed welterweight champion of the world. So the only way to make that happen is to take his belt. So, I mean, nobody's avoiding him.
Especially when that prize is the notoriety and the recognition of beating the pound for pound #1 fighter in the sport of boxing. For you to get right there and then give up at the drop of a hat, does that really make sense to you? Does that really make sense to y'all? I'm just trying to figure this out, y'all. Right? But I know what you fanboys are going to say. You fanboys are going to say, Earl's having some problems with his weight. He's been at this weight so long. He's been at the weight so long, KD. He needs to move up to 154 pounds because he's been at the weight so long. Right? That's what you niggas are going to say, right? But my question to you is, if you're Errol Spence and you're having all these weight problems, why in the hell would you spend time collecting all these belts on your side of the street and engaging in all these meaningless fights? Case in point, Danny and Mikey. Why would I waste time with those fights, right, that were insignificant in comparison to the Terence Bud Crawford fight if I know I'm having weight issues? If I know I'm having weight issues, I'm shooting for the biggest and best fight at that weight class, and then I'm moving up to the next weight division. Right? Ain't that how it's supposed to go? Ain't that what Shakur just did? Shakur went for the Valdez fight and then moved up to 135 pounds because he couldn't handle the weight cut no more, right? So if I'm Errol Spence Jr., does it make sense for me to stay at a weight class for 5 years knowing that I'm having weight problems only to get to the point where I'm finally able to make the biggest fight in the sport of boxing, the fight that's able to pay me the most amount of money, the fight that's going to allow me to gain the most amount of recognition by beating the pound for pound #1 guy in the sport of boxing? Does it make sense for me to leave the division right where I'm at my goal, right when I'm at my goal, right? But that would only be if it was my goal, right? I say that would only be if it was my goal, because if it was my goal, then I would have fought a Bud Crawford a long time ago. I would have fought a Bud Crawford a long time ago, right? I wouldn't be entertaining anything else but a Terence Bud Crawford fight if it was my goal. But we see what's happening here with Errol Spence Jr. The fact that he's getting in the ring with a guy he said he would never fight at a weight class that he shouldn't be at until accomplishing his quote unquote goal of undisputed. Right? But as usual, when it comes to Errol Spence Jr., the math ain't mathing. Right? I say the math ain't mathing. Right? The fact of the matter is, Errol Spence Jr. don't want no smoke when it comes to a Terence Bud Crawford. And there's just too much evidence. There's just too much hard evidence to support the fact that this dude is a coward, a duck, and a liar. But I'm going to go ahead and wrap the video up right here, man. Let me know what your thoughts is, bro. Hit it up in the comment section below. If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. And everybody, and I do mean everybody, be sure to hit that goddamn like button on your way out, bro. But until next time, man, I'm going to holler at y'all. Peace.
See what I did, you know, compared to what he did. So that's what happened. As soon as the stop each other, that's what happened there. Hey, listen, my thing is, who number one in the welterweight division now?
Welcome to the China Club. A China Tang Tang, a China Tang Tang.
What's going on, y'all? What it do, YouTube? I say, what it do, YouTube? It's your boy King David in this thing, man. What it do? You know what I mean? Yes, sir. Salute to all the real boxing fans out there, man. I say salute to all the real boxing fans out there. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So yes, sir, man. If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. And everybody, and I do mean everybody, be sure to hit that goddamn like button one time for your boy. You know we got to check that sound first and foremost, man. So Earl a duck in the chat if you can hear me good, bro. I say Earl a duck in the chat if you can hear me good, bro. You know what I mean? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what I mean? Wait for it. Let me see what the comment section looking like, man. Let me see what the comment section looking like. Yes, sir. Earl a duck. Okay, bet. We in the motherfucking building, man. Yes, sir, man. Hey, salute to all the real boxing fans. Salute to everybody out there in the chat, man. I see we already got a super sticker. Okay. My guy, Modern King Boxing, coming through with the super sticker. Appreciate you, fam, man, for coming through with that, man. I feel like I done won the lotto today, boy.
15, 30, 37, 38, 45, 47, 15, 30, 37, 38, 45, 47.
Just hurry up. I got customers to serve.
45,
Appreciate you, Modern King, for dropping that super chat on you, boy. That super sticker. Yes, sir. Goes a long way in the motherfucking building, man. Appreciate you, man. You know what I mean? Hey, man, once again, bro. Once again. Welcome, goddamn.
Welcome to the China Club. A China Tang Tang, a China Tang Tang.
We're in the motherfucking building, man. Hey, bro, once again, bro, if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. And everybody, and I do mean everybody, be sure to hit that goddamn like button one time for your boy. You know what I mean? We gonna be cooking today. We gonna be cooking today. You know what I mean? Salute to everybody out there, man. Let me see who up in the building today, man. Let me see if we can shout some people out, man. I see my guy Modern King in the building, but let's see who else up in here today, man. Let's see. Okay. Salute to Mike Rim in the building. Okay, this old hating ass nigga. Why a hating ass nigga gotta be the first comment in the goddamn comment section? Oh, hating ass nigga Mike Rim. Why the hating ass nigga gotta be the first comment, bro? Look at this nigga right here. He one of these type of nigga right here. This Mike Rim dude. Look at his comment. Capping like a motherfucker. Oh, hating ass boy. Look at him. Hey,
Bet you don't get it. I bet you don't get it. I hope you don't get it.
Mike Rim coming up in here hating like a motherfucker, man. But you know what I mean? Salute to Mike Rim in the building, man. Who else we got up in here? Bud gonna stop Spence in the building. Salute to you, Bud gonna stop Spence. Who else we got up in here? QT in the building. AC in the building. D Leckett in the building. Salute to you, fam. Lacidion in the building. Salute to you, fam. The Villain in the building. Salute to you, the Villain. You know what I'm saying? Who else we got up in here? J Scriff Films in the building. Salute to you, fam. Appreciate you for coming on through. You know what I mean? Who else we got up in here, man? G Parker, one of my day ones in the building. Salute to you, G Parker. Appreciate you for coming on through, my guy. Who else we got up in here? Terry Muhammad coming through. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, Terry Muhammad, for coming through in the motherfucking building, man. Appreciate you, fam. Who else we got? My guy Demetrius Ross in the building. Who else we got? Stigma Boys, Fishing and Sports in the building. Salute to you, fam. Appreciate y'all for coming on through, man. We're going to cook today, man. I say we're going to cook today. Yes, sir. Let's take a look at this poll real quick, man. We're going to cook today. I got a poll right now. And in the poll, I got, do you believe Stephen Espinoza on the Crawford versus Spence negotiations, right? As of right now, I got 15% of everybody that says yes. And I got 85% of everybody that says no. You know what I mean? So those are the current poll numbers as of right now. You know what I mean? Okay, my guy Bold and Understanders and came in the building, man. Salute to you, Bold. Appreciate you for coming on through, man. And y'all be sure to subscribe to Bold and Understanders on YouTube. Also, be sure to subscribe to my guy Modern King Boxing on YouTube as well. You know what I mean? Appreciate you for coming on through, man. Yes, sir. But what I was gonna say, man. Hold on, let me get this weird ass nigga off of here, bro. This dude here capping, Mike Rim. We get this capping ass dude off of here real quick, man. But yes, sir, man. We're gonna be listening to an interview from Stephen Espinoza. And Stephen Espinoza is pretty much breaking down the Crawford versus Spence negotiations. So there's some inconsistencies in what he's saying, and we're gonna talk about what those inconsistencies are. But we're gonna break this motherfucker down, man. We're gonna break it all the way down, bro. We're gonna see what's up with your boy Stephen Espinoza when it comes to these Crawford versus Spence negotiations. You know what I mean? And yeah, let me pull up the interview, man, and we're gonna get cooking, bro. We're gonna get cooking. We ain't gonna waste too much time, bro. We're gonna get cooking. You know what I mean? Okay, my guy Knockout Boxing 86 TV also in the building. My guy Fresh Prez 402 in the building. Salute to you, Fresh Prez. Yes, sir. We're gonna get to cooking. Appreciate y'all for sliding on through. And be sure to subscribe to Knockout Boxing 86 TV on YouTube, man. Also as well. Y'all be sure to do that. You know what I mean? But let me pull up this interview, man. Let me see. Let me pull up this interview. And let's get to cooking on it. Hold on, y'all. Share screen. Boom. Chrome tab. Boom. And bye. Oh, I fucked up. Hold on, y'all. Hold up. Players fuck up. Hold up. I got you. We're going to go. Boom. Share screen. And we're going to go. Boom. Share audio. There we go. Cool. Okay. All right, y'all. So we're going to take a listen to Stephen Espinoza's interview on the failed Crawford versus Spence negotiations. Let's hear him out. So actually, before I play the interview, I just want to make it very clear that Stephen Espinoza is a Showtime president, right? He is in no way impartial when it comes to these negotiations. In no way. Him and Al Heyman are intimately involved, right? They intimately, I made that sound kind of pause-worthy. But what I mean to say is that him and Al Heyman work exclusively together, right? They have an exclusive deal. He represents Al Heyman. Al Heyman represents him. They speak for each other. They're in business together. You can interpret that whatever way you want to interpret that, but we got to take that into consideration when we listen to this interview. This guy's going to be speaking from a completely biased and unobjective viewpoint when it comes to these Crawford versus Spence negotiations. You know what I mean? Yet and still, he's going to say some things in there that are going to be very interesting that we're going to talk about, bro. But let's go ahead and let's play this interview with Stephen Espinoza. All right. Check it out.
Look, Ebenezer certainly came to fight. And, you know, I think even Crawford fans were getting probably a little bit, I wouldn't say anxious, but a little impatient. It's sort of like you're usually seeing, you know, him break out. And then it was sort of like a bolt of lightning out of the blue, and it was over. So, you know, maybe there's a little bit of ring rust there. You had a decent opponent, you know, and Terence took his time, and look, it was an impressive result.
After the fight, he told us that, hey, like, I want to make this fight. I think he's even tweeted at Spence, like, hey, I'm ready. How much is that weighing on the mind of Showtime, of PBC and Errol, that in fact is the next fight for April or these next coming months?
Well, look, it's still an attractive fight, and no one's going to, hold grudges and say we're not going to deal with him just because the first time didn't quite go the way we wanted.
Okay, so right then and there, Stephen Espinoza is telling everybody that they're not going to hold grudges. So if you saying, well, Bud ducked out of the fight and that's why the fight can't happen, if you saying that Bud Crawford taking another fight is the reason why the fight can't happen, Stephen Espinoza just discredited you right here and right now, saying that they're not holding grudges. They're still open to making the fight happen, right? They're still willing and able to make the fight happen despite whatever took place in the past. A very grown-up standpoint by Stephen Espinoza, but again, it discredits everybody who's saying the reason for the fight not being able to happen is because of what happened, why Terence Crawford taking a fight with a David Avenese. According to Stephen Espinoza, they don't hold grudges, right? So if they don't hold grudges, it shouldn't be no issues with getting the fight done. Point blank period, but let's keep it going though, right?
But there are other factors now. There's been, there's a mandatory order. There's, all of that. And I think there's an assumption, oh, well, you can.
Okay, so that cap right there. He talking about, so this is where the capping starts beginning with Stephen Espinoza, right? In regards to the fight happening now, he's mentioning mandatories. He's mentioning these mandatories becoming some sort of a hindrance as to why the fight can't happen. But the reality of the situation is somehow, some way, you guys were able to get the WBC to allow Errol Spence to fight at 154 pounds for a mandatory that's supposed to be at 147 pounds, right? You were able to make that work. So I don't think you should have any issues making a fight between an Errol Spence and a Bud Crawford when it comes to mandatories. Clearly, y'all able to do something if y'all are able to make some shit like that fly. So it shouldn't be no reason as to why the Bud versus Errol fight shouldn't be able to take place. Not only that, but we all know that unifications take precedence over mandatories. So I don't want to hear nothing about no damn mandatories becoming some sort of barrier or some kind of hurdle as to why the fight can't happen. It's cap. But let's keep it going though.
Wave a magic wand, and make it all go away to get a Crawford fight. I don't know that that's the case right now. I think it's not as simple as that. But look, I have no doubt, there's no one on this side, from Errol, most importantly, to everyone else, that is, throwing that opportunity away. I mean, they're still looking and saying, look, this can realistically be made, great. Now, having said that, nobody wants to go through that experience again. And I know, look, there's a lot of different versions of what happened.
I'm not mad at Stephen Espinoza saying nobody wants to go through that experience again, but will he ever take accountability for him, the PBC, him, Al Heyman, these guys being a big part as to why what happened took place? The zero guarantee, the 35%, the no transparency. Do you think do you think Stephen Espinoza, do you think the fight would have been this difficult to make if you just simply sent out a deal that made some kind of sense to the other fighter? Right? And again, the 35%, the no guarantee, the no transparency, that was after negotiating, right? That sounds like a trash deal to us right now, but that was after negotiating. So can you imagine Bud Crawford going back and forth with these guys, negotiating with them, only to end up with a trash ass deal to begin with? What was the original deal? What was the original offer? $35 worth of food stamps? Was it EBT? Did y'all offer Bud Crawford a $50 gift card? I'm just trying to figure it out. Right? Because the reality of the situation is this. Y'all didn't go into these negotiations in good faith, because if you would have, the deal that you originally ended up with would have been much better than this trash ass deal that was on the table. So when you say you don't want to go through it again, what you should be saying is, we're not going to put Bud Crawford through that again in order to get the fight done, and you're going to come with a deal that makes sense for both parties, period. But let's keep it going.
Happened. I know on on this side, it felt like the rug being pulled out from under us with very little notice. And, so, yeah, there's
oh, my God, the rug being pulled out from under you. The rug, oh, the violin, oh, the rug was pulled out from under you. The rug was pulled out from, what about when Bud Crawford was trying to negotiate in order to make the fight happen and Floyd Mayweather said the fight ain't happening? What about when Bud Crawford was negotiating, trying to make the fight happen, and Errol said that he's fighting with or without Crawford on November 18th? What about that? What about even though the fight is done between David Avanesian and Terence Crawford, but you guys are still trying to make a Keith Thurman fight, right? What about those things? But you want me to feel sorry for you having the rug? Oh no, the rug was pulled out. Yeah. Fuck up out of here, Stephen Espinoza. But let's keep it going though.
There's a little damage control to be done there, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to jump back into the negotiation if there's an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, a lot of people felt that with him doing that pretty much killed the fight, because on your guys' sense, like you mentioned, pulled the rug out from you guys, and you guys like, well, why are we going to do business with a guy that does this? So in fact, that maybe it did hurt a little bit, but that's not going to stop the fight.
I don't like the reporter question either. Why are we going to do business with a guy who does this? What the fuck is you talking about, bro? Like, what is you really talking about? After six months of negotiating, they started talking in May. Bud Crawford didn't get the first deal until August. He didn't get the first deal until August, y'all. When the hell does it take 4 months to send the first draft? It take 4 months to send one draft? Somebody make it make sense for me. Right? It take 4 months to send one draft. Come on, y'all, man, come on, man. This reporter with the bullshit, but he worked for the PBC more than likely. But let's keep it going though.
Fight being made, or it does present a difficulty, like a new.
Yeah, I think. Sorry to cut you off. Yeah. I think there's got to be a different dynamic, and there were certain points that, there were a range of issues that Terence brought up that. Really didn't get resolved, and they lingered out there.
Okay, so y'all heard it from the horse's mouth itself. There were a range of issues from Terence Crawford that did not get resolved. Did y'all hear that shit? Because I know I heard that shit. Did y'all hear that shit? There was a range of issues from Terence Crawford's side that did not get resolved. So when Errol Spence says, we gave him everything he wanted, the lie detector determines that was a lie. Because if Terence Bud Crawford's issues are not resolved, essentially that means you didn't give him everything that he wanted. But we heard Errol Spence say, we gave him everything we wanted. So did you give him everything he wanted, or was it cap? Is Stephen Espinoza lying on Errol Spence in this regard? Or is he telling the truth? That's for y'all to decide, but let's keep it going though. Hold on, matter of fact, before we continue on, because that was a good little sticking point right there. Let me go to the comment section, man. Let me see what y'all talking about out here on these boxing streets, man. Let me see what y'all talking about. Let me see what y'all talking about. Let's see. Let's see. Errol, a super duck. Salute to my guy Demetrius Rouse in the building. He a super duck. Super duck. Super duck. Yeah, you duck, man. We know Errol a duck, bro. Come on, man. We know Errol a duck, bro. Come on.
That sounds like Al Heyman doesn't think that his guy is going to win and is ducking Terence Crawford.
Facts. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, bro. Best videos say, what up, King David? Knockout 86 want that smoke still. You still ducking? Best videos. What? Knockout know what it is, bro. Come on, man. Don't come over here with that foolishness best videos. Knockout know what it is, bro. He know what it is, bro. He know he more than welcome to pull up, and I'm sure he will, knowing Knockout. So don't do that best video. Don't do that. Don't do me that. Don't do me that best video. But let's keep it going though. Modern King Boxing say Weasel Man about the filibuster. You already know. Hell yeah. Bud gonna stop Spence says next cook Spence on those BS t-shirts. Yeah, bro. He sure did. I seen that too. He sure did. Vincent Roof in the building. Salute to you, Vincent Roof. Appreciate you for sliding on through. Bud gonna stop Spence in the building. Facts. Appreciate you, fam. Modern King Boxer say, oh, he definitely on his obstruction of progress by spinning it as a promise or somewhat as a promise. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. The dude, a master spinner. You know, he a politician. He a president. He a politician. He a master spinner. He should be a DJ. That's what he should be doing, spinning them tracks. Don't buy Thurman versus Porter pay-per-view. View it as you say, forget you, Stephen Espinoza. Yeah, bro. I know I'm not buying that shit, bro. I'm gonna stream that motherfucker. Modern King Boxer say, Spence, I meant. Okay, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I know what you meant, though, Modern King. Yeah. Oren Tate in the building. Salute to you, Oren Tate. He say, and according to him, Bud did a superb job. So you Linus that said it wasn't. Okay. I don't get what you're trying to say there, Oren Tate. I don't get what you're trying to say. QT say, how many takes you think it took Stephen Espinoza to record this BS? I know he bust out laughing a couple of times mid-sentence. Cut. I'm sure he did, bro. I'm sure he did, man. Facts. I'm sure it took him a few tries, bro, to get this bullshit together, man. You know what I mean? It looked like it was edited a few times too in the interview. So I'm sure the editor probably edited the fuck out of some shit, bro, all day, every day. Bug on Stop Spence says exactly. Knockout Boxing 86 TV say, spin that shit, KD. Spin that shit good, brother. I don't get what I'm spinning, fam. I don't get what I'm spinning. Bug on Stop Spence says cowards. Modern King Boxing says they all stealing from Al. Heyman boxers. I believe they see Crawford as snuck, not somebody who falls for the okie doke. Yeah, bro. They want Bud Crawford. We gonna get into it. We ain't even gonna go there yet. We ain't even gonna go there just yet. Vincent Roof said, I wonder what I don't know what you're trying to say there, Vincent Roof. Okay, here we go. I wonder what the damage control was. How much damage was it? That's a good ass question. That's a great ass question. I don't see how it could be that much damage though. That's one thing that I don't see how. How could it be that much damage? You know what I mean? Considering the fact that nothing, you didn't even have a date. You didn't even have a date in place for when the fight would take place, right? Y'all didn't even have a date. I don't get how Crawford taking the fight interferes in any way with y'all progress to make the fight happen. But let's keep it going on. Arthur Carter says, didn't Spencer say he was fighting with or without Crawford last year? Yeah, he did. Yes, sir. Modern King says, MTF, aren't you participating in the live? Yeah, probably is. Modern King say this is a free country. Stop being ignorant. Okay. Let me see. Y'all having a little, you know what I mean, y'all. Okay. Y'all talking amongst each other. Okay, cool. Let's get back to this interview, man. Let's get back to cooking, man. Here y'all go.
There, and then, then things all fall apart. So no one wants that dynamic again. So I think in order for this to be a productive thing to get forward, I mean, there's got to be a different way of going about it, than sitting there and sort of moving incrementally an inch at a time over months and months. So if this is going to get done, look, we all know what the issues are. We all know what a basic structure is. either people are interested or they're not, because no one wants to waste any more time. So
Okay, so that sounds like he telling Bud Crawford take it or leave it. That sounds like he telling Bud Crawford take it or leave it in regards to this deal. But the way he's presenting this argument is he's making it seem as though they did the best they could with the offer. They did everything they could to make the fight. But how is that possible when you're offering this man zero guarantee with 35% and iffy on the transparency? And I'm saying iffy because I believe there was a level of transparency that was given, meaning they're allowing Bud Crawford to quote unquote see the numbers. But the other side of that is they're not giving any kind of approval expenses. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that, but let's keep it going though.
He's interested. Like, look, there's no perfect deal. There's an old saying, a good deal is a deal where everybody is unhappy.
Yeah, that's true.
So, instead of trying to get the perfect deal, let's do the best deal we can in the circumstances before this thing, passes its expiration date.
It's all these fluffy words. It's no such thing as a perfect deal. No, there's no such thing as a perfect deal, but there is a such thing as a trash deal. Stephen Espinoza. There's no such thing as a perfect deal, but there is a such thing as a trash deal. 35% with no guarantee is a trash deal. Bud Crawford been negotiating for 6 months to get 35% with no guarantee, which is once again a trash deal. So you telling me you can't put together a perfect deal, but the reality is you don't want to put together a fair deal, right? Because a perfect deal for Bud would probably be 60-40, 70-30 in his favor, right? I believe he even said that on the occasion. That would be perfect for Bud Crawford, right? But a trash deal would be 35%, knowing Danny, Mikey, and Ugas got 40% when they fought Errol Spence. Knowing that every fighter in the last 3 years, and we're going to get to the whole 3-year thing because Stephen going to get to some real interesting shit in a minute. But every fighter that we've seen fight on the PBC, Errol Spence Jr., have all gotten guarantees. But let's keep it going, though.
Crawford has said that, the negotiations was dragging on. You being on that side, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think I mean, look, again, I don't want to get into point fingers and inflame things, but I think
you don't want to get into pointing fingers, right? He don't want to address the dragging on. He don't want to address this.
I want to fight this year, and that was my thing. I wanted to fight this year. So we going back and forth, numbers, boom, 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 boom. So the transparency part, that was the dragger. Where was Errol Spence at?
He don't want to address that. But let's keep it going, though.
if you ask this side, I think a lot of the dragging on was due to Terrence's own asks and, the timetable, in which he was responding. It seemed that a lot of time would go by after each offer. And there was just,
again, bro, how in the hell? And also, Stephen said something very interesting. He said something very interesting. After each offer is what he said. After each offer. So there were multiple offers with no guarantee. There were multiple offers with low splits. Right? And so we're clear about that guarantee.
I never was offered a guarantee. Not once.
So multiple offers with no guarantee. Multiple offers with no guarantee. With less than 35% as a split on net profit with no transparency. But let's keep it going though.
a stubbornness that dug in on certain points that we thought should have been shouldn't have been insurmountable. So look, I'm sure he's got a different take on it, but like there should be, we know what the issues are. There's nothing new. Like these are all issues that other big fights have faced. So we should be able to run. But the thing is, nobody wants to get back and, sit there and be in this soap opera of, weeks and weeks of negotiating. So, if we're going to jump back into it, let's jump back into it and get it done quickly.
There's been no re-engagement from either side yet?
Not that I'm aware of, but again, there's sometimes conversations that are going on, that don't go through me.
He just admitted that he's not privy to a lot of what takes place in these negotiations in the first place. He just admitted it out of the horse's mouth. I'm sure there are conversations that take place that I'm not involved. So how the hell you an integral part of the negotiation process, but you not in conversations like that? They leaving you out of talks? As a boss, would you allow that to take place if you're an integral part of the negotiations? So this man, more than likely, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if this man is giving second or even third-hand information on these negotiations. He just told the world that he ain't even involved in all the conversations that take place between Spence and Crawford. He about to step up from a YouTuber with sources, right? Y'all know the sources. He probably a level up from a YouTuber like me and you with the sources. One level up. This man ain't in the conversations. This man giving more than likely second and third hand information. Because if you're doing the negotiating, if you're facilitating the talks, then why in the hell would any of them take place without you being involved? But let's keep it going though. Let's keep it going.
So, maybe on the PBC side, maybe in Al or TGB, there could be conversations there.
He says the reason why it didn't happen was two things, which ultimately one he agreed on. No guarantee, which he said, and he stated, that's kind of weird. No other fighter gets no guarantees for a fight, but you know what? I'll take it. Second point is the transparency. Can you speak on that, and what would you say to?
All right, so we get into the juicy part. He asked about the no guarantee and the no transparency. We get into the juicy part, but before that, let me read some comments, man. Let me read some comments before we get into it. And real quick,
I said, since this fight is dragging on with me and Spence, and we can't get things together, why don't I come out and meet you with my lawyer and we just wrap it up? Just me and you and my lawyer. Al said, his mother was, not doing too well, and I honor that and I respect that,
Al mommy sick, dragging out the goddamn fight. But let's get back to the comments. Let me see what y'all talking about out here, man. Here we go. Hold on a second. I saw Knockout talk about objection. Oh man, you hilarious, bro. Let me see this here. Modern King Boxer say, I know, but you enjoy confirmation, point blank, period. I don't give a fuck how I spelled it at this point. Okay. Let me see here. I enjoy confrontation, but you, the mad one. Okay, y'all talking to each other, man. Let me leave y'all stuff alone. Let me see here. All right, let me go to this here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But gonna stop Spence. Say King David having a cookout. Salute, bro. Yeah, bro. We cooking with gas today, bro. We cooking with gas. This man, Stephen Espinoza, he leaving himself open for a counterpunch. He leaving himself open for some body shots. You know what I mean? He leaving himself open to get beat the fuck up with all the contradictions and all the inconsistencies in the shit that he's saying. But let's keep it going though. Modern King Boxer say, let me concentrate on the video. This Earl protection is sickening. Okay. Modern King Boxer say, uh-oh, Espinoza. Yeah, bro. Y'all talking to each other. PBC is soap opera. Floyd steals all the limelight and money. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah, he does. All the limelight and all the money, but when he say something, it's a lie. When Floyd Mayweather say the fight ain't happening, he lying. You know what I mean? But let's keep it going. And I gotta say, objection, KD, speculation. Oh man, yes, sir. QT say exactly. Espinoza giving fans word soup cooked with secondhand information. Shaking my head. Use some discernment here. Yeah, bro. This man just told you in nice words. He just told you in very nice words that he ain't even in all the conversations. Basically, he's saying, I don't even really know like that, KD. Basically, that's what he told me just now with that little statement earlier. I don't even really know like that. I don't really know. I don't even really be there like that. I mean, they be talking. Sometimes I be there, sometimes I don't be there. How the hell you supposed to be an integral part of the negotiation, but you not there at every conversation that's had between the two parties? You giving us second and third and fourth hand information. You know better than the sources. You know better than the sources, but let's keep it going though. LB in the building. Salute to you, LB. LB say, if Spence goes back on his word never to fight Thurman, will be the dog returning to its. Okay, I can't even see the emoji you dropped, but yeah, man, Spence going back on his word, fighting a guy he said he would never fight. I'll never fight Thurman. Take the L off a lover. It's over. When I said never, I meant never. Next thing we hear, Spence Thurman nearing negotiation, nearing agreement for April fight. Right? That man proven to be a liar all the way across the board, man. Espinoza, please explain transparency. Yeah, bro, we're gonna get to it. My guy Dan Tan in the building. Salute to you, Dan Tan. What up with you? Yes, sir. Appreciate you for sliding on through, my guy. Yeah, man. Now I gotta say, he ain't contradicted himself not one time. Are you sure? This man over here telling us about negotiations, but he just told everybody that he ain't even at all the conversations. Right? Bud gonna stop Spence says, I'm not even a middleman. He's not even a middleman. I don't believe he's a middleman. A middleman would be at all the conversations. Right? A middleman would be at all the conversation. I believe somebody giving this man cliff notes. He probably be asking Al, hey Al, so what happened today? What happened at the talks today with Bud Crawford and Spence? What happened, Al? Al, what can you tell me can you tell me a little bit about what happened with the negotiations today? Can you tell me what was your opinion? Give me your thoughts. Stuttering and stumbling and shit. This man don't know nothing about what's going on with these negotiations, but talking like he is. But let's keep it going though. We're gonna keep going because he said some real good shit in this interview. Because whether you want to believe him or choose not to believe him, he still says some very interesting things. And you know what? Just to be clear, this man is clearly an affiliate and a part of Team Spence and Team PBC. So the things that he says to the detriment of PBC, you got to wonder why he would say it. You got to wonder why he would say it if it doesn't paint the PBC and Al Heyman in the best of lights. Because this man said earlier that there were some issues that were not addressed from Bud Crawford that still need to be addressed and resolved. He said that earlier. So that completely contradicts what Errol said when Errol says that he gave them everything. Oh, we gave you everything you wanted. Well, Stephen Espinoza just said that you're wrong and you didn't give him everything he wanted. And in fact, there were some issues that were not addressed. But let's keep it going on.
Yeah, well, look, we don't have to address the first point that much because, you know, there's been a lot of promoters and fighters that come out and say it's not that unusual to fight without a guarantee. It's absolutely not. You know, and in fact, pay-per-view guarantees didn't even.
So if it's not that unusual to fight with no guarantee, then why have all your fighters within the last 3 to 4 years fought with a guarantee? If it's not that unusual. If it's not that unusual to fight with no guarantee, why has every single one of Errol Spence's prior pay-per-view fights, why has every single one of those fights been with a guarantee? If it's not that unusual. I would love to ask him this question. Why is the Bud Crawford fight so different from the other fights that have took place between Errol Spence and the other welterweights with less of a name, less credibility, less notoriety, less incentive in the case of Danny and Mikey with no belt? Why is it that those guys got a guarantee when Bud Crawford is not getting a guarantee? And not only that, but he was never given an option to get a guarantee in the first place. Why is that?
I never was offered a guarantee, not once.
Why is Bud Crawford so different than everybody else that Errol Spence fought? Huh? See, this reporter asking the wrong questions. That's what needs to be asked. Because if it's so common, then it should be something that should have been done with all of Errol Spence's fights, right? If it's so common, he should be able to name 10 fights right off the rip. 20 fights right off the rip that didn't have a guarantee. All Wilder fights should have been without no guarantee. Canelo should have been without no guarantee. If it was so common, Errol Spence's fights should have been with no guarantee, but they had a guarantee. So if all those fights had a guarantee, then clearly it is uncommon for a fighter of Bud Crawford's magnitude to fight with no guarantee. Right? Let him keep hanging himself.
Coming into existence until about 3 years ago. Like, so the reality is,
so did Stephen Espinoza just say that up until 3 years, no fighters that fought on pay-per-view got a guarantee? Because that's literally what he just said. This man literally just said that they just came up with this whole guarantee structure for pay-per-view fights. But I can think of, off the top of my head, I can think of several fights that took place with a guarantee. Oscar De La Hoya versus Floyd Mayweather, there was a guarantee. Canelo Alvarez versus Caleb Plant, there was a guarantee. But Canelo, that was a more recent fight. That was within the 3 years. Right? But there were several fights that took place. Canelo Alvarez versus Triple G, the first fight, that had a guarantee. I can think of several fights that had a guarantee outside of the 3 years that Espinoza just said. So I'm really trying to figure out what this nigga's talking about when it comes to it was just created. How does the fighter know he's going to get paid if he's not given a guarantee? Right? Let me say that shit again. How does the fighter know he's going to get paid if there's no guarantee? Because no fight is guaranteed to make money, right? Like any business, no business is guaranteed to make money, just like no fight's guaranteed to make money. Shoot, if you listen to the Errol Spence fans, Bud Crawford can't sell, and Bob Arum lost all this money on Bud Crawford. Let me say that shit again. According to the Errol Spence fans, Bob Arum lost all this money on Bud Crawford. So for Bud Crawford to fight with no guarantee, when according to you Errol Spence fans, Bob lost money, BLK Prime lost money, essentially what you're telling Bud Crawford to do is fight for free. Am I right or am I right? I say, am I right or am I right? In one breath, you want to say that this man, Bob loses money, Bud can't sell, Bud is not a star, Bud is not this, Bud is not that. Bob lost money on his fights, but you want him to fight with no guarantee on the promise of pay-per-view revenue, knowing that his fights don't sell. So essentially, you're telling him to fight for free, according to y'all logic. But even outside of y'all primitive logic, no event, no business venture is guaranteed to make money. Period. So if he's not guaranteed to make money, then why in the hell should he jump in the ring on that kind of promise? Take a look at the comment section. Let me see what y'all talking about, man. My guy RJ, the legend in the building. Salute to you, RJ. Appreciate you for coming on through, man. I don't believe anything that comes out of this dude's mouth. Yeah, bro. This dude is a politician. This dude is a politician. He say whatever he told to say. There are people behind him that's pulling his strings like a puppet. He admitted to everybody that he ain't even at all the talks. He don't even be there a lot of the time. He just admitted that he don't even be there a lot of the time. This man just admitted that they didn't give Bud Crawford everything that he wanted, completely contradicting Errol Spence's statement. Let's keep it going, though. Monroe Jones in the building. Salute to you, Monroe Jones. Appreciate you for coming on through, man. Hey, if anybody new in the chat, anybody new to the channel, man, be sure to subscribe. And everybody, and I do mean everybody, be sure to hit that goddamn like button on your way out. I mean, on your way in, way out. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. Monroe Jones say, Spence had the Thurman fight because Bud ducked and ran away, so the WBC ordered the fight or said he would have to drop the belt. Shaking my head to all of you. Okay, Monroe Jones. So if that's the case, and the WBC is that strict, if they're as rigid as you're making it seem, Monroe Jones, if they're that rigid, why is the WBC giving Errol Spence special permission to fight at 154 pounds? If they're that rigid, they're going to strip Errol, right? If he don't fight Thurman, they're going to strip him. But yet they're giving him special permission to fight at 154 pounds. So is it that he would be stripped? Or is it that he's choosing to fight Thurman and continuing down the path of the easy route? But we getting off topic though. Let me keep going on to the onto the comment section. Minor King Boxer say Stephen Espinoza look mad. Him and Gary sitting too close to that back end money. Crawford said, "Not me, motherfucker." Yeah. I know what y'all talking about. Pay me today, not tomorrow. Exactly. Yeah. Pay me today, not tomorrow. And then we heard from Adrian Broner, these niggas don't even get the money until a year later. So you want this man to fight with no guarantee on a fight that's not guaranteed to make money. So he don't know how much he gonna get paid. Then you want this man, you don't even want to get a man transparency, right? Which we're gonna talk about because there's being able to see what the numbers are, and then there's having some authority on how the money's spent, right? Two different levels of transparency, but we're gonna keep it going though. Now I gotta say they were gonna put more money into the promotion for the fight to make it bigger. Press tours cost money. Okay. So they took Bud Crawford's guaranteed money, his money, and they put it into, so they're choosing this, they're spending, so Knockout, you saying they spending his money for him. That's what you're trying to say? They investing his money. So Bud got to go without no guarantee because they're going to use his money in order to put it into the promotion of the fight. But at the same time, they don't want to give this man no approval of any expenses that's being sold. So essentially what you're saying, Knockout, or what you just admitted to, is that these dudes are taking his money, investing it for him without giving him any say-so as to how the money is spent and the money to be made. So essentially, I'm a business partner without being a business partner. Right? That's essentially what this is. Y'all gonna see as we go further into this whole thing with Stephen Espinoza, but let's keep it going though. Damon Matthews in the building say his colon hurt and bruised. Yeah, bro. I'm trying to tell you. Minor King Boxing. Monroe Floyd say the fight wasn't happening. Remember, nah, you don't only remember what the alphabet channel say. Oh man. Monroe say Bud said he accepted everything. That's your little go-to excuse. Let me go on to debunk that right now. Bud said he accepted everything, but for what date? Monroe Jones. For what date? You see, two things can be true at the same time. I can accept all your terms, but if I don't know when I'm fighting, if y'all ain't got no date, then the fight ain't happening no way. Is it? Can you tell me what date? Monroe Jones? Can you tell me what date? David Matthews says, why has colon hurt, bro? Okay, you probably didn't get that. I got that though. Duck talk. Yeah, bro. All day, every day. Monarch King Boxer say, Bud not ducking PBC ninjas just need to be ready to take anything given to them because they all looking at Floyd too much. Yeah. Yeah. Milton Jeff say Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier received guarantees. Yeah, bro. We can go back far. I can recall First of all, if we're talking about the whole no guarantee thing, I can guarantee that there are far more fighters that receive a guarantee than fighters that don't. Does anybody want to refute that? There are far more fighters that receive a guarantee than don't. And I'm saying that knowing full well that I'm not privy to all the information that's out there. That's how confident that I know that it's way more common to receive a guarantee than to not receive a guarantee. And once again, if it's so uncommon or if it's so common to not receive a guarantee, then why have all of Errol Spence's previous opponents received a guarantee? I mean, I would have thought at least one of them wouldn't receive a guarantee if it's that common, according to Stephen Espinoza. But clearly it's not. But let's keep it going though. Let's keep it going. Oh, here we go.
For the longest time, for the bulk of the pay-per-view business, there were very, very few guarantees. So now to come in and say I'm the first one in history that didn't get one, that's just factually absolutely.
And that's not what Bud said. That's all cap. Bud never said he was the first one in history to not receive a guarantee. That's not what he said. I may have said some shit like that because I've never heard of nobody not getting a guarantee, but Bud didn't say that. Bud never said that. This is what Bud said.
I never was offered a guarantee, not once.
That's what Bud said. Bud said he was never offered a guarantee. You making it seem like it's common for fighters to not get a guarantee, but every single one of Errol Spence's prior opponents got a guarantee.
Absolutely incorrect. I can give probably off the top of my head 20 different fights. There have been, fights. There have been Tank Davis fights where he didn't get a guarantee. There have been Mayweather fights where he didn't get a guarantee. So look.
Notice how this nigga never actually said what the fights were. There are Tank Davis fights that didn't get a guarantee. There are Mayweather fights that didn't get a guarantee. Name one. Which one of Tank Davis's fights or Mayweather's fights didn't get a guarantee? Name one so we can do the research. And then if you're going to say that, well, you can't believe everything that's on the internet. If you're going to say that, if you're going to ride with that as an excuse, well, you can't believe that everything that's on the internet. Isn't that how the PBC reports all their numbers? Isn't that how we know Errol Spence is the big fish according to you niggas? Because of these sources that release these pay-per-view numbers and pay-per-view buys and purses. Isn't it how we get our information? So if you saying that the internet is wrong for reporting certain fights and fighters receiving guarantees on certain fights, if you're saying they're wrong and they're incorrect, then why in the hell should we believe anything that's released in regards to pay-per-view numbers on behalf of the PBC in the first goddamn place? Stephen? Why in the hell will we believe anything that comes out online when it comes to the numbers for PBC? How the hell we know Errol Spence is an A-side, according to you niggas? Because if we go online and we look at all Tank's fights, I guarantee you every single one of them will have that he's getting a guarantee. If we go online and we look at Floyd Mayweather's fights, I guarantee you each and every one of them will report that he was getting a guarantee. So explain to me how, if you telling me that the internet ain't right all the time, or the internet ain't right and all these people is lying about them receiving guarantees and the money that they getting is not right. If you're going to go out on a limb and you're going to say something like that, then why the hell should we believe anything that's online when it comes to these numbers and what people are getting paid on behalf of the PBC in the first place? You want to discredit the internet, Stephen? We can discredit the internet, but we got to take away all that A-side bullshit you talking about when it comes to Errol Spence Tank. You want to say the internet is wrong? Cool. I don't believe none of them numbers. Earl ain't no A-side. Tank ain't no A-side. They be lying about them numbers. It's bullshit if we gonna do that. But let's keep it going, though. Let's keep it going.
That perspective is just flat out wrong. The transparency is absolutely baffling.
Okay, y'all. So we getting into the transparency. Let me look at some more comments before we get into the transparency, y'all. Let me go through the comments before we get into the transparency bullshit, bro. Hey, man, if y'all new to the channel, man, be sure to subscribe. And everybody, and I do mean everybody, be sure to hit that like button on your way out. And welcome, goddamn welcome.
Welcome to the Chinatown.
Appreciate y'all for sliding on through, man. Let me look at these comments. Let me see what y'all talking about. Let me see what y'all talking about out here in these comment section. How's it that I see some emojis, but other ones I don't see? I don't get it. Ricardo Johnson says, Espinoza is the CEO. You niggas are dumb. He's the CEO of what? Showtime Sports. Who does Showtime have an exclusive relationship with? Ricardo Johnson? Who does Showtime have an exclusive relationship with? The PBC. They're in business together. You don't think that Stephen Espinoza is going to be slightly slanted in one direction? So that's my first thing to you, Ricardo Johnson, you capping ass dude. Capping ass nigga. That's the first thing to you. The other thing is Stephen Espinoza admitted earlier on in this video that he's not even present at all the conversations that take place between Team Bud Crawford and Team Errol Spence. He admitted it out of his own mouth, right? So by you making this cap ass statement, are you saying that there's no way that Stephen Espinoza could be wrong about anything that he's saying? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Ricardo Johnson? I'm just trying to make sure. Is that what you're trying to tell me? There's no way that Stephen Espinoza could be wrong about anything that he's saying, but the dude admitted he ain't even at all the conversations that take place between Team Bud and Team Errol. And this nigga clearly is in bed with the PBC, who is a op to Team Bud Crawford. But niggas like you ain't gonna admit shit. You're not gonna admit shit. You just some hating ass dude, bro. You do to be on some hating shit, bro. Here you go right here. This y'all right here. This y'all. This you right here, Ricardo.
Yes. Yes. Surprise. You gay.
But I already know if I say something, if Stephen Espinoza say something that you don't agree with, like when he said that they did not give Bud everything that he was looking for, you're gonna be like this. This is gonna be you right here, Ricardo.
Oh, that was different.
Oh, yeah, I already know. You niggas be contradicting yourself left, right, and center. But let's keep it going though. Let me keep going on these comments right here, bro. Okay, Vincent talking to knockout. Damon Matthew says James Tony the truth. Oh yeah, James Tony the truth, man. That boy fight on the inside. That boy shoulder roll was out of this world, bro. Fighting on the inside like no other. You know what I mean? Modern King Boxer say Monroe and ESPN did a show saying nobody with common sense takes a contract with no transparency. All you people do is act like pro athletes take zero without knowing what 35% look like. Yeah, bro. 35% of what? You know what I mean? Diamond Matthew say, nigga coffee and shit dropping. You heard? Yeah, bro. Oh, man. Modern King Boxer say it's too many expenses at PBC, so knowing what the funds are going to be drained from your 35% is being smart. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. My thing is this though, because Knockout made a statement earlier when Knockout said that the reason for the no guarantee was because they were using the extra money to help promote the fight. Cool. You want to use my money to help promote the fight. So I'm an investor now in the fight. I'm putting money up that I should be getting as a guarantee in order to fund the fight, in order to make sure that the fight is a success. Cool. But first of all, I should have a choice in the matter. And we heard Bud Crawford already say he was never offered a guarantee. Tell him, Bud.
I never was offered a guarantee. Not once.
We already heard Bud say that he was never offered a guarantee. So first of all, he should have a choice. But second of all, Second of all, if I'm an investor in the business, I should have a say-so on the happenings of the business transaction. I don't know whether or not I'm getting paid. I'm an investor. I go from employee to investor. I don't know whether or not I'm going to get paid off this transaction. But you want to tell me that I don't got no say-so on how money is being spent? On how my money being spent? How many of y'all got a business where you ain't got no say-so on how money is being spent? And you don't get no transparency on the business. How many of y'all got a business like that? Zero. Because no man is going to invest money in a business that he has no level of control over. That's stupid. But let's keep it going though. Let me keep going with the comments, man. Let me see what y'all talking about. Ramon in the building, he say he's not at any talks. That leaked phone call revealed it. He had a call to Errol Spence to get information. Why he not calling? Why he not calling Al? Yeah, bro. Ricardo Johnson says facts. I don't know what you're talking about facts to exactly, Ricardo Johnson. David Matthew says, fuck the money. Fuck money. They got enough. Who want to see Spence versus Thurman? Exactly. Nobody want to see that shit, man. Monarch King, these people act like little kids. Fake channels bank on them saying dumbfounded Spence ran from his own weight class. Yeah, bro. This shit is sickening, bro. This shit is absolutely sickening. But let's keep it going with the video here, man. Let's wrap it up, and then I'm going to drop the link. Let's wrap it up, and then I'm going to drop the link, y'all.
He got that in black and white. Seen the contract. It's there in black and white. You know, and the reality is the way we would have to account. Like, we collect the money, we do the accounting. You know, and the reality is the way we would have to account. Like, we collect the money, we do the accounting. It was just flat out wrong. The transparency is absolutely baffling. He got that in black and white.
Okay, so he says that Crawford got the transparency in black and white. But he said multiple times that there were multiple offers that were sent and revisions that were made to the contract. So my question to you, Stephen Espinoza, if there were revisions that were done to the contract, how is it that the transparency was in black and white? If you got to revise a contract, clearly there's some things in there that weren't in there, which is why you had to revise it. If you had to send multiple offers, multiple deals, which you yourself stated, clearly there were some things in the first offer that weren't in the second offer. Oh, sorry. There were some things in the second offer, I'm sorry, that weren't in the first offer. Otherwise, there would have been no need to revise the first offer. It would be asinine to change a contract or revise a contract with the exact same language and information that was on the original contract. But you admitted yourself that several offers were made, several drafts were sent, thus admitting that there were some things in there that had to be changed. But if you gave Crawford everything and the transparency was in black and white like you claim, then what would be the reason for the revisions made to the contract? You see, the math ain't mathing. But let's keep it going though.
In the contract, it's there in black and white. You know, and the reality is the way we would have to account. Like, we collect the money, We do the accounting. You can't do an accounting without being transparent. Now, it depends what transparent means. To most people, it means transparency means I know what.
I don't even know why he said that. You can't do an accounting without transparency. What does that have to do with Bud Crawford? You can't do your own accounting without transparency. Yeah, you need to be able to see your own numbers in order to do the accounting. Yeah, absolutely. But how does that tie into a Bud Crawford? How does that tie into him having the transparency? Right? But let's keep it going though.
The revenues are, I know what the expenses are, I know what the deductions are. It's all out in the open. Now, that has never been an issue on this fight or on any other fight that we've been involved in. You know, if transparency means
never an issue for whom? Never an issue for whom? For Showtime? I imagine it wouldn't be an issue. I imagine that you have an accounting and she keeps perfect records of all the pay-per-view sales and all the accounting and everything that's done in regards to the revenue made, tickets sold, all that. But is that same information presented to the fighters? That's what he's not being transparent about. Yeah, it's never been an issue with transparency for Showtime. But are your fighters getting the transparency they need to ensure that they're getting paid properly? These dudes are very deceptive with their words. You got to pay attention to the words with these dudes, for real.
something else.
Yeah, he wants the power to at least know of expenses and ask about expenses.
Now here's where it gets a little bit complicated. If you're saying I get the right to approve expenses.
Okay, so this is the interesting part, y'all, because now he's going to talk about he's going to admit here what the real issue is as to why this fight wasn't able to get done. He's going to admit what the real problem is, right? This is the real problem. The approval of the expenses. The transparency is one thing. Maybe they're okay with giving Bud Crawford some transparency, and maybe they adjusted the draft in order to include transparency. It wasn't in the original deal because there would have been no need to revise the contract if it was in the original deal, right? But this is the sticking point right here, because what you're saying is you don't want Bud Crawford to have approval over those expenses that Showtime and PBC makes. But again, you're asking this man to fight with no guarantee, meaning he's not sure whether or not he's going to make money at all or not, right? And according to Adrian Broner, he ain't getting his money for another year. So he has to rely on Showtime to be able to make this fight profitable without his say-so in regards to how money's being spent, right? He's supposed to be able to let them handle the entire thing, but collect net profit after the event, right? 35% of the net profit at that. And if you're familiar with net profit, you know that's after expenses. So you're telling this man, not only does he have to fight with no guarantee, but he has to fight based on the net profit, which this will be a very easy to solve. You could either offer Bud Crawford a guarantee, or you would give him a percentage of the gross profit, right? That would be very easy, and that way he would need transparency, Stephen Espinoza. A very easy fix, but you don't want this man to get paid on the gross profit. You want him to get paid on the net profit, which is what an investor would get paid off of, which is what a business owner will get paid off of, the net profit. But if you paying this man on the net profit, then why doesn't he get any approval expenses as to how money's being spent? But let Stephen Espinoza continue to bury itself. Here we go.
First of all, I have a problem with that, because what's going to happen when I tell you, okay, this is what?
Okay, stop it right there. Did y'all hear him say, I have a problem with that? Let me rewind that shit so you can hear it.
I get the right to approve expenses. First of all, I have a problem with that.
Okay, so Stephen Espinoza just said, I have a problem with that. Right? But according to Errol Spence fans, according to Errol Spence, he gave Earl everything. He gave Bud everything he asked for. But Stephen Espinoza just admitted that he got a problem with Bud having the ability to approve expenses. He got a problem with that. So did you give Bud everything that he was asking for? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Let's bring up the tweet on behalf of Errol Spence Jr. Let's do it. Because this is a direct contradiction of what Errol Spence said. So let's bring it up real quick. Let's bring it up real quick. Hold on. Do y'all remember when Errol Spence said this? Y'all remember this, y'all? Let me read it for the people that don't remember this. Errol Spence said, peep this. He asked for approval over expenses. His company, TBC, to have a chance to review and sign agreements. I said yes, or he said yes for the event. Reviewing and approving agreements before they are executed. The choice of which way to proceed is Bud Crawford said yes. Next tweet. So Errol Spence is saying that he said yes to Bud having the ability to approve expenses, right? But we got Stephen Espinoza on here saying something completely different. Modern King Boxing says that can't be Spence speaking. I doubt that. I doubt that he wrote this on his own. I doubt he did. Nevertheless, he did say that he said yes to Bud having the ability to approve expenses. But Stephen Espinoza just said that he got a problem with it. Stephen Espinoza is speaking as if that is the sticking point and that is the reason for why the fight can't happen, because you don't want to give this man any approval expenses. You want to make this man an owner and an investor without giving any of the owner/investor privileges. You want to make this man be an owner and an investor without giving him any owner/investment privileges. But I already said the way to remedy this is to either give Bud Crawford a guarantee or give him a percentage of the gross revenue. That way he don't give a fuck about. He don't give a fuck about your ability to approve expenses, because his pay ain't gonna be affected by what you spend. His pay ain't gonna be affected by all the money that you put in to a $10 can of soda or $1,000 dinner that Al and Earl want to go on at any given time. He don't give a damn about none of that because it don't affect his money. But why do you think the PBC don't want to give Bud this kind of power? Why do you think the PBC don't want Bud or wants Bud to be an owner without being an owner? How many of y'all would buy a car that you couldn't drive? How many of y'all will own a business that you couldn't make no business decisions on. Right? But let's keep it going though. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's get it back. Hold on. Back on to this.
Because what's going to happen when I tell you, okay, this is what TV production costs, and you say, no, I think it'd be cheaper. So wait a minute, now I can't produce it. You know, we've been doing this quite a while. I know what it costs. You know, and so if it costs pretty much the same as it does for other big pay-per-views, you know, there's an industry standard. We're not going to go into a promotion and have the risk of someone saying to us 2 weeks out, no, I don't like that contract, I'm not signing. Or go into it and say, oh, we're waiting for a fighter's signature and it's fight week and I don't know when he's going to get around to reviewing this expense and approving it. Like, it's just not a realistic way to do business. Like, you've got to have a certain level of...
But a realistic way to do business is to offer a man no guarantee and give him 35% of net revenue, but not allow him to have any approval expenses over what's being spent. That's a realistic way to do business. Because in that way, I mean, I could just fuck you over and, you know, you can't really do nothing about it. Right? Right? That's the realistic way to do business. But it ain't realistic to make sure that the man, if you're going to tell this man that he can't have a guarantee, but not have any control over the promotions and the money being spent. But that's a realistic way to do business. Come on, man. Y'all got to make it make sense, bro.
Of trust. There are certain protections, disclosure you can do up front. But the reality, you know, is to be able to approve everything along the way. There's no one who's ever going to do that, because the reality is there's no way that people are going to go into it, start spending a bunch of money, go into a promotion, and then let's say 2 weeks out, somebody gets, you know, bug up their ass about it.
But you got Bud spending a bunch of money, right? Because according to Knockout, the guarantee money that Bud should have got went into the promotion. It went into the promotion. It went to promote the fight. He's an investor in the fight. He ain't getting a guarantee. He an investor. So you're not the one spending all your money. Bud spending his money too. But Bud not allowed to have any say-so as to how money is being spent. He not allowed transparency. He not allowed approval. Come on, man. Y'all got to make this shit make sense. Come on now.
An expense and says, you know what? I don't think, you know, I don't want you to spend any more marketing money. Like, who's going to go into a deal where you are at someone else's mercy until the very last second?
My nigga, you just contradicted yourself. Knockout. You said that the man ain't contradicted himself one time. This man just contradicted the fuck out of himself. Let me play it back for you.
Up their ass about an expense and says, you know what? I don't think, but he gets, you know, bug up their ass about an expense and says, you know what? I don't think, you know, I don't want you to spend any more marketing money. Like, who's going to go into a deal where you are at someone else's mercy until the very last second?
Who's going to go into a deal when they're at somebody else's mercy at the very last second? That's essentially what they're asking Bud Crawford to do. Stephen Espinoza just told you that he wouldn't even do the shit. But they want Bud Crawford to do it. Who's going to go into a deal where they're at somebody else's mercy? That's what y'all asking Bud Crawford to do. So why is it so unreasonable that Bud Crawford is asking y'all to do it? Right? An eye for an eye, right? Unreasonable mixed with unreasonable. You shouldn't be surprised. Let's see how much we got left here, and then we're going to wrap it up.
To that point where he said, I want to be able to prove this, and that, or was it
Well, I
just
mean,
wanted to know what was...
I'm not going to get too far into the specifics, but the reality is, if you're asking to approve expenses, the question is, okay, what if you don't approve? What happens? We saw this, and here's a great example, Mayweather-Pacquiao. Now, you remember it well. So we had this weird situation where the tickets were not released until about 10 days before, a week of. Why was that? Because the parties had mutual.
First of all, let me answer this question. If the expense doesn't get approved, then you go without it. Let me say that shit again. If the expense doesn't get approved, then you go without it. Right? That's what having approval expense privileges is about. You go without it. Could that possibly affect the production value or the outcome of the fight? Absolutely. But that's what happens when you go into business, when you expect someone to go into business with you as an investor, because essentially they're asking Bud Crawford to be an investor by not giving this man a guarantee. That's what you're asking him to do. So if he doesn't approve expenses, you go without it, Stephen Espinoza. But let's keep it going, though.
Approval, and they reached an impasse, and everybody was screwed. That is the cautionary tale. It's great to say, okay, mutual approval. Okay, but what if you don't approve? What are the repercussions there, and how is it resolved? If your position is nope, it's got to be mutual approval, and I have the ability to blow it up at any point up until fight night, you're not going to get a lot of people who are taking that deal, because you'll end up with something like Mayweather-Pacquiao, but worse.
Okay, so essentially, y'all, just to recap, bro, Stephen Espinoza, he just admitted here that he didn't give Bud Crawford everything he wanted. He just owned up to what the sticking point is here. They don't want to give Bud Crawford approval expenses, so it does come back to the level of transparency. But again, I asked the question, how can you expect someone to be an investor? How can you expect someone to fight with no guarantee, take off the hat of fighter/employee, become an investor, but not have a say-so as to how money is being spent? It does not make sense. And if you truly wanted to make a fight between a Terence Crawford and an Errol Spence, you would either A, give Bud Crawford a guarantee, or B, give him a percentage of the gross revenue, taking him out of the conversation that takes place with net revenue, right? If I'm getting net revenue, then I care about the expenses. If I get gross revenue, I don't give a damn what you spend on what, because I make money based on how well the fight did as a whole. Right? But that's how you approach this situation. Not this old half-ass bullshit where you want to make this man become an owner without giving him any owner privileges. Shit just don't work like that. Point blank, period, in the discussion. But I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to drop the link right here, bro. I'm going to read the comments, and I'm going to read some comments first, and then I'm going to drop the link. Actually, let me go back to the poll real quick first. Let me get rid of Steven ass. Let me get rid of this dude. All right, we got rid of Steven. Let's go up to the comment section. Let me see what y'all talking about out here, man. We covered a lot. 2 hours of cooking. Goddamn. Okay, so the poll says, do you believe Stephen Espinoza on Crawford versus Spence negotiations? The poll says, as of right now, I got 21% of everybody that says, now it's 20. I got 20% of everybody that says yes. I got 80% of everybody right now that says no. Yeah, bro. You know what I mean? As it should be. Too many inconsistencies in Stephen Espinoza and what he's saying. Too many inconsistencies, y'all. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start from the bottom and I'm going to go up. Bottom got the most relevant information. So King KO says, see how they lie on your name, knockout? Oh, I don't know how y'all, I don't know what y'all talking about. 80% of y'all need to pass me the gas y'all smoking. Oh man, I don't know what you talking about in particular, KO, but I don't know. Sticking my boy say, you cook fat ass king. You cook fat ass king D. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Appreciate you, fam. Appreciate you. Knockout says, I'm pushing for the fight, bro. Hell you talking about? I'm not just blaming Earl for some shit that is clearly the fault of Bud Crawford. Okay, you talking to Bud Crawford. Okay, y'all having a conversation. Boy, y'all going back and forth in the comment section. Well, y'all ain't playing no games out here. Morningstar in the building. Appreciate you, Morningstar. Appreciate you for coming on through. He say, I appreciate pages like this because these Errol Spence fans are out of their mind. Yeah, bro. A lot of them is crazy. A lot of these dudes is crazy as hell, man. Hell yeah. Appreciate you for coming on through, Morningstar. Yes, sir. If anybody new in the building, man, be sure to hit that goddamn like button. Subscribe if you new, all that good stuff, man. And welcome, goddamn it. Welcome
to the Chinatown.
Yes, sir. We the motherfucker building, man. Appreciate y'all for coming on through, man. Here we go. Sticking my boy say, that's what PBC wants. Yeah, bro. Essentially, PBC put together a deal that they didn't think Bud Crawford would take. Essentially is what this looks like. That's essentially what this looks like, y'all. PBC put together a deal that they didn't think that Bud Crawford would take. Right? They put together a deal they didn't think Bud Crawford would take because, again, you offered this man no guarantee. Who's had to take a fight with no guarantee? Hasn't been done. I don't care what Stephen Espinoza says. Hasn't been done. He wasn't able to name one fight where the fighters fought with no guarantee. Right? And then you give him the no guarantee with the no transparency. Right? Meaning he don't get any approval. He don't get any privileges to approve expenses on what's taking place. So essentially, you're asking this man to become an investor without giving him any investor privileges. Right? And then you're paying him on net revenue. Come on, man. That's not realistic to expect anybody to do that. It's not realistic to say, hey, bro, invest in my business, but you ain't got no say-so on how I do shit. I could do whatever the fuck I want to do. You know what I'm saying? And you just got to watch. But yeah, man, invest in me, bro. Yeah, bro, give me $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. Give it to me, bro. Give me your 10 million. Give me everything that I was going to give you, bro. I'm going to invest it for you. And then I'm going to give you a percentage of the net revenue, whatever it is I make after I do what I do. And then afterwards, you know, I give you some transparency. I'll let you see what I spent. You know what I'm saying? I'll let you see what I spent it on, but you ain't got no say so on how I spent it. But afterwards, I'll let you see what I spent. And there's no guarantee, meaning I ain't guaranteed to make no money. I'm an investor. I'm assuming all the risk as an investor, but none of the privileges, none of the investing rights as an investor. Come on, y'all. That sound reasonable? And then on top of that, I'm taking 35%. I'm taking 35% of 100. When nobody else, Errol Spence's fault, has ever had to take 35%. Not Mikey, not Danny, not Ugas, not Sean. I'm taking 35%, which is 5% less, which is less than everybody else who Errol Spence's fault. But I got the biggest name. I got the most notoriety, the biggest reputation, the most credibility, and I got a belt. Does that make sense to y'all? But let's keep it going though. QT say the problem is promoters know most fans worship celebrities. They know Earl's fans will not support these moves, but they okay with it. They okay with that because they know those fans are not that buying merch. Yeah, bro. Knockout says if the sticking point is Crawford approving expenses, then it proves exactly why I have been saying that man he a duck. Okay, Knockout. Let me get 100,000. I need you to invest 100,000 in my business, but you ain't got no say so on how I spend money. You ain't got no control over your 100,000. You ain't got no control over it, Knockout. But I need you to invest that 100,000. I'm waiting on the wire. Knockout, for the 100,000 for the investment. I'm waiting on it. Because if you cool with this, then you should be cool with investing in my business that I need 100,000 for. It's gonna make money. You know it's gonna make money. But you ain't got no say so. You ain't got no say so on how the money is being spent. You ain't got no say so. You ain't got no control. I tell you what I spent afterwards. I tell you what I spent on it afterwards. But you ain't got no control over what goes on over here, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I'll pay you a year later. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'll pay you a year later, Knockout. You know what I'm saying? I got you. I'm gonna pay you. But you know you're gonna get paid off the net revenue though, right? So like I can't pay you on the gross. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pay you on the net. So if I make money, then I got you a year later. If you rocking with that Knockout, go on and send that money, bro. Let me know when you're ready for the bank information. Let me know when you're ready for it. Because I'll send it to you, bro. I got you. I'ma handle it. You know what I'm saying? I got you. Don't worry about how the money being spent. Don't worry about having any say. Don't worry about none of that. I got you. But let's keep it going though. Sticking my boy say, in other words, we don't want Bud to take all the risks. In other words, we want Bud to take all the risks. Facts. Bold understanding, but I pay. Okay, y'all on some other shit. They laughing, but they really crying in here. Yeah, bro. Modern kickboxing body number 2. Yeah, bro. They're going down here today, man. Bust out Spence say, Spence and his fans don't want to fight. Don't want to fight. It can happen next, but they making excuses. Yeah, bro. Ain't now one of these Spence fans have ever been able to answer the questions that I had last week. I asked why Earl couldn't spin the block. Nobody had an answer for me. I say nobody had an answer for me as to why Errol Spence couldn't spin the block. Stephen Espinoza said out of his mouth that they ain't holding no grudges, right? They ain't holding no grudges. So why can't Errol spin the block? Why is he fighting Keith Thurman when he could be fighting a Terence Crawford? Somebody make it make sense for me. But you know, I got questions, but these niggas don't got the answers. But we gonna keep it going though. Knockout say so. Bud, who has never put on an event at this level, should tell Espinoza, who has done even bigger events, bigger than this one, what he can and cannot spend on expenses. It's not a matter of telling him what he can and can't spend on expenses. It's a matter of approving them. So if Showtime is doing so well, if their business is booming, right? Stephen Espinoza, I mean, if you make it a statement like that, knockout, essentially what you're saying is Stephen Espinoza, he know what he doing, right? This dude know what he doing. He don't need no help. He know exactly what he doing. So if Stephen Espinoza knows what he's doing, he got it all under control, right? He good to go. Why in the hell can't he give Bud Crawford a guarantee? Another question y'all never been able to answer. According to you, Bud, who has never put on an event, shouldn't have the ability to tell Stephen Espinoza what he can and can't do. That's a valid point. But if I'm Bud Crawford and I'm giving, if you're Stephen Espinoza and you know what you're doing, you make money doing this all the time, easy work, right? Why the hell can't you give me a guarantee? You see, it all comes full circle. No matter what it is that you want to say about this knockout, it all comes back to the no guarantee. Because you cannot expect nobody to take no guarantee and become an investor without giving them any powers as far as how the money is being spent if they're investing. I gave you the analogy earlier. Send me 100,000, knockout. If you think that this is cool, send me 100,000, fam. Send me 100,000, bro. I got you. Send me 100,000, right? I'll show you what I spent. I'll show you what I spent, but after I spend it. I'm not giving you no guarantees, meaning you don't know what you're gonna make. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it could be $1, or we could be in the red. I could have just spent your whole 100,000 and you not make nothing, right? So if you're cool with that kind of transaction, send me the money. Send me the money. If you cool with that kind of transaction. Because I'll find a place to put the 100,000 that you sent me, bro. I got you. Just know I ain't gonna, if I got something for you, it ain't gonna be till next year. That's essentially what this shit is. If I got something for you, I ain't gonna be able to pay you for a year. I got no guarantee for you as far as whether or not I'm gonna be able to pay you anything to begin with, right? You can't approve shit, meaning I got control. You know what I'm saying? Like I do the approvals, right? I do the approvals. You don't have no say so over none of the approval. I do the approvals, y'all. You know what I'm saying? You can't have no approval because you a dumb boxer. You don't know what you're doing. I got the approval. So you ain't got no say so over that. Right? But yeah, bro, send me the 100,000. Send it to me. If you're not cool with that, fam, if you're not cool with that, then you shouldn't expect Bud Crawford to be cool with that. Reggie Milligan in the building. Salute to you, Reggie. He say Bud should be able to say something if he's bringing something to the table, except bringing something to the table, except his ass. Exactly. 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 But let's go ahead and do this, man. I'm gonna go and drop the link, man. I know y'all ready to come on and cook, man. Whoever out there, you know what I'm saying? Let me go and drop this link. Boom, here you go. All right, salute to everybody out there, man, in the building, man. I appreciate all y'all for coming on through, bro. Appreciate all y'all for coming on through. Salute Homer Carroll in the building, man. Salute King KO in the building. I know you're hating that dude, but salute to you, fam. You know what I mean? Yes, sir. I see we got a few people here, man. Hey, be sure to subscribe to the channels, man. Knockout Boxing 86 TV. Subscribe to him on YouTube. Subscribe to Bold and Understandings, also on YouTube. Also, be sure to subscribe to this channel, goddamn, if you haven't already. You know what I mean? But shit, man, again, if you're new to the channel, once again, man, welcome, bro.
Welcome to the Chinatown.
All right, here we go, man. Let me bring my guy Bug on Stop Spence into the building, man. Salute to you, Bug on Stop Spence. What's up with
What's
you?
up, bro? What's good, bro?
Not much,
Hey,
man. I'm chilling out here, man. Talking some boxing. What's good with you, fam?
man, the number one thing which nobody can answer, Stephen Espinoza, knockout, all them keep talking about what happened before. Everything Stephen Espinoza said, whether you believe it or not, that shit happened already. And he said they know why they failed, they know the problem, this and that. So everything that happened, it's a waste of time trying to prove who said this and that, going back and forth. That's just the last negotiations. They could be negotiating right now. Both of them free. Bud been tweeting what's up. I'm next. Stephen Espinoza saying they can make it happen. So Thurman shouldn't be in the picture. That's just another roadblock. Why is his name being brought up? They trying to approve anything that Errol do. Approve going to 154. Approve getting a franchise. That's what he got, a franchise title. Approve him fighting Thurman. Somebody he said, and him fighting Thurman is a complete contradiction to everything he stand for, because if you holding Crawford accountable, saying negotiations, you that mad, Thurman treated you worse than Crawford did, and you still fighting him. So that's just an excuse. Why they ain't saying fight now? Every Errol Spence fan should be pushing for this fight. They not, because they don't want the smoke. All they doing is making excuses, and every other reason, whatever Spence come out with, they gonna go with it. Like he's saying Thurman right now. It was just, at first it was Thurman, then it was the other top rank, then it was fight this person, get a belt. He did all that. Now all of a sudden Thurman is in a way. It's always something in a fucking way. They can fight next. There's no reason for them not to fight in April. Spence said he was fighting next year. BFTB did that whole live about that shit. He fighting with or without Crawford, blah, blah, blah. He didn't fight. Stephen Espinoza and Errol Spence was confused. So of course he ain't even a middleman. Neither one of them knew what was going on. And on that phone call, both of them was confused. They don't know what Al Heyman, but everything Crawford said, nobody said anything and debunked anything he said. So he was telling the truth. Al Heyman didn't want to fight if Spence didn't take no steps to making a fight. If he really wanted to fight, he can say he not going to make 25 against Keith Thurman. He could say, all right, that deal real, give me the 50, get the 50 million, we both split it and make the fight. They don't even say do that. He don't got to do nothing. All he doing is making excuses not to make the fight happen. Make the fight happen. It can happen now. Knockout, BFTB, the LDBC, Blue Blood never holds Spence accountable. There's no reason for the fight not to be happening now. It ain't no excuse for fighting Thurman at another weight class, or even at 147. If you're gonna fight Thurman and you using, there's no reason not to fight Bud. You can't use that excuse. He pulled out negotiations when Thurman was acting like a straight bitch, and I've been wanting Spence to fight him. I said Spence shouldn't act like no bitch and fight Thurman. He never wanted to fight Thurman. I was pushing for that, and they wasn't. But now that they want to duck Crawford, now it's okay for Thurman, but I'm not okay with that. Don't fight him now, nigga. If you're gonna hold him, if you ain't gonna fight Thurman, if you ain't gonna fight Bud for that, you shouldn't be fighting Thurman. It's nothing bigger than undisputed. Espinoza talking about mandatories, and this ain't nothing in the way of this fight right now except them not wanting to fight. Al Heyman, PBC, Showtime, Derek James, all of them and his fans, knockout, all of them, all they talking about is not reasons why it shouldn't happen. They ain't giving one reason why the fight should happen at all. It can happen now. There's no excuses for it not happening now. He said, I'm spinning the block after Crawford fought dude. He said that afterwards. So everything that happened before that is irrelevant. Y'all arguing about negotiations before. Stephen Espinoza admitted we did shit wrong. They did shit wrong. We know what happened. So move forward from there. Why y'all keep talking about that shit? Because y'all don't want to fight. So y'all making bullshit reasons in between.
Facts. Hey, I agree with everything you said, fam. You cooking like a motherfucker, man. Salute to you, Bug on Stop Spence.
Yeah, for sure, man. That shit be how it be heated, bro. That's all I needed to say. I'm a listen. I'm here, bro. But whoever want to say whatever, but that's just the truth. It ain't no denying that. Everybody that's gonna come on here, they gonna talk about the past. Everything that happened, Spence said, I'm spinning the block after that. I bet you they can't argue with anything said after that. They're going to all talk about shit that happened before. They're going to keep bringing up avocado, amnesia, whatever you want to call them. Spence said he's spinning the block after that.
But if y'all want to bring up shit that's happening before, I got way more bad shit to bring up that happened before than y'all got. Y'all don't want to go down that road, but let me go ahead and move on to the next guy. My guy AC. AC, what's going on with you, fam?
What's going on, fam? What's going on, fam?
What's up, AC?
Yo, what's good, bro? I got a couple of points I want to make. First point I want to make, it's a little pushback on you, King David, and no disrespect. There's in businesses, you have what's called a silent partnership or a silent investor. As a silent investor, you rarely have privilege or say so in any of the matter because you're guaranteed a date when your first payment comes and your last payment comes. That's that's one of the perks about being a silent. You're always the first person to get paid. It's always in the contract. So some investors will go with the silent partnership based on, like, if I'm going to invest in Terence Crawford, I'm going to be a silent partner because I don't know shit about boxing and training, but I know how great a boxer you are. So anything you do, I really don't give a fuck about. I don't want to have a say because I know you got this based on what you've accomplished already.
But did you hear the key word you said in there? Guarantee.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, go ahead though.
Even in a silent partnership, you do not have say. Like in a restaurant business, it's more common that your investor for your restaurant is a silent partner because you're just an investor. What do you know about cooking is the reason why people come there. I'm the chef owner. I have all the say. I know how to build this. I've done it in the past with restaurants I was just the executive chef at. So that's just my first point. My second point is Espinoza said, and he came out and told everybody on the internet they need to relax, they need to chill out. This fight will be a 50-50 fight. If not, it's very, very close to a 50-50 fight. Didn't it, Espinoza, say that during the Wilder press thing, Wilder versus I think Fury 3. So at the end of the day, the reality was 65-35. Espinoza, you guaranteed us, and you spoke in terms of this is a guarantee from Showtime. You're going to have a 50-50 split for this fight, or very, very close to a 50-50 split. But the reality is 65-35. Espinoza never spoke about why the extreme drop from 50-50 to 65-35 in that interview, nor was he questioned about it. My third point is this. The Ali Act, the two violations that are clear right here. I basically looked it up when I was looking at the fact that the WBC is now going to sanction this fight at 154. So here's the point. If the fight was mandated at 147, they're fighting at 154, which is a division. Now, you have had in the past plenty of fights that were mandated at one weight, but the fighters fought at catch weight. Maybe because one fighter didn't make weight, so the fight had to be reclassified as a catch weight fight, which the other one loses its belt. That's if you go back and you look at Shakur Stevenson when he missed weight. That fight, even though they talked about he missed weight, they also classified it as a catch weight, and the belts were already given up. If they would have classified the fight as a catch weight somewhere between 154 and 147, you face no violations. But in the language of the Ali Act, it says the bylaws. What are your bylaws for 154 and what are your bylaws for 147 in making fights and fights being mandated? If a fight is mandated at 147, you have to weigh in at 147. You can't weigh in at 154 for a fight mandated at 147. Then that's a violation of the terms of a mandate at 147. And now you're going to sanction this fight. Pure violation. Second violation is the $25 million. Al Heyman turning down the $25 million, telling Bud Crawford, I ain't letting nobody touch this fight. In a revision of the Ali Act of 1996, It says no promoter, advisor, or anyone can stop you or hinder you from getting a
but
fight.
that's if Spence wanted it, but Spence didn't want
Yeah,
it. So
yeah,
that
but
ain't,
that's my
that's
point. Spence is too fucking stupid, and all of these Spence fans are co-signing the fact that Al violated the Ali Act in the name of Spence, and y'all all cool with it. And when I keep saying this dude is being ripped off, it's clear, like shit like that. You clearly violated when you told this man, I ain't letting nobody touch this fight.
Yeah, but
My last point.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, facts.
My last point is 2 to 3, no more than 8. That's what Espinoza said. If they go back and negotiate, the negotiation shouldn't take no more than 2 to 3 hours, at max 8 to make this fight, and they ain't holding no grudge. So why the fuck are you making a fight that if Errol was smart enough, Jerron Boots Ennis was smart enough, anyone who is actually a Errol Spence mandatory, because the fight is blocking you as a mandatory from honoring what's mandated in your weight class. You have grounds to sue on the fact that what he's doing, by what WBC is doing with sanctioning the fight at 147 when it's mandated at, sanctioning the fight at 154 when it's mandated at 147. And that's probably why we haven't actually heard anything, because someone in the legal department is probably telling them, listen, you got to come up with a way to deal with this, because we face serious issues if we sanction this fight and this fight goes through. And those are my points.
Gotcha. Okay, you cooking like a motherfucker. Everybody coming on this big cooking like a motherfucker today.
Yeah,
All right.
Spence hiding behind the politics, and so is his fans. That's my whole point, because they, like Espinoza said, they know everything that went wrong. They know what Crawford want. Crawford know what they want. Like AC was saying, they know what it takes to make this fight. So my thing is, everybody should be pushing for the fight. If you not pushing for the fight, you still talking about old shit, like Smokey said, why you bringing up old shit? Then you don't want the fight. It ain't no reason that this didn't affect Spence at all. They said he was fighting last year. He didn't end up fighting. Crawford had his fight. All that happened. Now both of them can fight next. There's no excuse for it not to happen unless you don't want it.
Gotcha. Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna bring on my next guest, man. My guy Bold and Understandings that made it into the building. What's going on with you, Bold? Salute to you, fam. Appreciate you for coming on through.
Hey, salute, man. Salute to everybody on the panel. I think y'all, you know what I'm saying, all of y'all made some valid points, man. I'm just gonna keep it short, man. See, the thing is with a lot of Errol Spence fans, you gotta make it easy for them. Because Errol Spence loved the easy route. Sources said when Errol Spence was playing high school football, his favorite play was the easy route. So anytime something get real difficult for him, he plans to go the other way because he like, this shit is complicated. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of Errol Spence fans, when you put out a lot of facts, they don't comprehend that. So my only thing, King Day, you just got to make it easy for them to understand it and whatnot, man. So they could take that and be like, oh, okay, I see where you're coming from. Because I'm just telling you, man, they just the easy joints, man. I was getting on that dude in the comment section, King KO. You know what I'm saying? This dude talking about people hating on Errol Spence, and he in the comment section hating on Bud Crawford. See the logic. See the logic of some of these people.
I already know King KO hating. I ain't even got to hear what he's saying. I already know he hating. I ain't even seen none of his comments.
but yeah, I'm gonna just keep it short, man. So I'll go ahead and let the next one come on.
All right, bet, man. Okay, the next guest that pulled up on me, my guy Knockout Boxing 86 TV that made it in the building. Salute to you, fam. Welcome to the panel. What's on your mind,
Hey,
fam?
what's up? What's up with you, man? And shout out to everybody up here that can't stand me. What's up with y'all?
You make more sense.
Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody else. Shout out to everybody else in the chat. And I ain't got nothing to say. Y'all know how I do. If I feel, I let y'all cook. If I feel the need to chime in, I'll chime in. But I'm sure I'll say something to where it'll piss somebody off pretty soon. But I ain't got nothing to say right now. I'm chilling, man.
Oh man. Okay. So let me ask everybody on the panel here this, man. in regards to Stephen Espinoza, overall, I'm gonna go overall in this case. Do y'all believe him? Let me start with you, Bud Crawford beats or Stop Spence.
I believe some of the stuff he say, but I can read between the lines, so I can see the bullshit in between what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? I know what the truth is, so I know that I can admit that he biased. I don't think Spence fans will admit that he's biased. You know what I'm saying? Of course, he's Showtime and PBC. He's tied into that. You know what I'm saying? So he can't outright just deliberately diss what Crawford was saying, because Crawford made a lot of sense, and what actually happened matched what Crawford was saying. So, but at the end of the day, what he's saying is the fight can be made next. So the only thing he said that really preventing it is mandatories, and the mandatories doesn't prevent undisputed. So if Spence want to fight, just like they did, they gave him special permission to do what he's trying to do. He can fight for undisputed, and nothing can stop that. So what he said about that that's the main thing. Everything else he said was from the past. The Spence fans need to stick to now. What's now is the fight can be made. Stop. You ain't holding a grudge against Keith Thurman. Don't hold a grudge against Bud Crawford. Let's get it.
Bet. What about you, AC? Before I go to that, Bud Stop Spence, man. So if you had to give it a percentage, what percentage would you say he's telling the truth versus a lie?
It depends what he's talking about. I'm gonna say 50%.
50 lie truth. Okay, cool. All right, AC, same question, fam.
All right, for me, I'm gonna start out with 70-30. 30% he was telling the truth, 70% he was lying, to put the narrative out that both sides were at fault. Where he made the statement that yes, it took things step by step, and that took time, but it even took the same amount of time for Bud to get back to us. You're adding equivalence to the fact that his demands were being met at an extremely slow pace. And the fact that Terence Crawford was honest in saying, yes, everything took a long time coming from them. You feel what I'm saying? So you tried to add equivalence to the fact that this other thing happened. You tried to add equivalence to saying that Errol Spence, hold on. You tried to add equivalence.
He actually went on a limb and made it seem like Bud was the one that was holding things up.
Exactly. And you tried to add equivalence to the fact of I forgot my point because the dog. Go ahead.
See,
no problem.
He said both though. See, he said they held it up, and then he turned around and said Crawford did too. That's why I say 50-50, because he told the truth when he said they did, but he tried to he speaking for them. He on their team, so he had to throw that in there too. That's what AC saying. He got to go throw that in there too, just to try to make them be right. But he know what it is.
He's trying to fence straddle. He's trying to fence straddle. That's what he's trying to do. What it sound like a little bit?
Basically.
Well, I heard when he said that Bud was holding the fight, but the facts don't line up with that, bro. The fact that the first draft came out on the 24th of August, you know what I mean? The fact that Bud is on record saying he's on record saying this right here.
I said, since this fight is dragging on with me and Spence, and we can't get things together, why don't I come out and meet you with my lawyer and we just wrap it up? Just me and you and my lawyer. Al said, his mother was, not doing too well, and I honor that and I respect that.
Got sick in the middle of negotiations. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that shit too. Right. That's weird.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, there's a lot of evidence to support that things were dragging on behalf of the PBC. So yeah, y'all make some good points, man. Let me go to Bold and Understandings, man. What you think about Stephen Espinoza, and what percentage would you say he's lying and telling the truth, or do you 100% believe him, or whatever the case is? What up with you, Bold?
Hey, I know AC said 70-30. I'm gonna take it a little further. It's gonna make me 80-20 a nigga. See, the thing is with Steve Espinoza, it seemed like it was a lot of contradictions in there because, you know, especially when he said he knew the details and then he came out and said he didn't fully know the details. You know, that to me threw me for a loop.
See, that's
and
50,
I know
I gotta tell y'all, he's slick. You got it's truth and it's a lie in everything that he's saying. Like he said, we can have. My bad. I just want to say this real quick. Like he said, we can meet up now and get this done in those certain amount of hours, which in one day. But that's the truth. They can. But the truth of the matter, what he's not saying is, Bud Crawford already said, "Let's do that," and then that's when he said, "My mom is sick." You see what I'm saying? So it's like he know what the truth is, but he try to fix it to make it fit their narrative. He a bullshitter, but the truth is there too, but he add the lie. That's what make it 50-50. You just got to know it. You got to know the truth and accept it. We know what it is. We all know the same thing that he's saying. We know it's true and what's not. The Spence fans know it too, but they ignore the truth and say what they want to say, what they want it to be. They say Spence say stuff that he don't even say. They say what Spence should do. What he training. He said, you better make way. He don't say none of that. They just make it up on their own, but Stephen Espinoza know what's real. Go ahead though, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, finish up, Bo, with your thoughts.
Yeah. I just think it was a lot of contradiction. You know, he could have went one way and it would have sounded more believable, whether he was lying or telling the truth. But the fact, it just seemed like he contradicted himself quite a few times in that whole interview. It just kind of just threw me for the loop, man. So I really don't have a percentage on it. I mean, it could be more like a 50-50, but he's going to line himself up with the PBC no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Because that's who they doing deals with. So that's how I look at the whole situation. But yeah, I go ahead and pass it on to Knockout.
All right. Let me just finish up the thought I had. I remember what it was when he said that. When Stephen Espinoza said, it took them all by surprise. And
before you cook, hey Katie, I'll be right back.
All right, no problem, fam. Go ahead, AC.
And the rug being pulled from underneath them, right? My point is this: what is this? Bud taking a fight that this year, and your fight, all your fight dates are for next year, and it doesn't affect any fight for next year, versus $25 million just being outright denied and saying, I ain't letting nobody touch it. You feel like this $25 million is enough to make this fight. This is why you contacted both of them immediately after finding out. Like, yeah, these niggas is really ready to give us this. And then to find out that that's taken away from you versus you fighting a guy that it's being reported and the narrative is nobody wanted to see the fight and you only got 10 million. Make that make sense. And you talking about the rug being pulled from underneath. Y'all fucked Terence Crawford over because he could have made 25 million. Errol could have made 25 million, but he settled for 10 in an Avenesian fight. You feel what I'm saying? That
before
Errol when he was supposed to. You feel me? They would have got 25 million.
Gotcha.
Before Knockout go though, ask him if he believed that Espinoza is any way biased at all. Is he at least 51% biased? Any percentage bias towards PBC?
Well, I'll ask that as a follow-up if anything. But same question, Knockout. What's your opinion? Is Espinoza telling the truth? What percentage lie? What percentage truth in your opinion?
Man, that nigga lying 50% of the time. That nigga telling the truth 50% of the time. And y'all is funny, man.
Hold on real quick. Who doing dishes? Somebody doing dishes or some shit? Somebody by waterfall?
Not me. I'm rolling up.
Oh, my bad. I ain't know you threw me in, man. That's my bad. I wasn't even at the phone. I'm over there washing my damn bowl out and shit.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. He lying, man. 50% of the time, and he telling the truth 50% of the time. I just know what it's for. It's because he a network executive and he really want this fight. So of course he gonna lie and try not to shit all the way on Bud and tell the truth and shit. So he gonna make it seem like, you know what I mean, like like Bud was, you know, he wasn't that bad, and he still want to make the fight, and we want to do of course, the nigga lying 50%. What y'all thought? What the fuck y'all thought I was gonna come up here and do? What you niggas expect, bro? Y'all just did the same thing. You niggas got up here, and basically what I heard from y'all was everything that Espinoza said that fit your narrative, he was telling the truth. Everything that Espinoza said that fit what I believe, the nigga was lying. So I'm doing the same motherfucking thing. I ain't trying to hear that shit, man.
Oh yeah, we don't.
I'm not trying to hear that shit, bro. Y'all can miss me with all that bullshit, bro. So yes, he lying 50% of the time, and he telling the truth 50% of the time. When he was talking about how this nigga Terence Crawford was over here taking forever to get back to him and shit, and this nigga was asking for shit that don't nobody in the history of boxing ever asked for, the nigga was telling the truth. When he was acting like, oh, you know, it was this and it was that, and being all nice to Terence Crawford and shit, his ass was lying. So I'm right there with y'all. This nigga was 50-50 telling the truth, 50-50 lying. Next question, nigga.
Maybe, hey, I would say though, maybe he 50-50 because he wants to fight the happen. Maybe he don't want to piss Bud off. You know what I'm saying? Because if he was, yeah, go ahead.
He want the fight to happen, but he want to be able to cheat Crawford. Stephen Espinoza out for himself. I'm telling you, that's the problem in this fight. He trying to get too much money that he not even supposed to be getting. So he used to cheating people, but he not able to cheat Crawford. They looking at Crawford like, oh, well, you don't have a network behind you or none of that. So it don't matter if he have that. He can handle the business himself. But they gonna say, oh, since you not in, that's not your title. You not privy to this information. When he is, that's like him being his own lawyer in court. They mad because he's his own lawyer. He don't need no promoter. He don't need no network or none of that. He can handle his own business. So give him what he's entitled to. If you don't want to give him percentage, let him see what the books are. If you don't want to see what the books, give him a percentage. It's simple as that. They doing everything to not make the fight. Al don't want to fight. Spence don't want to fight. Stephen Espinoza want to fight, but he don't want to. He's trying to get as much as he can get from it. That's in my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look at it like this.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I got one more person that needs to speak on it. My guy D Lucky. D Lucky, what's going on with you, fam? Welcome to the panel. First of all, how you doing, man? First of all, how you doing? How you been, bro?
Oh, I'm solid, man. You know, just got home from work not too long ago, man.
That nigga nervous. That nigga nervous because them Giants about to fuck them Eagles up. He over there nervous.
Hey, we can put push-ups on that too if you want to.
Hell no, I ain't betting on the Giants. Go ahead and talk your shit.
Okay,
I'm going on mute, man.
Just making sure. No, man, I listened to it, man. I'm not too sure exactly what's going on, but at this point, I'm more than likely just trying to see what's gonna happen after April. Because it seems like they're gonna make the fight. I don't even know if this shit even official. Is it even official yet?
Nah.
When it comes to Thurman and Spence. So I'm not gonna even really believe it yet at this point, you know, and that's gonna go based off what the conversation is. But like I said earlier, it seems like Espinoza possibly wants to fight because of the fact he's like kind of all over the place. He doesn't want to piss Bud off. He doesn't want to piss PBC off. He wants to kind of keep it neutral. So I think when you got a guy that's trying to keep things neutral, at some point you can kind of realize, okay, maybe he wants it, but maybe he's trying, like you said, he's still trying to get his end, get his pockets fat too. You know what I'm saying? And that's how politics go. It's too many hands in the pot. And when it's like that, and especially when you got a guy like Bud that ain't gonna let you just fuck him over. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be like a tug of war. Yeah, they're gonna bump heads at times, but it's gonna, like he said, Stephen Espinoza did say something like that. Like a good deal is when nobody's happy. And that's true, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like they gotta look further in the future when it comes to that. Like, okay, we make this first fight happen and it's a success to it. Okay, now we can renegotiate for a second fight. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they need to negotiate more than just this one fight. They need to negotiate.
Ain't gonna be no second fight, D Lucky.
I kind of
ain't gonna be no second fight. Bug not gonna want a second fight. After Earl take both his eyeballs out of his goddamn face.
Well,
he ain't gonna want no fight.
After Bud stop him, Earl ain't gonna want the rematch.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Anybody want to bet on that? Bud ain't stopping Earl, but Earl gonna beat that boy ass.
Hey, knockout. Let me ask you this.
Earl gonna throw a lot of punches with his face.
If you ask me a question, I get to ask you one back.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, go ahead.
When Ugas, when he made Spence look, whenever he turned away and looked at his mouthpiece and he hit him twice into the ropes, right? If that was Crawford, would he have finished Spence right there?
I don't know.
Well, I
He
mean,
would have. He
if
know
you
he
had
would
to
have.
guess, if you had to guess,
If I had to guess, probably yeah.
Okay,
He
okay.
didn't want to answer that
That's
question.
why
He
I
didn't want
talk
to
to
answer
you.
it.
That's why
He
I
didn't
talk
want
to
to
you
answer that one.
because you talk with
Now,
logic.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, for sure.
If Earl hurt Bud Crawford the way that Mean Machine hurt him, or the way that Yuriokas Gamboa hurt him, is Crawford surviving that? You see how that
Definitely.
shit go?
Yeah,
Definitely,
look,
because
listen.
Errol's not a
Let
good
me
finisher.
answer
See
that.
how that shit go?
Let me
I mean,
fully answer it.
if,
Let me
if,
The
answer
if
it.
referee
either of
stopped the
them,
fight.
basically, bro, what I'm saying is, if either of them get the other one hurt, we can all admit that they good enough to where that fight is over with. If
No.
Earl fuck
Look,
Bud
let
up
me.
and get him hurt, that shit over
Um,
with. If Bud
Er,
fuck Earl up and get him hurt, that shit over with.
Wait,
Hold
That's
hold
on,
it.
on.
Katie. Let me
Wait,
respond. Let me
Earl ain't the
respond,
finisher
bro.
that Bud is, but go
Look,
ahead.
exactly.
hold on,
Exactly.
look, knockout. Look, this is the difference. Cause look, hold on, check this out. When Ugas did that, he stopped. We don't know what would have happened if he got hit again. He could have potentially stopped him. But when Mean Machine did that to Crawford and Gamboa did that to Crawford, we saw what Crawford did to him after that. So
Mm-hmm.
from my point of view, if Spence hit Bud like that, he gonna do the same thing. He finna go in and beat. That's how Bud is. When you hit Bud, he going off. So
Bro, he is not turning up on Earl
detrimental.
like that,
It's
bro.
gonna be detrimental for Spence to hurt Bud because if he hit Bud hard enough, Bud finna knock him out anyway.
Bro,
So he gonna
Very
be
detrimental.
Hey,
when
hold
that,
on,
when that fight happen, bro, we can bet whatever you want to bet on that. Bro.
Hey, hold on real quick,
We
y'all.
gonna. I'm gonna
Hold
bet
on,
you.
y'all. Hey, Vincent Roof, man. Hey, the panel full at the moment, but as soon as somebody drop off, I'll bring you on, fam. But go ahead, y'all.
For sure. Look, knockout. I'm gonna bet you. I got a bet with BFTB on the stoppage 700. I got a bet with Dwight Anderson on Easy Route Channel, and I will bet you too. I ain't gonna make another bet until it happens because Spence is trying to duck, so I don't even know if it's gonna happen. But if it
I know
happens,
you, man. Don't
I'm
start that. Don't
definitely
start
gonna
that
bet.
bullshit, man.
I'm gonna
Don't start
bet.
that spin ducking shit, man. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Right, you on
Wait
that
till he get a
Crawford
belt.
bet.
Yeah, he ain't did nothing in the welterweight today.
You
When he
have
get
did
a belt,
nothing.
you want to go over there. Keith Thurman want to go over there, and now y'all want to say, "Oh, I ain't fought nobody," but I got a belt now, so
Okay.
That
Sean
makes
Porter
sense.
got a belt too.
So now
Sean
this-
Porter got a belt too. Sean Porter. So why am I go to easy roll and not Sean Porter out? So why am I go to easy roll and not Sean Porter out?
So why am I go to easy roll and not Sean Porter? So why am I go to easy roll and not Sean Porter?
Who mans is this? Guys avoiding him. Like I said, I'm gonna get these belts over here. Then I'm gonna come take Terence Crawford belt because I said I'm gonna be undisputed welterweight champion of the world. So the only way to make that.
Can we be done with everybody else but Terence Crawford? Can we just do Errol Spence versus Terence Crawford?
I mean, that could happen. We got to see how it go. But, you know, like I said, I can move up to 160 and fight Canelo Alvarez.
Look, I want to.
Ain't no question whether you duck.
Hey, look,
So can you do me a favor since you got the clips and shit? Do you want to play the clip of Bo Mack saying that they did the same thing and took the easy route instead of coming up to challenge Earl?
God,
they did the Jeff Horn shit. Then hold on. Then can you play the clips of Terence Crawford saying that he was done with the fight and he didn't want the fight no more? Then can you play the clips of him saying that he wanted 60-40 in his favor or no fight, or even if they offered him 50-50 that he still wouldn't take the fight? Or could you play the clip of him saying that sometimes you gotta let shit pass you by? You see how that shit work? Like you got all these clips.
It don't work out that way because at the end of the day,
Or is that a little bit different? That's a little bit different though.
Hey, knockout.
That's a little bit different. We don't have them clips on deck though, huh? Them clips they disappeared. They gone somewhere.
Hold on, bro. Let me just get out of
clips are irrelevant.
Those clips ain't relevant. And guess what? At those times, I wasn't the one calling Bud a duck. I was saying it was size of the streets and the business of boxing was getting in the way of the fight. Y'all was coming with that Earl is ducking shit. So when I'm trying to figure out, we got all these clips of Earl saying shit, and we got all this shits of Bud saying similar shit. But when Earl say the shit, he a duck. When Bud say the shit, he don't really mean it.
Wait a second. Wait. You said you were saying size of the street, right? That you said what you were saying?
I'm saying that I was saying that the business of boxing was keeping that fight from happening. I wasn't calling Bud Crawford.
What's keeping it now?
What business of boxing? What business of boxing? Hold on.
The fact that Top Rank and PBC were suing each other at the time. The fact that neither one of them had built up their pay-per-view profiles yet. So they wasn't just gonna go in and make the fight like that.
Is that right? Is that right? Then why we got Tom Brown saying this?
It's the fighters. It's always the fighters. When they ask for something and it's a fight that can be made, we're going to go do it. We worked with Top Rank. many times in the past, and it seems like the relationship's just been getting better and better, and
Better and better.
Yeah, he said, and he had the audacity to say that after they had to sue Top Rank for Tyson Fury to fight Deontay Wilder a third time. Okay, but the relationship is good. All right.
Why not now?
Whatever
though,
y'all say.
What's
And that was
holding
in
up
January.
now?
So wait. This is what I want to get to. So Tom Brown lying?
Is he lying about what?
About having a good relationship with Top Rank, and it's the fighters he lying?
I think no, he ain't. He lying about the Top Rank part. If fighters really want to fight, I don't think he lying about that because we clearly see that Bud Crawford don't want this fight. So I mean, Earl can't
you spun that real nice.
Earl can't force him in the ring. If a fighter really want to fight, then you gonna fight the fight. Earl can't force him in the ring.
Knockout.
Knockout a question. Knockout. Here's my question to you, bro. Has Errol Spence responded to Terence Bud Crawford's tweet? I'm waiting for you to spin the block. You know what I'm saying? I'm here.
No, he hasn't responded to it. No,
exactly. Okay. That's what I was gonna say. Why not?
Why not? Because he has a fight coming up.
Why is any other fight more important than fighting Bud Crawford for undisputed? No other fighter is any.
No, there is no fight that's more important.
Why
than that.
can't you respond to the tweet? It's just
because the nigga tweeted the shit after he knew Earl had a fight announcement coming up. Y'all don't find okay, it's not true. So this is what happened. Like, I know y'all get bro. This is what happened. This is exactly about Keith Thurman. Let me say this, bro. Let me say this because y'all hear me say something, then you want to go in and you want like I don't have an explanation or a reason or any facts to back up what I'm saying. This is why I'm saying that, bro. This is why I'm saying that. These are the facts of the matter. Errol Spence told the world during the Frank Martin and Michelle Rivera fight, I was about to announce a fight, but the car accident pushed it back. Y'all all got very good common sense. You know ain't nobody about to announce a fight unless it's already signed. That was on December 17th. Before that on December 10th. Before that on December 10th, when Bud Crawford had his fight, and they asked him about Earl, he talking about going back to the drawing board and all this extra shit. He didn't do it. He didn't say nothing about spinning the block and none of that shit. It wasn't until December 20th when he finally tweeted out, "Oh yeah, I'm waiting for you to spin the block." So y'all be real with yourselves. Y'all don't think that he knew that Earl said he had a fight announcent coming up?
Okay, so first, wait a minute. So that's first of all, that's not true because Bud Crawford in this interview said that after he was done with Avanesian, that he gonna be ready to make the fight right back to negotiation with Earl Spence. So
what did he say the night of the fight?
It don't matter what he said the night of the fight. He said that way.
So it don't matter what he say the night of the fight. But when Earl Spence say, "Yeah, I'm gonna get this third belt from Ugas, then I'm gonna go get the other belt that's out there, the WBO belt." Y'all told me that shit wasn't a call out there.
You deflect because he said that Earl was the intention from the beginning. As soon as the fight was made with Avanesian, he said from the beginning that he was looking for Earl Spence after the Avanesian.
So why his energy changed on fight night? Why did his energy change on fight night?
Can they pay Thurman? Can he pay Thurman step aside money right now?
Why?
And fight for undisputed because he said he's not leaving 147 until he get undisputed. And if he having weight trouble, why not fight and get that over with now? Why wouldn't he pay? If he said he'll never fight Keith Thurman, why wouldn't you pay him step aside to get the fans what they want? He said he was spinning the block. He said he coming for that motherfucking belt. He said all that. Why isn't he giving Keith Thurman step aside money? He could pay, especially Keith Thurman. If it was somebody else, maybe not even them, but maybe somebody else.
Why
Keith Thurman? Well, cause Keith Thurman didn't give him a shot, and we won't. But so you want Keith Thurman instead of Bud Crawford?
No, I want the Bud Crawford fight, but I want the Bud Crawford fight.
That's why. Because listen, that's why even Spence fans want Bud Crawford. That's why. I
still want to fight, but I find it very hypocritical, and I find it very distasteful. And I ain't saying y'all are hypocrites or nothing like that, but I just find it very funny that when Bud Crawford was doing his thing, it was, hey man, he got to get his bed. He's just gonna come back and he gonna fight Earl. Like that's cool. He get his money, he gonna come back and fight Earl.
So
that's
what
cool with y'all. But now because Earl had to go make a cheap fight that he only had to make as a result. Like y'all keep leaving this shit out.
Wait.
The only reason that he had to make the Earl and Keith Thurman fight is as a result of Bud pulling out of negotiations, and so he made the Keith fight after that. So you want him to now? So hold on, I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you're asking him to do. So you want him now after having to make the fight because Terence Crawford went and did something else. Now that Terence Crawford has did his something else and he come back and he ready, Earl is now supposed to move Keith Thurman aside to go back and try to get into negotiation with the dude that made him have to negotiate and make a fight with Keith Thurman in the first place. By pulling out of that shit.
Real quick.
That don't make no sense, bro.
Real quick, though. So we always, every time we come to this conversation, you always operate on the assumption that Bud pulled out of these negotiations. But where's your proof of that? As a matter of fact,
bro, he fought someone else.
So wait. So you can't fight. You can't schedule 2 fights at one time.
No, I mean yes, you can, but he didn't do that. He did not do that, bro. What are you talking about?
How do you know that he didn't do that? Because they didn't.
Because they have no time fight agreement. They didn't fight. They didn't announce no fight. They didn't say shit was done. He pulled out of the fight. That was what he did the whole Instagram live for. That's why he went on interviews leading up to the Avanesian fight, giving us reason after reason, talking about Errol Spence more than his upcoming fight. That's why him and Earl got into it on Twitter because he pulled out. Do you think that if they had a deal or if they had agreed to something, that him and Earl would be going back and forth, bro? What are you talking about?
Okay, wait. You just said it. Do you think if they had a deal? So what you're saying is they didn't even have a deal, right?
They didn't have a deal because he pulled out of negotiations. That's what I've been telling you, bro.
He pulled out of negotiations.
He pulled out of negotiations. Exactly.
Hey, Knockout. What I wanted to tell you, if you said that he
wait, real quick. How can you pull out of a fight or pull out of negotiations with no deal and you still negotiate?
You're not negotiating. He stopped negotiating to go fight Avanesian, bro. That is why Stephen Espinoza said that we would have to get back into negotiations to make a fight. Like, why would you have to get back into negotiations to make a fight if he didn't pull out of negotiations in the first place? Y'all not making sense to me, bro. Stop it.
I said you said he went. We mad because he went to get a bag with Keith Thurman. And what I'm telling you is,
I didn't say you were mad at that. I said you're being unrealistic if you were cool with Terence Bud Crawford going off, pulling out, doing his own thing. Earl ain't pulling out of shit. Earl only keeping himself busy the same way y'all told me that Keith Thurman kept himself busy. I mean, the same way y'all told me.
Hold on. What I'm saying, hold on, let me tell him this because he could fight Crawford next. Him fighting Avanesian didn't affect Errol Spence at all because they didn't know when they was going. Their fight was always for 2023, so that didn't have any effect on Errol Spence and the date that they could fight. They can still fight now, and I will bet you $1,000, no matter who he fight next, he's not gonna make $25 million, which Crawford offered him. He's not gonna make that no matter who he fight. I'll bet you however much you want to bet. I guarantee you.
And I'll bet you I'll double that bet. And just like I told AC, I'll double that bet, and I'll put my channel on the line. I will not make a video. I will not go live tonight. I will cancel my channel if you can provide the people with proof of who was putting up that phantom $25 million. Still waiting on that.
Shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter, bro. The Spence didn't even try to find out. He didn't even get
wait. Hold on, y'all. So Knockout said that he pulled out of the fight, out of the negotiation. That's what Knockout said, right?
That's what he did. Yeah.
But we got Stephen Espinoza on here saying that they didn't give Crawford what he was looking for, which was the ability to approve expenses. Do we got to go over this again? Because this is what the live was about.
Yes, you don't have to go over it again, bro. And the fact that he asked that shit, and what we don't know, and this is what I think we can all throw opinions around. When did he ask for that shit? Did he agree to everything and then ask for the shit a second or third time? Was he asking for that shit from the very first time they started talking to me? When did this nigga ask for that shit?
How is that relevant to the conversation?
Because
if we're working on a deal, wait. If we're working on a deal and I ask for something and you tell me I can't do it, does it matter when I ask for it?
Yes, because if you asking for the shit after we agree to everything, you say everything cool, then you come out of left field and ask for some shit that ain't nobody in the history of boxing ever been able to do. Then, bro, that shit looks sideways, bro. You can't say you don't. You can't name me.
After the contract was written already.
All of y'all disagree with me, bro. Not one of you, Nick. Not one of y'all, bro, can tell me one time that a fighter has ever had that type of ability to approve expenses, bro. You can't name one time.
Okay. Name the fights without no guarantee.
Javante Tank Davis, Roy Jones Jr.,
Knockout. Not just any fight. This fight is the biggest fight in boxing. Let's not exclude that.
Every fight that Floyd ever fought in at the time was the biggest fight in boxing.
Hold on, y'all. Wait a second. Because you named Floyd Mayweather and Gervonta Davis, but which fights?
Don't know.
Ask Stephen Espinoza because he told you.
He don't know.
Okay. So
now listen.
Stephen Espinoza, this is my thing with y'all, bro. Y'all riding with Stephen Espinoza on certain shit, but then when he say shit that you don't agree with, when he say, man, we done fights with fighters that had no guarantee plenty of times. Floyd Mayweather did fight with no guarantee. Devontae Davis did fight with no guarantee. When he say shit like that, y'all don't want to believe him.
No,
when he say that shit, y'all don't want to believe him. But when he beat up his blood or he say something that you think you can use, that's what you choose to believe, bro. No, believe all that shit.
Hold on.
Believe all that shit. Y'all don't want to talk about that shit.
Hold on. This is Bud gonna stop Spence. And last time you told somebody, don't categorize you with everybody. Don't say y'all because I said he's tell the truth 50% of the time. So don't put me with everybody because
y'all keep talking about this no guarantee. Everybody up on this panel, bro.
50-50. I said 50-50.
Okay, so was he telling the truth about other fighters? So my bad. I apologize.
That had no guarantee.
I should have respected you enough to ask you a question. So, do you think that Stephen Espinoza is telling the truth when he says that he has done plenty of fights with fighters that had no guarantee, and he named Gervonta Davis and Floyd Mayweather? Do you think he's lying or telling the truth?
Listen, he's telling it's 50-50 because the truth part is he's telling the truth because he have done fights of maybe those fighters that didn't get a guarantee. But listen.
Okay.
I guarantee you he ain't had one fighter who had the biggest fight of their career that didn't get a guarantee. If Errol Spence fight Bud Crawford, that's the biggest fight of his career. If Crawford fight Errol Spence, that's the biggest fight of his career. It ain't one fight that somebody had the biggest fight of their career and didn't get a guarantee. I'll bet my life.
That's not true. That's not true.
Who? What fight? Name the fight.
You want me to prove it to you?
Yeah,
every single opponent that Floyd Mayweather ever fought was the biggest fight of their career. So what are you talking about?
So
and he said he did Floyd Mayweather fights where they had no guarantees, and every opponent that Floyd ever fought was the biggest fight of their career.
You said Floyd didn't get a guarantee. That's what.
Bro, you think they giving somebody else a guarantee, but Floyd ain't getting one. If he ain't getting no guarantee, the other person ain't getting no guarantee.
Look, those people are nobodies. We talking about somebody. Floyd Mayweather's biggest fights. I bet you when the Gotti fight, he got a guarantee. Oscar De La Hoya, and Stephen Espinoza said the last 3 years it just started, which is
the Gotti fight was on HBO. I don't even know why that's coming up.
Floyd Mayweather got a guarantee versus Canelo in 2000 and when they fought way more than 3 years ago. So he's lying about that.
But what I'm so he's lying about that. But when he say something that you think you can use in honor of Terence Crawford, he's telling the truth.
No, that's not what I do. So you telling me?
I get it. No, I get it. It's cool. No issue.
So hold on. So you telling me that Terence Crawford doesn't deserve a guarantee in this fight?
I'm telling you, no. This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you. As a fight fan, because I know that Errol Spence. This is what y'all. Y'all keep talking about stuff that Errol Spence fans can't escape, right? This is what makes the shit sound like some crybaby shit, bro. And why I'm like, damn, y'all really want to fight? Because guess what, bro? Errol Spence didn't have no motherfucking guarantee either, but he signed his shit. He ready to fight. I don't give a fuck about that money, bro.
He ready to fight. Why he didn't?
He ready to fight. He ain't got no guarantee. As a Spence fan, I ain't up here crying because this nigga ain't getting no guarantee. Nigga sign your shit.
Look, we talk
y'all don't want to talk about that shit though.
You got me to talking about the past again. Why they can't fight right now? It ain't no reason for them not to fight right now.
Bro, it's a fight that's already made, that been made since November, bro.
So why can't he pay him step aside?
Because why would I do that, bro?
Because
when I can just fight, stay active, and then come back to the table and see you.
Because he wants undisputed.
What are you talking about, bro?
Look, I'm trying to answer it for you because he wants undisputed, and it's hard for him to make 147. So get it over with. That's why.
No, bro. Listen, that's why he fighting him at 154. So
you having weight problems.
So why not fight Crawford now if you're gonna go to 154? Why not now? There's no excuse to fight. Why not fight now, bro?
Time don't make
because he already got a fight that's been made since November.
He can pay him step aside money though.
Why would he pay step aside money for a man that just ducked out of negotiations with him?
Because that's the fight that you want and we all want.
No, bro, like ain't nobody doing that shit. This man drugged him alone for 6 months straight.
So Keith
talking to
Thurman
another
drove him.
entity at the same
Keith Thurman
time.
did it for years. Keith Thurman did it for years.
Cool, and he getting a fight where he don't even get a chance to win the belts, all because he had to be forced to fight
Keith
him,
Thurman did it for years, so he but still fight him, but not fight Bud because he pulled out of some negotiations.
No, Bud still gonna get the fight, but nigga, I'm not gonna
If they
stop
fight,
everything I'm doing for
I
you.
want $1,000. I got $1,000. Bud gonna stop him on you. What's up?
I mean, that's cool.
What's up? You making a bet? You making a
When the
bet?
fight
We got
happens,
$1,000 on the
we'll
fight.
lock it in. Y'all don't like to pay bets though, but I got you.
Ask BFTB. I don't gotta pay my bets because he paid me for every bet.
Bro, I don't know why we going. Why are you going to that? That's how you know you like, bro. Why you going to that? Let's talk about what we're talking about.
Look,
you see how you trying to move it around and shit.
No, look, knockout. Look, knockout. But I'm telling you, I made 3 bets on YouTube and I won every one of those bets.
Bro, that's
and
cool.
Look, now hold on. Look, I got
Get your
500.
money, King. Get your money, King. But
what I'm
telling you is it's ill-advised, bro, and it's illogical to know the fact. Like at the end of the day, none of us in the negotiation table, but we know these facts, bro. We know that they've been talking since May. We know that Bud was talking to both parties at the same time. We know that Bud told the PBC, "Nah, I'm good. I'm finna go ahead and fight Avanesian." We know that Earl and fucking Keith got ordered on November 10th of 2022, and we know that they went to WBA asking could they go ahead and fight on November 21st.
You still talking about
we know
the
that
past.
this fight been in the works since November. So to ask this man after Bud Crawford went and did his thing, to ask this man, "Hey man, stop everything."
How they get the fight done? Hey, how they get the fight done so fast?
So knockout.
Because
Look,
they ain't distrustful.
Wait,
Al
let
Heyman.
him answer the question
Because they both trust Al Heyman and Bud Crawford don't. So Keith Thurman gonna sign whatever, but Errol gonna sign whatever. Al runs both their careers, bro. It's easy to make an in-house fight. It's the same way that fucking Fury and Wilder take forever, right? Hold on, Fury and Wilder take forever, but Jose Ramirez and Richard Comey over at Top Rank, that shit got done like that at a snap of a finger. It's in-house, bro.
Nah, Fury didn't want the fight. That's why it took so long. Fury didn't want the fight. Fury didn't want the fight. That's why it took so long.
If the fight done, why don't we have an announcement for Keith Thurman versus Errol Spence? Why don't we have a date, a venue, and at least talking about the undercard?
They never announce a fight when it's done. That's why you gotta. That's why you gotta look at the orders. You gotta look at the sanctioning bodies. You gotta look at what the fighters say and shit.
He got a guarantee.
I don't know.
Bro, because I see.
We don't know because they ain't announced that shit yet.
But the fight is done.
This is the last thing I want to say.
The fight is done. It's ordered, so ain't nothing can be done about Terence Crawford.
I didn't say ain't nothing. I ain't saying nothing could be done. What I'm saying is, if you was cool with Terence Crawford and David Avanesian, and you was cool with him pulling out when you know he had something on the table where he could have fought Spence, you should not be criticizing this shit, bro.
Okay, look, hey, hold on. That's all I want to say to you. Look, so if
One
they
at a time,
fight,
fellas.
cool. I'm gonna be cool with that. Look, but just because I understand when I can't, it's no proving and none to certain people who represent Errol Spence. But I want to ask you this: if Errol Spence and Crawford fight, do we got to bet? I said 1,000. Do you want to bet? However much you want to bet, we can bet. But I'm saying 1,000. Whatever you want to bet, because we know who you are. KD know who you are. People know me on YouTube, bro. So we gonna be on here.
When the fight get made, we'll talk about it, bro.
Yeah. See, look,
I don't trust your mans, bro. I don't trust your mans, dog. I don't trust them.
Who? Me?
I don't trust your man's. Your man's Terence Crawford, not you, bro.
Oh no, but I'm saying if the fight happens, then boom, the bet is popping right soon. Let the
fight get made. Let the fight get made, then we'll talk, bro.
I think
it ain't nothing against you, bro. But KD, I ain't asking KD to say nobody name. I ain't putting them in shit. But this is 100% facts. I made a bet with somebody on this channel. They still ain't paying me my money because they told me Ugas was gonna beat Errol Spence. I still ain't got my motherfucker.
Who was it?
I ain't doing that.
But hold on, y'all. I'm put it like this though. It's probably a better bet to make whether or not the fight gonna happen or not. That's probably a much more like better bet to try to make right now whether or not what's gonna happen in the bet.
Bud Crawford shaky out here, 100%.
Nah. We know it's Errol Spence, but I hear you. But go ahead.
He can't beat.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
That's your opinion, Bud gonna stop Spence. I expect you to say that with your name, bro. And I ain't mad at nobody's opinion saying Crawford gonna stop Spence, bro. Like we all got opinions, bro. It is what it is. What's up?
Hey, why did Bud leave Top Rank?
Shit, good. I mean, shit. You said Bob
He
Arum
wanted to fight, right?
That's
I mean, shit.
Because he wanted
Did he
to fight,
leave
right?
because of that, or did he leave because Bob Aaron was racist and shitting on him and shit?
No, because Bob Aaron didn't get him the Spence fight, bro. You got to keep.
Did he have
Why
in the contract to get $1 million if he didn't get the Spence fight?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah,
So
that's why Bomac ain't his trainer. That's why Bomac ain't his trainer or
That
manager
should
no
be
more.
proof enough in itself to show that Bud wanted to fight, bro. The man trying to. That man. If you look at both, if you look at Spence and Crawford has put more effort towards making the fight happen than Spence has, bro.
Why Spence ain't put his card about the 50 million? Why Spence ain't put his
making
card?
moves like
How could you say that knowing that Spence side is the one making the offers? How could you say that knowing
it don't
that
matter
Spence
when
is the one
Bud
with the
they
net?
make offers. They're the ones that made it.
35
Bud
all this
came to
effort,
them.
but he's literally sitting around waiting on offers, bro.
Bud came to them.
He offered him 50
Come on,
million.
bro.
If he wanted to fight, he would have at least acknowledged
Man,
it.
that
He didn't
man
even
ain't
call
offered
him
him
back.
50 million. That
He
man
had
is
to
a
call him
liar.
Wait a second. Wait. Bud literally crossed the. He left his promoter, crossed the street over to Earl side in order to make the fight.
Got a belt. Got a
Waited
belt.
on the easy route, but then
Only
also, Bud petitioned the WBC and the IBF to become Earl mandatory. You remember that?
Yep.
So how could you compare what Earl has done to what Bud has done in order to get the fight done?
He took
and
35%.
then you saying PBC handling the business as far as the offer, but they obviously trash with it because the best offer you can come up with is 35% of a net with no guarantee.
But
Errol Spence have a guarantee.
Errol Spence himself said no boxer gonna take that offer.
Did Errol Spence have a guarantee?
This ain't about whether or not Errol Spence got a guarantee.
So Earl ain't got no guarantee. They on the y'all sound like Devin Haney saying that Tank Davis cheated because the fight got stopped, bro.
You said Earl.
Like that's how y'all sounding right now.
Hold on, knockout. You said Earl didn't get a guarantee, but yesterday and all them days before, y'all said y'all offered Bud a $15 million guarantee. That's what Ugas said, and y'all went along with it. How did neither one of them get a guarantee?
Oh yeah, I heard that cap ass shit.
What's up?
I seen Ugas said that, and I posted that shit too. But I'm going off what Earl said, bro. Like Ugas is a third. Like Earl said, he ain't getting no
what
guarantee.
Him and Earl agreed to.
So if both of them saying they ain't getting no guarantee, why are we making all this fuss and crying for Terence Crawford? Because it's split.
Because we showing you.
Y'all know that he's a 55, bro. You shouldn't even be crying about the 35. You know that nigga the clear B-side. So if you gonna argue about the guaranteed money and Spence ain't getting no guarantee either, why the fuck you care about a guarantee? I thought we all just want to see the fight.
What we showing you is how PBC operates in Showtime. They got people coming out to make up these stories to make their narrative. That's what they doing. You know that he lying. He lying. It's a reason they told him to say that. They Ugas, he don't even know English, but that post was in English. He didn't write that. Like Spence didn't write them posts. He didn't write that.
Right.
Oh, now Spence ain't write his shit either, bro. Y'all funny as hell, bro.
Yeah, Spence didn't write that. We know what Spence told him what he did.
Hold on, fam. Hold on. This is what I want to know. Hey, knockout. What's the reason for no guarantee? What do you believe is the reason why they not offering nobody no guarantee?
Shit, because you make more. They feel like the fight is big enough to where you don't need one, and if they offer a guarantee, that's less money that they have to spend.
Stephen Espinoza said. Stephen Espinoza said the fight will do good.
If the fight is real big, right, and I think I can make all this money on pay-per-view, and I want to make the fight big, and I want to do press tours and shit. Let's say I want to go to LA, I want to go to New York, I want to go down to Texas, I want to go to Omaha. I want to do more promotions on football games and shit. I want to. All that shit costs money, bro. So if I think I can make the fight big, I'm gonna promote it and just give y'all net revenue, which is back end money that you can make more money off of. You don't got no cap. Because if the promotion go right and you motherfuckers do 2 million buys or you do 3 million buys, you niggas gonna be thanking Al Heyman later because it's gonna be the most money you ever see. Your ass probably won't fight no more if you promote. And then the second thing, this gross revenue shit y'all was talking about, bro. No one does that in business, bro. Ain't nobody finna pay you before the expenses are paid, dog. You gotta make sure that you got something. No one's doing it.
And nobody goes into business without having no say so or no approval over no expenses.
Yes, they do. Okay, cool. Name me the fighter that had.
Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao.
Floyd Mayweather did not approve any expenses.
Wait. Stephen Espinoza confirmed that Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao had it because he said that they came to an impasse and that it was
between Top Rank and the PPC, not Floyd and Manny, bro.
It was Floyd and Manny.
That it was Floyd
and the PPC, not Manny, because Floyd was his own promoter. But Floyd was also putting up money for fights through Mayweather promotion.
He said they both had
approval expenses. They both had that ability to do that. It wasn't just Floyd,
that
or
was
it
the
was,
reason
it
why
was
the
both of them.
tickets.
And that's why they came
top
to an
rank, bro.
impasse.
That was a top rank thing, and Mayweather had Mayweather promotions. I'm talking about a
How you
fighter.
gonna blame it on Top Rank?
It was
Because that's what
said.
It wasn't they. It
He
wasn't
said
their
it happened with the Floyd and Manny fight over tickets. That's the only time I've seen it happen. But that's Manny's bosses, the people that were putting up the money for Manny, were top rank, bro.
You said
I said a fighter, bro, a fighter, a single fighter who's not doesn't have a promoter, who's not putting up any money for the fight, who's not bringing anything to the table other than
But knockout, you just explained that he is putting up money for the fight because they're
He's
taking
not.
away. They're taking away from his guaranteed purse that he would make as a fighter, meaning earned income that he was make as a fighter, and putting it into the promotion. That is
He's putting up future money that don't exist.
What do you mean? What do you mean money that don't exist?
He's putting up future money that don't exist. What you telling me?
He would have earned the money by fighting, right? If
He
you
would
gonna
have
if you going
if he got a guarantee, but if you accept the deal with no fucking revenue or fucking no guarantee, then how are you putting up anything, bro? He's not putting up no money. What money came out of what money was coming out of his bank account?
If Spence come out and say he fight Bud next, y'all gonna be scared to death. Y'all
I'm gonna be happy as hell.
Wait a second.
I'm be happy as hell, bro.
So Bud would have to fight for free. He would have to fight Earl for free.
You really believe that, bro? Stop it, bro.
I'm asking.
Hell no, bro.
Because that's what you're saying when you say that he's not investing in the fight. He's
not.
They would have look, if he wasn't getting a percentage of net revenue, they would have to pay him, yes or no.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so if they gotta pay him, then
Mhm.
whatever they would have had to pay him, he's investing into the fight. Yes or
No,
no?
bro. He's not putting up any money.
Come on, bro.
Bro,
He's not putting up no money. What are y'all talking about, bro? Y'all know how to invest.
It's coming out the money that he makes, so he don't have to put it up physically.
It ain't coming off the money that he makes because he's agreeing to a net revenue deal, bro.
No,
He's
it
gonna
is
get less because of it. Do you understand that? He don't gotta put.
He's not gonna make less. He makes more because of that, bro.
How does he make more because of it?
How?
Because if they market the fucking fight right and they go all around the fucking country and they use that money to promote, he will make more with a net revenue deal than he would with some fucking guarantee of $5 million to $6 million.
Wait. You heard what you said? If
I
they
hear
do this,
everything.
if they do this, if they do that, what if they don't? What if they lose money on the fight? Then what?
Then that's what bosses do. You took a risk, you lost.
And you don't get paid for the fight,
Well,
right?
why they not trying to take that risk right now, though? That's what
Wait, hold on.
They ain't
And
trying
then,
to risk
wait,
that right
hold
now.
on.
What's
And then he don't get paid for the fight, right?
Him or Earl don't get paid for the fight. That's why it's called betting on yourself, right?
So he's an investor.
No, he's not.
He took the risk as an
He took
investor.
Neither him nor Earl are investors, bro. Neither one of them is putting up no money for the fight. You have to put up money to be an investor. I can't invest in your business and hand you a check for $0, bro. He's not putting up no money out of his bank account. How the hell you ain't putting up no money out your bank
He's
account?
not putting up money.
And then you want to
by contract.
If you throw a barbecue right now, baby, if you throw a barbecue right now, and you say knockout, I need you to show up to my barbecue, and I show up to your barbecue. I didn't put in for the rib, I didn't put in for the chicken, I didn't put in for the brisket, I didn't put in for the potato salad. I tell you how you trying to you gonna look at me like I'm crazy, bro, because I ain't put up.
Wait a second. Now, in the case of what you talking about, a barbecue, that's apples or oranges. Let's do a concert. Let's say Master P is doing a performance, right? And Master P, for his performance, they saying, well, Master P, we gonna go in with you, right? You know what I'm saying, right? You're gonna get a percentage of the net revenue, but we're not gonna give you no approval expenses. You just gonna do the show, and that's what you're gonna get paid, right? Would Master P accept that deal to have no approval expenses over a show that he gets paid net revenue on?
Bro, can I?
I am not gonna pretend to know what Master P will or won't do. What I am telling you, if he agrees to the deal, let's say he says, all right, cool, I don't get no guaranteed money, I just get the net revenue. Yeah, Master P, you just get the net revenue. All right, do I gotta put up money for the venue? No, I gotta put up no money for the venue. Do I gotta do sign? Do I gotta put up money for signage and shit? No, you ain't gotta put up money for signage and shit. Hey, do I have to book the company that's gonna sell the tickets?
Okay,
No, I ain't gotta put up no money.
So you could.
If he ain't putting up no money, you goddamn right, bro. He can't.
Can I speak? Hold on, bro. Please let me speak. Please let me speak. Here's what it's called. It's called forfeiture by contract. And Terence Crawford stating that yes, I did not receive a contract. In the terms it's saying, you are willing to forego your guaranteed money in the efforts that the money that would have been allocated for your guarantee is now allocated towards cross-country promotions. That's when he would accept that deal of saying, yeah, we don't get no guarantee. That's what Errol Spence would say. Yes, I agree to that by not having a guarantee, because you're telling me the expenses that you put into this fight are going to go towards this super never been done before promotion to guarantee us that this is going to be a super fight. It's called forfeiture by contract. Terence Crawford and Errol Spence both agreed to that forfeiture. That's what Knockout is trying to say. This is where I'm agreeing with Knockout, but the way Knockout is trying to spin it is completely wrong. They both agreed to it. If they agreed to the money being used for promotion of the fight, it's a simple clause in the fight that you are giving up. You are forfeiting, just like in a criminal court case. You can forfeit your rights for appeal. That's
AC, this is my point though. This is my point though, AC. And I get what you're trying to say. I get the technicalities of it, but this is my point though. By doing that, essentially you become an investor, because you were, in the sense of when you get paid to do a job, you were a commodity. You're a commodity now. You're the draw. You're the reason why people are paying the tickets. You're paying you're the draw. So by you doing what you just described, you become an investor.
Yeah, you become
in whatever the event is, right?
So by the legal terms of it, you should have those rights. Both Errol Spence and Terence Crawford should have the rights of saying, listen, we should have the rights to choose on expenses to guarantee. You know, when you put this
and Stephen Espinoza don't
there's no part of it that's you know, like you're gonna pay some weird dude, you know, X amount of money to you're gonna pay some weird dude X amount of money to do some weird ass video of the fight that's gonna cost $3 million.
Right.
How does a video for, you know, that's a 3-minute video cost $3 million? That's costing me and Errol $1 million, you know, per minute. And both him and Errol should be at the table when all of that disclosure.
Right, and they don't want that. The bottom line is they don't want that. They try to
An investor is a person. An investor is a person or an organization that puts money into financial plans, property, with the expectation of achieving a profit. What money is Terence Crawford putting up for the fight, bro?
I got you right here. I got you right here. Sweat equity. Have you ever heard of sweat equity?
Man, that ain't money, bro. Like that, like I'm not trying to hear that shit. That's not money, bro. He ain't putting no money up.
Wait.
It's the same thing. It's worth more than money.
Thank you.
What you missed, the point that you missing is Stephen Espinoza. He agreed that they know what Crawford wants. They want to give it to him if they go back to negotiations.
No, he didn't. He said I would never agree to that. What are you talking about? Go listen to the interview. He said I would never agree to nothing like that.
So pretty much, wait.
He said he would never agree to nothing like that.
Hey, but stop, Spence. So he proving my point in saying that they did not have a deal. They didn't agree to what they didn't give Crawford everything he wanted. Lies. That's pretty much what you're saying. Now, also what you're saying is that was the impasse that they came to at the negotiation, why the deal wasn't able to get done. Yes or no?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what everybody. That's what everybody said.
So Bud didn't duck out of no fight. These
Yes, he
niggas
did.
had
Nigga asking for some crazy ass shit like that is ducking.
Oh, come on.
That is
bro.
ducking.
Come
In
on,
his
come
right,
on, bro.
They got their own definition of ducking. Come on.
Knockout. It's
Bro, when you ask for something that nobody in the history, or very few in the history of boxing have done, or you ask for something that you know you don't deserve, then your ass is ducking by way of trying to ask for We just saw the shit with Oscar De La Hoya, bro.
And he got it. And
We just saw the shit with Oscar De La Hoya when PBC was putting up all the money for the Jamal Charlo fight. And they were going to put the show on. They were going to put money up. They were going to do all this shit. And what did Oscar De La Hoya come in and do? He came in and fucked it up by saying, you know what? Hey, at the last second, we need to make sure that the zone can be able to televise it too. And they fucked up the fight because he asked for some shit that he knew they wouldn't agree to. Bro. Did the same goddamn thing, man. Stop that shit, bro.
Anthony Joshua asked for $50 million up front, and he still denied the fight. He didn't deserve that, but he was finna get it. So who cares? If Spence wanted to fight, he didn't take no steps like Crawford doing everything he can. Spence ain't doing nothing. He didn't even say, okay, come with
his
the
entire promotional company put their entire fall schedule on hold, bro.
You talking
to
through
try
me,
to make that fight.
You talking through me though. I said he didn't even call his bluff on the $50 million. Y'all worrying about, just like Anthony Joshua said, Deontay Wilder, just some man from Alabama. Where's the $50 million come from? Y'all was against that back then. I know y'all were, because everybody was.
I didn't even have a channel back then, bro.
But you know, you still, if you was a boxer, if you ain't watched boxing back then I shouldn't even be talking to you right now. If you weren't around for them negotiations. Because that's what happened. He asked for $50 million. He didn't deserve it. He said he'd sign the next day. And they gave it to him. He said, I'll see you soon. Then they started talking about, oh, where did it come from? He's just some guy from Alabama. When they know PBC can give them the money. But they still didn't do it because
Meaning they knew where the money was coming from. AJ just ducked Deontay, bro. AJ just ducked Deontay. They knew where that money was coming from. They knew that they had the money for it. This nigga Bud is talking about some phantom ass promoter and shit. Talking about somebody that know Al Heyman. Not giving you no details, but you listen to that shit. It's not the same, bro.
The point that I'm making, whenever a person don't want to fight, they find an excuse to not fight. Just like
100% fact. And asking to approve expenses when you ain't putting no money up is 100% trying to find your way out the fight, bro.
Y'all making it okay to fight Keith Thurman next, and it ain't okay. He should be fighting Bud next. If real people who want to fight,
and who should Bud have been fighting instead of Evan, bro?
Talking through me, but you don't want nobody to talk through you. I'll let you talk when you was talking. Every time I talk, you start talking.
Man, this whole panel been cutting me out, bro.
I didn't cut you off at all. I let you talk every time you spoke to me, homie. I ain't never cut you off. I listen just like last time. That's why I'm telling you this, because you demanded your respect last time, and people shut up and listen to you. But you keep cutting me off because I'm speaking the truth. Everything I'm saying is real. If y'all still talking about the past and old negotiations, Stephen Espinoza just said he understands everything that happened in negotiations. They can do it now. It takes 2 to 8 hours to fight for the negotiations now. That's what he believes. So he know what it takes. Why aren't y'all taking the steps to make it happen? Y'all Spence ain't said, y'all defending Keith Thurman. Spence ain't even say he fighting Keith Thurman yet. So
because I already know what fight is coming, bro.
Pressure on Errol Spence to fight Bud next. But instead, y'all sitting here trying to defend a person that he fighting.
You want all this pressure on Spence, Bud gonna stop. You want all this pressure on him, but you put no pressure on Bud Crawford.
Why? He's waiting for him right now. Spin the block.
Why didn't you put Bud? Why didn't you put pressure on Bud Crawford?
Spence said he's the A side.
Why didn't you put pressure on Bud Crawford? When Bud announced that bullshit ass fight in October, why didn't you put pressure? Why didn't any of y'all put pressure on him, bro?
This is the last thing I'm gonna say, because obviously you never going to get it. Since all of that happened, that fight and everything.
I get it.
Hold on, let me listen. Let me say this. That's it. Spence said, I'm going to spin the block. Crawford had his fight. Spence put up the t-shirt. He took down now, which of course, but he put up that t-shirt the night of Crawford fight. Then after Crawford fight, he said, I'm waiting on you to spin the block, give you the heads up. Then he said, Jamal is hurt. I'm going to fish fly you and then take you to his thing. Spence is yet to respond. Spence ain't said a word about
But the
nothing
nigga
yet.
ain't
He
about
laughing.
talking.
He,
He gonna do
He
exactly
LOL
what y'all said he wouldn't do.
Look,
When
he
he got done with Ugas, I was
let
hearing
me
the
finish.
same
Let me
shit.
finish, bro.
He ain't gonna call out Bud.
Let
He
me
ain't gonna
finish.
try to make the fight. That
He
nigga went
said
directly into
LOL.
trying to make that
He
fight,
said,
and that man ducked him.
hold on, let me finish. He
After
said
after he get done with Keith Watch, he gonna try to make.
Hold
They
on.
gonna try to
He
make that
said-
fight. And
He
the man's
said,
probably gonna
hold
duck
on, look.
again, bro.
Crawford
Y'all boy got a lot
responded
of
3
patience,
times.
man.
He waiting on the fight next.
All right.
He didn't tweet. Only thing he tweeted since Crawford said that is LOL when Boots fought. He ain't said nothing. The next thing we hear, he's trying to move to 154. He's trying to fight Keith Thurman for nothing. Then if you don't fight Keith Thurman, now you don't gotta fight Boots. And if you don't fight Crawford, you gotta fight the winner of Standing Jonas. So he ducking Boots and Crawford. They gave him a way
Bro,
out.
the
He's
nigga is literally
he's the franchise
champion. Literally put in the order to the WBA. Once I fight fucking Keith Thurman, I want to go make the Terence Crawford fight. They're giving him 60 days to make the Terence Crawford fight after he fights Keith Thurman.
He got 60 days to fight Terence Crawford or
To make a deal to fight him. The fight don't have to happen within 60 days. They got to make a deal. And watch him go directly into negotiations with Terence Crawford, bro. Watch him. Y'all said he wouldn't do the shit with Ugas.
That's what
He tried to negotiate with that man for 6 straight months to get that fight,
what he could do. Why is he should be doing it now?
No, he shouldn't.
Y'all want him. Y'all want him to duck because you don't want that smoke.
No, he should not,
You
bro.
don't want that smoke. Butter knock that nigga.
No,
out.
he should not, bro.
Nigga. All y'all know.
Hey,
Y'all know
Spence,
he can't
Spence
beat
are the most
Bud.
He should not at
Spence
all.
fans are the most patient motherfuckers I know.
He should
bro.
not
Y'all
stop.
patient.
He should not stop a fight. He should not stop a fight and negotiate with a dude that just ducked him and stop a fight that he had done since November,
You know Bud would have stopped him to wait when Ugas didn't
I
swing
don't
on
know
him.
shit,
Bud
bro, and
would have
neither
knocked
do
him
you.
over
I
the
got
ropes.
Spence beating the shit
Bud
out
would
of
have
him.
knocked him over them ropes.
when it
And then look,
gives him a way
you said
out
what
of
he did. Hold on.
147.
You said what he did to what Kavalovskis
Undisputed.
did and Gamboa did.
Pound
He
for
knocked
pound.
them out.
What
He
they got
knocked
to
them out when they hit
what
him.
they got to do with what we talking about? You want to talk about a fight that ain't gonna happen because your man's is a duck, bro.
Spence did knock Ugas out when he hurt him.
You
Spence
talking to
did
me
knock
about
him
it? You
out.
talking to me about a fantasy fight? Tell that man to
knocked
sign
them
the
niggas
contract, bro.
out. Bud knocked them out after they hurt him. Spence, Ugas stood there. Bud
Tell
finished
Spence to
that
spin
nigga
the
off.
block,
Y'all know
man.
every Spence fan know we can't
Bro,
beat Bud. That's why y'all don't
Errol
want him.
Spence is going to beat
Tell
the
Spence
brakes
to
off of
spin the
that shit.
block.
So
Ain't
talk
no
about
nigga
the
from
past.
Dallas losing to no
You
nigga from
said
Omaha
you
ain't
hope he
nothing,
come
bro.
for him in 60 days. And
Like
if he
y'all,
don't,
like cut
wait,
that shit out, bro.
if he don't,
Like
so we
the
waiting
nigga
in
is the big
April.
fish in the small pond, bro.
So we gotta
That
wait all
nigga ain't
this
gonna do
time,
nothing with Earl, bro.
all the way
But
to
that's just me and
April.
you talking shit about the fight, fam. Like I don't even want. Let's talk about some facts and shit.
All the way to
You talking about
April.
your opinion
The
about the
fact
fight?
is, if
I
he
got
fight
my
Keith,
opinion about the fight. I don't care nothing about that shit, bro.
the
It's
fight.
just an
Okay, look,
opinion
so look,
until they actually
this
fight,
the
bro.
fact. The
But the
fact,
fact of the
he
matter
not
is,
fighting
the
in
only
April.
reason,
He not,
the only
the
reason
fact
that
is,
Earl Spence and Keith Thurman are even a discussion is because Bud Crawford ducked Earl
no.
Spence, bro.
The
It's the
fact is,
only reason that shit is
Ryan
even
and
a
Tank
conversation,
fighting in
man.
April. So Spence not even fighting in April. He gonna be fighting way in June. So then he
You
got
don't
60.
know that,
Hold on,
brother. Right
listen.
now they
He got
saying
talk
April.
about
If the
facts
shit
now.
get pushed
You
back,
want to
then
hear
it
the
get
facts?
pushed back.
You want to hear
Either
the
way, the
facts?
fight been signed since November, bro.
The
What are you
fact is,
talking about?
Errol Spence has got to fight way in the summer. Then he got 60
You
days.
don't know
60,
that, bro.
hold
You
on,
just talking a bunch.
60
You
more
talking a bunch
days.
of shit, bro.
Hold on. So 60
All the
more
reports
days
say
to
April,
go.
man. What are you
Bro,
talking about?
listen. 60 more
They
days
all say
to
April, bro.
negotiate
Where
with
are you
Crawford.
getting your information from?
You keep
Errol
talking.
Spence tweeted out April. The report of him and Keith Thurman
You
fighting
keep
since
talking.
April. Where are you getting your information
Let me
from, bro?
tell you. Let me tell you. He fights whenever in the June, April or June. Then he got 60 days after that. If he win, then he gonna negotiate with Crawford to make the fight. Then we gotta wait months of training. Oh, really gonna fight Crawford in 24? He a bitch.
Shit,
Nigga.
hopefully at
So
the
is
end of
his
this year,
fans.
if your
Y'all
mans
niggas
don't pull
pussy,
no more
nigga.
bullshit,
Y'all
bro.
niggas pussy, nigga. Errol Spence fans is pussy, just like him. Y'all don't want no smoke.
Man,
He can't
stop
beat
that
Bud.
shit, bro.
I got
Stop
thousands of
that
dollars
shit,
on it.
dog.
I
Stop that
told
shit,
you,
bro.
I got $1,000 on it when
Stop
the
that
fight
shit,
pop
bro.
up. I'ma holler
Stop
at you,
that shit, man.
knockout. I
Stop that
want my
shit.
fans,
This the
boy.
internet, bro. You ain't got to go to the name
I got
calling this
money
shit.
on
I
Orlando.
ain't calling
Listen,
you no name, bro. Stop that shit, man.
y'all soft.
Stop that shit, bro.
Yeah, I
It
called
ain't
you
even that fucking serious, bro. And that that internet energy, bro. It wouldn't be like that in real life. Let's calm that down, bro.
Y'all soft,
Let's calm
man.
that
Errol
shit down,
Spence
fam.
soft. He a coward, bro. Errol Spence a coward.
Calm
He
that
dumb.
shit down, bro. That female body part you calling me, bro. You
Yeah.
wouldn't
All right,
do
it's
that.
cool. Listen,
You wouldn't
I'm
do that
part of-
shit in my face, bro. Stop that shit. I ain't
First
went there
off-
with you, bro. Don't go there with me, dog.
Look. First off, like I said,
Nah.
listen,
First off, nothing,
you
bro.
still talking.
First
I
off,
said I
nothing.
will apologize to you now. like in real life, if I'm wrong for something, I'll apologize. But
All right, bro, because I ain't going there with you, bro.
in real life.
This shit
I'm
just
not gonna
boxing talk, bro.
because it's
Don't do
boxing
that.
talk. That's why I said I apologize, not because I'm no bitch. Don't get it misconstrued. I understand.
I ain't call you that, bro.
Don't keep
I ain't
talking
call you
like
that. You came to me like you thought that's what it was, bro. I'm good. Just
Right,
if I respect you and I ain't calling you names, don't do that shit to me, dog.
Hey, y'all,
That's
hold
what I'm saying.
on, y'all.
Yeah,
Hey, hold on. I'm about to completely change the energy here. We got somebody new that pulled up on the panel, man. My guy Vincent Roof, bro. He been waiting for a minute. Vincent, what's going on with you, fam? Welcome to the panel.
Appreciate it. Can you hear me, bro?
I can hear you good, my boy. Sorry for the long wait, bro, but you know.
No, it's all good, man. I've been hearing y'all cook. You know, I was tripping because, of course, I'm a big time. I'm a diehard Crawford fan. I like Spence too, though. But on the real though, a lot of the stuff the Knockout was talking about, I was agreeing with up until all this stuff y'all was talking about for the last, I don't know, as far as Errol Spence. Terence Crawford taking the fight in 22, and you know why the fight can't be made. I don't understand. I would never understand that. One of the things though, I'm gonna just talk about some of the points that I'm gonna try to back up, and I'm gonna go forward. Me personally, bro, even with the top rank thing, people was talking about, you know, Bud was on with top rank or whatever, and they was hating him. He need to leave top rank. You know what I'm saying? I realized, and even Bud even said it in his interview, that there's only certain things that he can do. And you know, even when he said the IG live thing, you know, it's certain things that he didn't ask for Bob, as far as like wanted to check out the books or whatever. It's because he was guaranteed money. But a lot of the Spence fans was talking about him being with top rank in the whole 9 yards. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to go tit for tat, because right now I know it's PBC that's kind of like doing the same thing. So, and out of this whole thing, I think that it's safe to say that we learned that there's only certain things that Spence can do. Yeah, he's his own promoter, but as of right now, it looks like a lot of this stuff that people have been talking about, fighters can make their own decision. All that stuff is capped. So I ain't gonna even get into who's at fault, the fighter's fault or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I believe Spence wants to fight. And it's only so much he can do. Now, me personally, when I heard Derek James talking about, you know, all this being a suit and not sticking to his craft in terms of just staying as a trainer, you know, well, what numbers is Crawford bringing in?
Price.
Yeah, all that. I was really getting to a point to whereas I was gonna call Spence a duck, and I don't believe Spence is ducking. Terence Crawford never said that Spence is ducking. I believe both of them dudes are dogs. You know what I'm saying? They both want to fight, but the way the energy was, I was really disappointed by seeing that. But when he said that he wants to go ahead and fight Keith Thurman at 154, me personally, I took it as a gangster move. Why? Because PBC been wanting this fight all this time, but Spence already said that, look, I ain't trying to fight Keith Thurman. So that was his way of saying, all right, cool. Y'all niggas want me to go ahead and fight him? I'm fighting at 154 without the belts. Me personally, I'm feeling that. That's me. I feel that. Now, what's jacked up is the sanctioning bodies that's allowing that stuff to happen the way it is. They, you know, and that's, I mean, it's just showing that there's all kinds of crazy stuff that's happening in boxing. Now, with that being said, I believe Spence is coming down to 147, because if he don't, then I believe he's going to be considered the biggest duck in the history of boxing. Now, Spence, me personally, I believe that he said, I can't think of anything that he said he's not going to do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the stuff that he doesn't want to do, I'm finding out that PBC is making him do some stuff that he probably don't want to do. I'm also looking at his character. He ain't the type of dude to really be, you know, even when he tweet, you got to try to figure that stuff out. Now, as far as with Crawford, than like some people trying to say what did Crawford. Honestly, I can't think of anything that Crawford did. Crawford he got it in his contract, like my man was saying, like, hey, I want the Spence fight. So sometimes when I'm hearing people, saying like, you know what I'm saying, you gotta blame Crawford. I'm blame him for what? Nigga been waiting almost 4 or 5 years for the fight. Yeah, Spence got into an accident.
Under the Ali Act, Errol Spence could take that $50 million and fight Crawford. So he not doing everything he can. He could have took that. Al Heyman can't stop him from that under the Ali Act. So
yeah, but I understand that. But see, my thing is this though. Just like people were saying with Top Rank, you know, well, why he ain't leaving Top Rank? Well, look, Top Rank put Terence Crawford in the position to be great where he's at. You know what I'm saying? So you can't fault the man. And plus, he was getting guaranteed money. So on the flip side of that, PBC has put Errol Spence at where he's at right now. So I can't expect Spence to be like, well, damn, you know, skip Al Heyman. You know what I'm saying? Nah, he gonna rock with him. He even said it, you know, when he was like, I don't care if it's $100 million. I'm rocking
money
with
for your family. That's not more important than staying loyal to advisor. That's $50 million. He's not gonna make $25 million. Whoever he fight, he's not gonna make.
Hey, I get it, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, hold on. Let me say this. I get. Hold on. Let me just say this one point, and I'll let y'all talk. The reason, like you just said, that look, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, Al has put Spence at where he's at right now. So if Spence feel like I'm gonna rock with him all the way, you can't take that away from him.
His net worth.
Okay, Vincent, let me ask you this question.
You don't got that right now.
Hold on, let me ask Vincent this question, bro. Vincent,
go ahead.
Or let me put it to you like this, Vincent. When Al turned down the $25 million and specifically told Bud Crawford, and no one denied it, that nobody one's touching this fight, that is a direct violation of the Ali Act on behalf of Errol Spence.
Bro. Hey, it's like you talking to the choir. All that is
my
BS.
point is, so my point is, when it's stated that when you state or other people state things that about the $25 million and him being loyal, your loyalty just broke the law. Your loyalty just took $25 million guaranteed out of your pocket and out of your family's bank account, whereas the money that's being told in front of you is only a hedge. It's basically numbers that don't exist if the things don't go right. And there's a percentage of or what's called a margin of error. You have $25 million guaranteed versus a margin of error versus a violation of the law. Where do you go?
Hey, this is what I'm saying, bro. What I'm saying is this. I don't think Spence is really caring about all that. And like you digging in the books and you figuring these things out, you know what I'm saying? I don't think Spence is looking into it all like that. All he's saying is, look, this is the nigga who I rock with, and this is the dude who put me in the position where I'm at right now. Hey, look at Charlo. Charlo turned down $7 million to fight Andre on the zone.
That's because he said he wanted more, not because he was loyal. He wanted more money. That's different.
More than $7 million?
Yeah, he wanted more.
Why wouldn't Terence Crawford just let them know where the $25 million was coming from?
It doesn't matter whether you let him know or not. What matters
hold
on, y'all. I mean, Al said he don't want nobody touching this fight. So why are we talking about where money is coming from?
Why didn't he tell Earl where it was coming from?
It don't matter. Nobody touching the fight, so it's irrelevant, bro.
Of course, because my fighter is the A-side fighter. Why would I want to do business with somebody else?
Okay, so why are we talking about where money coming from? But it's
still trying to bring fake money to the
but look,
hey, but Dingo, hey, come on,
wait, answer a straight question, bro. Why wouldn't he tell him where the money is coming from, bro?
But you're
I want y'all
not,
to never answer a straight question,
asking
bro.
a question.
Y'all
You're
answer my question with more questions of your own.
Because you can't tell.
You're
Because
asking
the
a
real
question where
answer
you're
to
trying
your
to justify a crime
legally,
knockout.
you can't expose who a hedge fund is coming from. You can't even tell that legally.
To the
But
people you doing
he told you
of money to fight Terence Crawford.
he never said Al Heyman didn't know. Al Heyman said, "I don't know who that is."
He didn't
never
call me
denied
back,
that, so he
I
know who it
proposed
is.
it to
Missed me
Al.
with that boy.
I hit up Al. I'm like, Al, listen, you know, man, I got this big hedge fund company out here. You know, they claim they know you. Not one, but two. Not one, but two.
Not one, but two.
Claim they
Not
know
one,
you.
but
Not
two.
one,
Y'all
but
believe
two.
this nigga, man? Get the fuck out of here. Not one, but two.
Guaranteed. Al told me straight up, I'm not letting nobody touch this fight. Like, all right, cool. But I'm like, why? He like, why would you want to put a ceiling on yourself? Why you want to put a cap on yourself? He had to go
Trying to
back
get that
and
nigga
ask
game.
Al
God damn. For
ask
free.
Al, you know, if he can, you know, take this big chunk of lump sum of money to fight Terence Crawford, which he didn't call me back, so I proposed it to Al. I hit up Al. I'm like, Al, listen. Man,
That's the violation.
Bud ain't even getting.
So when he bought it to Errol Spence, it was one company and it was 25 million. By the time he called Al Heyman, it was two companies and it was 20. Bro, get the all right, bro. Whatever y'all say, my nigga. Whatever y'all say, y'all got that shit, bro. Whatever y'all say, y'all got it, bro. And then he went and tell him where the money was coming from. But y'all got it, bro. Y'all got it. Y'all got that shit. Run with it, bro. Run with it, y'all got it. This nigga told Errol Spence he had a company that was gonna get him $25 million a piece. By the time he got to Al Heyman, it wasn't one company, it was two companies. And he had $20+ million. And he never told them where the money was coming from. But y'all believe this nigga. The same nigga that y'all will never play this quote early in that shit. Al Heyman had spoke to a lawyer that I had never knew nothing to Paul. That didn't even have no part in team part whatsoever. That's the same nigga that y'all believe in, bro.
Hey, so knockout. Knockout. This all I want to know. Knockout. This all I want to know. So are you saying that? Do you believe that Bud is lying when he said that?
100%. 100%.
That's all I want to know. That's all I want to know.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
1,000,000%. 1,000,000% he was capped full of cap on that shit.
So according to you, Bud lying, but these sources and all these little things that Stephen Espinoza, dude that admitted himself, he ain't even at the conversation. He said out of his mouth, he don't even be there throughout some of these conversations. He telling the truth. Everybody
he's not telling the truth.
But the
He's
guy
not
who has
telling the truth. It's reported from multiple people. He's not the only one that talked about Bud approving expenses. It's been multiple people that have come out with that report. I don't base my information off of one person, bro. But when I say that Terence Crawford, KD, when I get to talking this shit, when I say Terence Crawford had fight dates for November and not just next year, I don't just quote Stephen Espinoza. I bring up Stephen Espinoza in tandem with what Imontis Stanionis said. I use multiple sources of information. All you guys do is tell me what the fuck Terence Crawford line said.
Stanionis of the PBC. Is that what we talking about?
Stanionis is not a PBC fighter. He signed to Richard Schaefer, but go ahead. Nice try. He's not a PBC fighter, bro.
Richard Schaefer, Al Heyman's homeboy. And then also, too, Stanionis is a fourth or even fifth goddamn a party to this conversation. So all he's regurgitating is what he was told. So I don't even get how he's a credible source to begin with.
The man, they had to tell him his fight date, bro. They have to tell him his fight day like you, so they lying to Stanionis.
Knockout.
You can literally hear Bud change his story. Everything I just said is facts. The nigga changed the number when he went from Errol Spence to fucking Al Heyman. The nigga changed the number of companies that was putting up money when he went from Errol Spence to Al Heyman. The nigga told you niggas, hey, Al Heyman was talking to a lawyer that wasn't even part of Terence Crawford. This nigga tells y'all all this shit, bro. And y'all said
Hold on, knockout. So you
y'all still believe this man, bro?
So you saying that Errol Spence?
I put this on my life, bro. If you rewind that shit back and you go to him talking about when he was calling Errol Spence, that nigga would tell you that he told Errol Spence he had a company that was putting up $25 million. By the time he said Errol Spence didn't call him back, this nigga had not one, but 2 companies, and they was putting up $20 million. This nigga changed the number of companies, he changed the amount of money and shit, and y'all just ride with it, bro. Y'all just ride with it and just rock with it. I mean,
but Errol
co-signed
it. Errol admitted that the $25 million was real. How you not believing Bud when Errol admitted?
Errol didn't say I admit that it's real. He said you couldn't tell me where it was coming from. It's too much going on to be taking money from Joe Blow. That's what he said.
Okay. So he said the 25 million.
Wait. He did not say the 25 million was real. He said you couldn't tell me where it was coming from, and that deal was for your benefit. That's what he said. You're making shit up, bro.
You missing the point though. It means that Bud approached him about a large sum of money. That's what that means.
So let me clarify, please. Let me clarify.
Of course he approached him with it. We all know he approached him with it. All early admitted was that you called me. But you didn't tell me where it's coming from. The same shit that I'm telling y'all.
Knockout. Let me clarify. The clarification is in the tweet Errol Spence sent in their beef. That 25 million you talking about was for your benefit, not for mine. Confirmation that the $25 million was on the table. So it had nothing to do with that previous bullshit you tried to lay out.
That is not confirmation that the shit was real. The nigga was saying you was trying to make that deal for your benefit. That's a fact. He was trying to make that shit for his benefit because the nigga loved upfront money, bro.
Crime was committed.
What are y'all talking about?
Signing the fact that a crime was committed. You still ain't debunking or telling me that that's not true. That the fact that Al Heyman turning down that $25 million is a violation of the Muhammad Ali Act.
The debunk is in common sense and logic. If a nigga really trying to make business with you and you telling him everything you got going on, this nigga literally want to be able to tell y'all, hey man, the microphone, hold on, bro, because y'all tripping now. The nigga really bugging out now, bro. Hold on. This nigga literally want to be able to tell you, look, bro, the microphone that you're trying to use for that press conference, that shit costs too much. This signage, that costs too much. I need to approve all these expenses. But when a nigga asks you a simple question, where the money coming from, you don't want to tell him, and you niggas see nothing wrong with it, and you can't find the cap in it. The nigga literally changed his story in the middle of IG. Wasn't nobody interviewing this nigga. This nigga had 2 weeks, and he went up in front of the world and told people 2 different stories when he talked to him 2 different times, bro.
Salute to he co-signs it in the tweet.
Salute to the Hey, wait. This is what I want to know.
Stop it, bro.
So what is the point in you saying he changed the story? What's the point of you saying? Are you saying
that shows that you lying, bro?
So he didn't have no money. He
didn't come to
Earl with no money.
It was all fraudulent.
Okay, it was all fraudulent. Okay, so if it was all fraudulent, then why did Al Heyman say he didn't want nobody touching the fight? Why say that if it's fraudulent? If it ain't no money,
because I'm letting you know that ain't nobody touching this fight for me. My side, my guy.
I got fraudulent money. What's the point in that?
Because you called me on the phone and I'm giving you free game. First of all, ain't nobody touching the fight.
Okay. But you know
what are you talking about?
You know what that shows? It shows that you didn't even care to do the due diligence to verify whether or not the money was real.
Due diligence, my nigga. Answer a simple question. Answer a simple fucking question. Where's the money coming from? Oh, they putting up the money.
Simple question.
Wait. Did he not say that it came from a large hedge fund and that
Al Heyman? He said it came from somebody
hold on. Exactly. It came from somebody who Al knows.
He said they say that they know you.
Okay. Did Al Heyman say he didn't know him? No, he didn't.
Who is that? No, he didn't tell him who they were. He can't say if he know him or not.
Nobody ever said Crawford was lying. Nobody ever said he was lying.
Exactly.
That's why
this nigga Crawford himself said back to Errol Spence. But it's in the tweet right after Errol Spence said it's too much going on to be taking money from Joe Blow. You couldn't even tell me where the money was coming from. Terence Crawford's reply was, yeah, but you ain't called my bluff though. So the nigga admitted that he didn't tell them, bro. What are y'all like, bro? Y'all
Trying
gonna bug me out, dog.
Trying to convince y'all the truth is it's like trying to get a racist to admit
No,
that.
trying to convince you of the truth, bro.
Salute to
Everything
y'all
I'm saying is
niggas that popular,
verifiable,
man.
bro.
You know what it is. Crawford gonna knock him out there before that. I'm making
Man,
that
whatever
bet.
you say,
Time
bro,
my
but you
money,
know
man.
what it is, bro.
Yeah, you just gonna talk and
You
talk.
know what it is, bro.
It's like
Like
you like
you
a
know
racist.
what it is, dog.
We can't make you admit that you racist. You know Spencer Duck. He don't want that.
I'm
smoke.
racist?
What? No, I said trying to convince y'all the truth. It's like trying to get a racist to admit that
But
they're racist.
everything that I just said is 100% facts, though. Like if you
Y'all
go
never
look up
gonna
them
say
tweets,
that's.
if you go look up them
after
tweets,
But how
they
do you
right
know
there
these
for you to
just
look
they
at,
want
bro.
to be known?
So
They
if
want to be
Spence
If
don't
you
fight,
go look at what
so
I'm
look,
saying about what
knock
Terence
out.
Crawford said, it's all right there for
Knock
you,
out.
bro.
If he
It's
fight,
all
if
right
he
there,
fight,
fam.
if Errol Spence fight Keith Thurman next, right, and then 60 days he don't make the fight with Bud and fight Stanley Jonas or anybody else, will you call him a duck?
It depends on if he tried to make the fight. What if he go into negotiation with Terence
No, if
Crawford?
he don't
If
even
Terence
try to
Crawford
make
still
the
duck
fight, if
out?
he don't even try to make the fight, will
Hell
you
yeah,
call him
he
a duck?
ducking. And guess what? He ducking like a motherfucker. And guess what? If Earl did all this shit that Bud did, he would have been a duck too, bro.
So that's
what y'all niggas don't understand, bro. Like if Earl, y'all know damn well, bro. This
really you should be
shit
like
that's
that.
crazy to me, dog.
Really, you should be like that.
If Earl Spence
Y'all should be like that right now,
did
but you're not.
everything, if Errol Spencer did everything that Terence Crawford did up to this point, if he pulled out and he had announced the Avanesian fight and just pulled away from the table like Terence Crawford did, y'all niggas, bro, y'all will never admit this shit to me because you know it kills all your points. Y'all niggas would be fucking that nigga, bro. Y'all would be going in on that nigga, and you be right to do so, bro.
If he don't fight Bud next, then you know it ain't his fault. What did he mean by that? Because he didn't do what it takes to make the fight.
Because he signed all his shit. His shit been done.
He did everything they told him to do, and they still ain't make the fight.
No, he didn't. He didn't sign, bro.
He on the wrong side of the street. He wasn't on the wrong side of the
No,
street.
keep it all the way. Keep it all the way.
Hold on, bro. He told him to get a
Keep
belt.
it all the way
He got
funky
a
with me.
belt.
If Errol Spencer did everything Bud Crawford just did, would you call him a duck, bro?
Fight somebody at 147. Keith Thurman suggested Khan. He beat Khan. They said beat Porter. He beat
all the
Porter.
way
He
real
beat
with me, bro.
He beat everybody. He beat Spence. Best
I don't
wins.
care who he beat.
He beat
Keep
Errol
it real
Spence.
with me,
Best
bro.
wins better than he did.
I need y'all to keep it real with me, bro. I'm asking Katie. Because y'all asked me a lot of questions. I got questions for Katie.
You can't
I got
answer
questions
none
for Bud Gonna Stop Spence. I got questions for AC. I got questions for D Lucky, bro. And I want to see y'all all supposed to be real, right? I'm asking y'all, bro, because there's no way for me to prove this, but I'm a betting man, bro. I would bet. I am willing to bet, and I'm asking y'all if Errol Spence did everything that Terence Crawford did, if he was talking to two people at the same time, if he pulled away from negotiations and took another fight while he was in the middle of negotiating the fight with Terence Bud Crawford, if Errol Spence did everything that Terence Bud Crawford did in 2022, would you niggas be this forgiving, or would y'all call that nigga a duck? Would y'all be on his helmet? All the way real, bro.
Hold on, let me. I want to. If Crawford if Spence offered him $25 million a piece and he turned it down, hell yeah, I call him a duck.
No, bro. I'm saying if Earl did exactly what Bud did, bro. If Earl did exactly what Bud did, put the shoe on the other foot. Would you call him nigga a duck?
I just did. And if Crawford would have turned down, they offered Crawford no guarantee. He offered them $50 million. That's
yes or no question, bro. If you flip everything, if Crawford had the network, if Crawford was the one signing the PBC, if Crawford was the one sending offers, if they whole shit was flipped on his head,
he offered $50 million.
He turned it down. On BLK Prime, y'all telling me y'all wouldn't be calling that nigga a duck?
Nope.
I mean, if Crawford was the same individual he still is today, he wouldn't have been doing all that.
Bro, come on, bro.
If Crawford, if it's the same position and anybody offering them, because the people that he was with, think about this. Showtime said it ain't no money for the fight. They asking for too much. They don't know if this gonna sell, but ever since this fight been talked about, everybody been talking about this for years. We know it's gonna sell, but they obviously wasn't gonna pay them. So if somebody else putting up more than they gonna pay and you don't take it, you a duck. Period.
Y'all niggas making me feel like my motherfucking Dallas Cowboys kicker. Y'all just moving the goalposts and I'm just missing kicks all around this motherfucker. Y'all, that shit funny, man.
Avoiding the questions. I just
y'all
funny,
losing the next game, so it won't be no more kick attempts.
The reason that I don't believe none of that shit, bro, is because Errol Spence is literally fighting Keith Thurman because of what Terence Bud Crawford did. But y'all are all calling Errol
Keith Thurman when he can fight Bud, though. I fight Thurman when he can fight Bud because if Earl did what Bud did, y'all wouldn't call him a bitch ass nigga like that, and he mad at Bud. He should be mad at Keith. So how is it okay? How is it okay? If he mad at Keith, Bud, he should be mad at Keith.
I'm just asking a simple question. D Lucky, you know damn well, bro, because I done heard you cook, bro. You know damn well if Earl did all that shit Bud did, bro, you be on his helmet calling that man a duck, dog. You know you would, fam. And I know KD would too, because y'all call that man a duck for less. Y'all call him a duck for far less, bro.
Come on, this man been running
I'm just
for 9
saying,
years, and you talking
Bud's
about
been
less.
putting
What
the
that?
effort, bro. Bud's been putting towards the effort to make the fight happen, bro, in my opinion.
Bro.
So if Spence was doing the same thing Bud's doing now when it comes to putting towards the effort and leaving his promotional company, I'm gonna back him on that because I see that the guy's actually taking a step forward. So I'm gonna back him on that. Ain't no way hell he can do anything else.
Earl paying for sanctioning bodies to step aside. This nigga is holding off mandatories. This nigga made the PBC put their entire fucking schedule on hold for 6 months trying to make a Terence Bud Crawford fight. Got Al Heyman. This nigga offer after offer after offer.
You know, Earl
y'all
the
niggas
only
telling
one
me
that
that
fought
Bud
one
did more
time,
than Earl
right?
to make the fight. Come on,
Wait. What has Earl done to make the fight? I'm just curious. I didn't hear anything.
Again, he got Al Heyman in the PBC moving at his behest. He got them paying sanctioning fees and shit, sanctioning step aside money. They got whole tournaments that they putting on hold. They got the WBC that they held off. They holding off the IBF and shit. This man done made fucking Al Heyman in the PBC negotiate with Terence Crawford for 6 fucking months, bro. 6 fucking months he made them negotiate with Terence Crawford. But y'all telling me that Terence is doing more for the fight, bro.
Real quick. They've been all these mandatories that you talking about. They holding off. They've been holding them niggas off for the last 4 years. When the last mandatory Earl fought with the IBF?
Danny Garcia 2020 was the last mandatory that he fought.
For the IBF, the WBC.
The IBF ain't been called since. Who was that? What was that dude's name? Was that Ocampo?
Right. So
was that 2018?
Right. So ain't no holding off that Errol Spence has been doing. Next,
yeah, they have.
Ain't no holding off. No, he ain't been fighting mandatories this whole time.
He been holding them off by way of getting belt after belt, and he holding them off right now, bro.
Belt after belt. Errol Spence has held 2 belts for the last 2 years,
and he collected them one by one, bro.
So what's the reason that he all of a sudden the work that he put in is holding off the belts that he been holding on to for the last 4 years? That's what he did. That's what he contributed in order to make.
He got
fight.
1 belt in 2017, got the 2nd belt in 2019, got the 3rd belt in 2021, and now he trying to fight Bud Crawford in 2022, but Bud ducked him.
Okay, you ducked the question. That's what you did because I asked you what he do to make
you
the fight.
You ain't even answer whether or not you be calling Earl a duck right now, bro. You know you would. Come on.
You move.
You ain't answer my question.
Wait.
You answer my question.
Wait a second. Hey, somebody mute your audio.
Yeah,
bro.
somebody got to go on mute. You got to answer my question first, though, KD. Because I asked you, would you be calling Earl a duck if he did what Bud did? Then I'll answer your question, brother.
So first of all, we got to put that in perspective. We can't just answer that. If Bud did what Earl did, meaning if he waited 5 years in order to get Earl in the ring, if he told Earl he needed
where
to
these 5 years, KD?
Where these 5 years? You don't remember
where these 5 years?
You don't remember when Bud moved up the lightweight?
Did Top Rank send an offer for Earl or something that I don't know about?
Did he send an offer? So you're gonna send an offer to somebody?
Earl and Bud can both just this is what they did. Like
you know I'm gonna get you on that one. You gonna send an offer to the guy who say he on the easy route?
Bro, listen. All Earl and Bud did for the past 4 years was talk shit to each other. They both talked a bunch of shit to each other, and neither one of them sent no offers. They did the same exact shit, but Earl was the one ducking when they did the same shit.
Wait. They did the same exact shit. How you figure that? Because Bud was making moves.
All they did was talk shit. That's it.
But Bud was making moves trying to make the fight happen, while Earl was making excuses as to why the fight can't happen.
What moves did Bud Crawford make to try to make that fight happen?
Okay, first of all, Bud left his promoter, paying him the most amount of money.
He didn't do that until 2021.
Okay,
no,
2022. What about when Earl told him to get a belt and he got a belt?
He told him get a belt and then I'm going for undisputed. So if he got that WBO belt, once I get these belts, I'm gonna see him. He never said get a belt and I'm gonna skip you. I'm gonna fight you next right then. He never said that shit.
So he told Bud. So he told Bud to get a belt, but he didn't tell Mikey to get a belt. So why Mikey and Bud? Why they get 2 different assignments?
Because that was him going for pay-per-view for the first time. They were trying to see if he was gonna sell. Just like when Terence Crawford, Terence did the same thing. Terence did the same thing with Amir Khan around the exact same time. He did the same thing.
How he do the same thing with Amir Khan?
He fought Amir Khan and announced his Amir Khan fight at the same time that Earl was fighting Mikey Garcia. They fights was like 2 months apart, bro. They was doing the same shit, trying to build themselves up. Neither one of them was serious about fighting each other right then, bro. The difference between me and you, though, I don't call Terence Bud Crawford a duck for that.
because I know what was going on. Bro.
I'm just trying to figure out how were they not? How was Bud not serious about trying to make the fight with Earl? I don't
because they were both talking shit, and Bud was lining up Amir Khan. Earl was talking shit, and Earl was lining up Mikey. Yet y'all kill Earl for Mikey, but you say nothing about Bud and Amir Khan, bro. They had never been on pay-per-view before. They not gonna just make their first fight with each other on pay-per-view coming from Top Rank and fucking PBC. Y'all know.
Wait a second. You talking about Bud making a fight when the whole time he was on this shit?
Wait till he get a belt.
Yeah,
he ain't did nothing in the welterweight today. When he get a belt, you want to go over there. Keith Thurman want to go over there, and now y'all want to say, "Oh, I ain't fought nobody," but I got a belt now, so
okay. Sean Porter got a belt too.
So now
Sean Porter got a belt too. Sean Porter. So why want to go to easy road and not Sean Porter out? So why?
Forgot about Earl
mute,
Spence taking the you completely forgot about Earl Spence taking the easy route.
Bro, they both took the easy route, and the easy route for Bud Crawford means the same that it meant for Errol Spence. It didn't mean that Bud was ducking Earl at the time. It meant that Bud was taking the easy route, as in Jeff Horn was still signed to Top Rank, so that was an easier fight to make. That's what it meant for Bud, and that's what it meant for Earl, bro. It didn't mean like I'm taking the easy route because you such a hard fight. I know you're going to beat my ass. I'm taking the easy route, bro. You know that shit meant I'm making these in-house fights. Why wouldn't I fight these in-house fights when they champions too? And then I'm going to see you next, bro. It meant the same thing for both of them.
So if that's the case, then why was Earl trying to fight Jeff Horn, who was on the Top Rank side, and Canelo Alvarez was with Golden Boy?
He said he wanted to fight Jeff Horn, but he never tried to fight him right when he got the belt. He said since he got the belt and he's a WBO champion, yes, I want to fight him because I want to be undisputed. Then he proceeded to continue to make the same fights that he was going to make. He never tried to drop everything that he was doing and fight Jeff Horn next, bro.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 100% sure, bro.
Okay, you 100% sure about that, right? Okay, let's go ahead and run the clip. Hold on, here we go.
I mean, let's fight. I mean, it's really nothing else to say. I mean, he has a belt, I have a belt. Let's unify.
What happens next?
And then go back and watch the next interview, bro. Watch the next interview where he was signing them fucking gloves, bro. He never tried to go fight that man, bro.
Wait. He just told this man, let's fight, let's unify, all present tense. He didn't say, I'll take the easy, let me take the easy route first. He didn't say like he said, Bud, like I want to fight this guy, then I'll fight him later on the road. He said, let's fight, let's unify. That's what he said. But you trying to spin it and interpret it like he meant it for like the easy route, like with Bud Crawford. No, he didn't say none of that.
And then the very next interview, he said the same shit when he was signing it. I know you got it because I just seen you play the drop. And when he was signing them motherfucking gloves and shit, and he was talking about Jeff Horn, bro.
He wasn't.
I know you got it, but you don't want to play that one.
Hold on. I'll play that one. I got you because you misinterpreting it. I already got you. Here you go. I got you. This is what he said. He didn't say nothing about no Jeff Horn because Jeff Horn didn't have the belt. But here you go.
Him, like I said, I'm gonna get these belts over here. Then I'm gonna come take Terence Crawford belt because I said I'm gonna be undisputed welterweight champion of the world. So the only way to make that happen is to take his belt. So, I mean, nobody's avoiding him.
Bro, that's the wrong one. I'll find it for you, bro.
Okay.
That's the wrong one.
Let me the link. I'll play it.
Yeah, I'll find it for you. I'm looking for it right now. But he never wanted to fight Jeff Horn next, bro. He never wanted to fight him next. He never tried to make that fight, fam.
He just called him out and just said, let's fight and let's unify. But he never wanted to
fight. The same way that all these fighters do, bro. The same way Terence Crawford did. The same way Terence Crawford and Bob Arum. Oh, man, we want to fight Errol Spence next. We fighting Errol Spence next. Oh, but hold on. Let's make this a Amir Khan fight. Bro, they all doing that shit. But y'all will call Earl a duck for it.
So let me ask you a question, right? If he didn't want to fight next, why didn't he say anything like that to Bud Crawford or about Bud Crawford, if that's the case? Prior to April 16th when he fought Ugas. Why didn't he say anything like that?
Say it again, because I'm looking shit up while you talking. Say it again.
Why didn't he use the same verbiage that he used for Jeff Horn for Terence Crawford if he meant it the same way? Let's fight, let's unify. Yeah, let's fight, let's unify.
I mean, nigga, you don't use the same verbiage every time you go live and we talk about the same topics. I mean, he just said it differently, bro.
He said it differently. So that what we ride with. He said it differently.
He said it. He said that he did the same exact thing, bro.
He talked
shit about both of them, but he proceeded to make in-house fights, bro.
He told Bud Crawford, let's fight.
Yes, they've told each other let's fight, bro. They've been at each other's neck for what, years now? Just talking shit?
Come on, man. Now at the end of the day, the energy when it came to Jeff Horn was completely different for Terrence Bud Crawford. Everything changed. When Bud Crawford got into the picture, it became the easy route. There was no mention of easy route prior to Bud Crawford hitting the scene. So why didn't he tell Jeff Horn, let me take the easy route first? Why didn't he tell
Bud Crawford didn't tell nobody else. Him and his management team didn't tell nobody else about the easy route unless it deals with Errol Spence too, bro. Like they did the same shit, but you on Earl Hellman for it.
You moving the goalpost when it comes to that, because we heard Errol Spence tell Bud Crawford that he wanted to take the easy route first, but we didn't get the same energy when it came to Jeff Horn. So why is that? And then why didn't Errol Spence say that Jeff Horn was on the wrong side of the street like he did with Bud Crawford?
Bro, he showed that he was on the wrong side of the street by not like you get caught up in what they say, bro. The nigga talk shit about Jeff Horn and was sending offers to nothing but PBC fighters. Terence Crawford talked shit about Errol Spence and was sending offers to nothing but people that either weren't signed to the PBC or they were signed to Top Rank, bro. They both did the same shit, fam. Nobody sent offers to anyone, bro. No one like PBC didn't send Bud was Earl didn't send Earl offer, none of that shit, fam.
When was Earl talking shit about Bud Crawford prior to April 16th?
He pulled up on that nigga in Oklahoma, bro.
He pulled
that
up
whole
on
altercation that whole altercation that you playing where y'all get lost at. The whole altercation you playing. Terence Crawford was already there. Maurice Hooker is in Terence Crawford's camp. Errol Spence has no business at that fight because Errol Spence is not in that camp. Errol Spence pulled up to that fight to see Terence Crawford. Y'all make it seem like Bud pulled up and went there to see Terence Crawford. That's not true, man.
You went there to see Terence Crawford? That why you went there?
Why else did he go, bro? Why did he pull up there?
I'm just getting clarification. He went there to see Bud Crawford.
Who else did he go see, bro?
So he could tell Bud Crawford to his face that he wanted to take the easy route?
Bro, they were talking shit. And he asked him, what's up with a fight? He said, why wouldn't I take the easy route? Why wouldn't I take these easy ass fights that are easy to make?
But he didn't say that with Jeff Horn.
What are we talking about? And then they got to talking about I'll stop you, I'll do this to you, I'll do that to you. Bet 100,000, bet $1 million. What does this shit mean, bro?
Hey, Knockout, you ain't finished the sentence because he ain't said take the easy route because these are some easy fights to make. He said, why not take the easy route and knock out Sean Porter?
He said knock off Sean Porter.
He said knock, meaning that Sean Porter was an easier fight than Bud Crawford.
That's not, bro. How do you get there from that, bro?
Listen,
how can two camps say the exact?
Why wouldn't I go the easy route? How do you get easy route to go?
How can two camps say the exact same thing, but it means something different when Terence Crawford said it? But
when did Terence Crawford ever say, why not take the easy route and knock out Amir Khan?
His mouthpiece, his manager Bo Mack said, "Why won't we go the easy route and fight Jeff Horn? Why won't we go the easy route and fight Jeff Horn?
I got it.
Why won't we go the easy route and fight Jeff Horn?
Hold on. Bo Mack never said go the easy route. Bo Mack exact words was, we went the WBO route.
No, he didn't, bro.
Yes,
Bo, don't do that.
Hey, oh my God.
Oh, don't do that, bro.
Oh my God. If I find a clip on, because that was on Kwame's and BFT.
Yeah, that was
channel.
on Loyal to the Game boxing talk, bro.
He said, wait. This is what he said. He said it's easier to go the WBO route. And then somebody interjected, I don't know who it was, and they said, so the easy route, right?
No.
Then they went crazy.
Check this out.
That's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah.
Hey, Katie, check it out. The word easy didn't even come out of the Bo Mack's mouth. They asked him why didn't he go the IBF route, and Bo Mack said we went the WBO route. Not to mention, this is what these guys don't understand.
Right.
When Crawford got undisputed, right? The first thing that happened, they made Sergey Lipinets be mandatory, and basically Crawford was moving up anyway, and they stripped Crawford of the damn IBF title belt before he actually moved up to begin with. So that's what really happened. And you know the WBO got the rule where you the super champ, you could go up and immediately challenge for the title. Something the IBF doesn't even have.
Oh yeah, I mean the reason is are there, but let's put it real plain and simple. Bud Crawford took the easy route to get to Errol Spence. Errol Spence took the easy route to get away from Bud Crawford. If we gonna put it like that.
Bro, the only nigga that's running around this bitch trying to get away from somebody is Terence Crawford, bro.
How you trying to get away from a guy?
Bro, the nigga literally had 2 contracts on the table, bro. He had one to fight Earl, and he had another one to fucking fight motherfucking David Avenesian. The nigga chose David Avenesian, and y'all is up here capping for this man. You trying so hard that you bringing up shit from 4-5 years ago to try to make your point, bro. That's literally like fuck all the guarantees because we fans. Fuck all the transparency because we fans. We don't know what's going on. But what we all know as fight fans, we know that Terence Bud Crawford had a contract to fight this guy, and he had a contract to fight that guy.
He didn't have a contract.
He had a contract to become the only undisputed champion as a man in 2 separate weight classes in the 4-belt era, to be the first man to do that. Only other person to do that shit was Clarissa Shields. He could have did that shit, or he could have signed to fight a fucking voluntary title defense and make David Avenesian get out of a fight that he already had scheduled. He had options. The nigga chose David Avenesian.
Hey, Dave, what's up, dog?
Yeah, what's up, man? Mr. Golden. I was just getting ready to bring y'all on, but yeah, my guy, Mr. Golden, on the panel, man. What's going on with you, fam? What's on your mind?
Okay, man. Can I
real quick?
Man, can I say something right quick?
Oh, of course.
Let's go back to the thing here. Talk about Bud. When Bud first came up, right? Now, who did that Bold on there?
Yeah, Bold on here.
Hey, Bold, what's up, dog?
What's going on?
Now, let's say they didn't script Crawford for the IBF title. He dropped that title because they tried to make my man his mandatory within 2 weeks' time. He dropped the IBF title and moved up. And moved up. All right. Now everybody holler about he could have fought Earl for the title. No, he couldn't. The narrative cover. He could have fought anybody. He could not fight anybody else when he moved up. He could have petitioned to be a mandatory to fight Earl for the WB for any belt he got. But he would have had to wait in line to fight somebody. So that's why he went to the WBO and got that belt, because Earl and them told him, go get that belt, and then come see me. You feel what I'm saying? That's what everybody told. Oh, he went the easy route to WWE. No, he went and got a championship belt, because he would have petitioned to fight Earl for any other belt. He still would have never fought them boys because they want to give him a title shot. They weren't gonna get Crawford a title shot regardless of what.
He would have said he fought for Showtime and Fox.
Hey, put it like this though, Mr. Golden. If Bud would have went the IBF route, guess what? He still wouldn't have got the fight because Earl still ain't fight IBF mandatory.
Earl still ain't fought nobody. And all this bullshit here, they talk about, oh, he doing this and he doing that. Man, come on, man. Y'all be for real, man.
Yeah.
We all know why the fights are not happening. It's not because of Bud. I think Spence would have want to fight here. I think Spence will fight him. Let's keep it real. It's Al Heyman. Because they know at the end of the day, if Bud beat Earl ass and take that motherfucker belt they threw in the welterweight division. Let's keep it real.
What world are we living in where niggas?
No, we living in the real world.
Where nigga can have 2 offers on the table. 2 offers on the table. One is clearly the better fight. The other one is clearly the trashier fight. The dude takes the trashier fight, and we make excuses for him, bro.
Man, come on, man. Y'all making
Hey, y'all, hold on,
man. Y'all making all the excuses in the fucking world. This man told him off the rip, I want to fight before the year up. Okay? They kept with the bullshit. Then they come to me and said, we ain't going to fight until 2023. So fuck it. Why not take the other fight? Let's keep it real.
They kept with the bullshit, but he's the one that's asking for people. He's asking for the to approve expenses.
All y'all trying to say, boy, this and boy, that man came out.
He literally asking for shit that he has no right to ask for, but they was the ones on bullshit. All right, bro. He literally talked to both parties since May and told BLK Prime everything that he was doing with PBC and told PBC nothing that he was doing with BLK Prime. But y'all want me to believe that the PBC fight is the one that he was really trying to make?
Man, come on, be for fucking real, cuz. Come be for fucking real. You talk.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold that. Pause that for a second. Let me just read the super chats real quick, man. I got Juice Lee coming through with the $5 super chat, man. Hey, feel like I done won the lottery in this bitch, man.
15,
here you go.
30, 37, 38, 45, 47, 15, 30, 37, 38, 45, 47. Just hurry up. I got customers to serve.
Appreciate you, True Sleeper, coming through. Let me read that for you, man. He say they interviewed Earl to fight Bud next. He said he could go up to 168. Crash out versus Canelo. Cheryl and Cap.
Man, y'all seen how motherfucking Canelo look. That shit don't look like no crash out to me. That shit look like a W.
Man, listen.
Hey, hold on. I got one more super chat. Juice Lee, you talking about this right here?
Can we be done with everybody else but Terence Crawford? Can we just do Errol Spence versus Terence Crawford?
I mean, that could happen. We got to see how it go. But, you know, like I said, I can move up to 160 and fight Canelo Alvarez.
Look, I want to
Talk about that right there, Juice Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I got one more super chat, man. $5 super chat by my guy Jamal Neasy. He say if Porter would defeated Bud instead EJ high speed running. Hold on, damn, she done blocked me. Hold on. God damn. Okay, instead EJ high speed running out of the arena, he would have ran in the ring for a rematch with Porter. EJ a duck. Yeah, bro, he a duck, man. Appreciate that super chat, my boy. Here we go right here. I got you.
Celebration! Bitches! Correct. It's a celebration, bitches! Show time for your titties! Rick James.
I appreciate y'all, man. All right, you go back to what you were saying, Mr. Golden.
Hey, listen, my man talk about the situation with Bud asking for stuff he ain't supposed to see. Let me tell you something in business. When Bud accepted that 35%, he became a partner. Okay, he buying into that. So he have a right to find out where the money is spending at. Okay, because anybody go in the partnership. Excuse me.
Come on, bro. What he buy into it? You said when he took that 35%, he bought into it. What he buy?
Taking that 35%. Listen, that's just like you buying. That's just like I'm buying into your company. You got a company. I invest money into your company.
Buying into my company, you got to put some money up. What money was he putting up?
Listen, that 35%. They offer him 35%.
35%. So the 35% was a deal where he was getting net revenue after the fight. So how can you put up some money?
Thank you.
For a fight that ain't happening
now, that's the same thing. That's the same thing as he buying into that company because he agreed. That's his pay. That's his pay. He put up at 35%.
Ask AC that question.
How you putting up some money that you ain't got yet, Gold?
How you putting up the money? That's 35%.
How you putting up money? If you don't get paid till after the fight, how are you putting up money for the fight before the fight? Make that make sense.
They offer him 35% of the net revenue, right?
Yeah.
So he held the right to know where his money is coming from. I can't get up there and tell you, okay, I'm gonna set 35%. You say, hey, we spent this, we spent that.
They was giving
I might not want to. No. At the end of the day, listen, because at the end of the day, I might not want to for $5,000 to fight this motherfucker.
They was giving him all that though, Golden. They gave him all of that. He didn't just want to see the accounting. He didn't just want transparency. He wanted to take it a step further and be able to approve the expenses. They were willing to show him what the expenses were.
He got
like,
to.
Hey, this
You got to be able to. You got to be able to prove that. If not, you're gonna get shit. You can tell me we did this and we did that.
How you get without a goddamn thing? Ain't put no money up on, no, bro.
What do you put no money up on, Carl? He is putting up his money.
What money
he put up? 35%. That's his money.
What money he put up?
A knockout, like you said, he put up his guarantee.
He ain't put up his guarantee because it's no guarantee deal.
Because it's a forfeiture.
No, he got no guarantee in the deal. Him and Spence got no guarantee up front. They both was
because it's a forfeiture in order to
so
make.
So if they both didn't know, if they both didn't know guarantee, what money you putting up? Y'all talking about fancy money.
You just said if they had a guarantee, they would have made less money. Without a guarantee, they make more money. So you forfeit your guarantee.
If the promotion is successful, the shit could flop.
More money.
The shit could flop, and it could not be as big.
Now it could flop. But before you was 100% on it doing well, doing 200 million. But
I said if, bro. I never said that it was gonna do that.
But you saying if it's gonna happen, and you saying if like the $25 million guarantee is
that's
nothing.
Betting on yourself. It could also fail. The only point I'm making about all this shit, y'all are talking about he's an investor. Y'all are talking about he putting up this and putting up that. In order for you to invest in something, it costs capital.
You don't have to invest.
He's putting up no cash, bro. He's not an investor.
I could forfeit a portion of my money that I'm guaranteed to get. I can forfeit that into the business.
When did he say he was doing that, bro?
Just like a person who.
When did he say he was doing that? You giving your opinion on what could happen. He never said
Because
nothing
you gave
about
your
that, bro.
opinion on what could happen. You said the money that you said the guarantee went towards them promoting the fight. Is that not what you said?
That's my opinion. Yes, that's what I think they were trying to do. But I don't know that for a fact.
I'm rebutting your opinion with my opinion that makes much more sense, because my opinion is backed by factual law. It's called forfeiture. So I can forfeit my guarantee, knowing that I'm not getting a guarantee, and knowing that money now puts me in position.
But he never said that that's what he was doing.
A guarantee,
I don't understand.
and I can have the right over.
What he did say was that I'm getting no guaranteed money up front. Earl claims that he's getting no guaranteed money up front. Neither one of them said that they was putting up any money for the fight. So if you ain't putting up no money for if you ain't putting up no money for marketing,
you don't have to put up money out of your own pocket when you forfeit the money that was guaranteed.
You ain't booking the venue. You ain't paying no site fees.
No, listen.
You ain't putting people in the hotel. They gotta travel down for no motherfucking press pass. You ain't doing none of that shit, but you want to be able.
Let me put it to you like this,
and that makes sense.
I'm a rapper. Can I speak? I'm a rapper. Bad Boy wants to sign me, right? Bad Boy says, "Listen, we're gonna give you the largest signing bonus ever possible, which is $6 million, right?" So the rapper then says, "Well, listen, can I forfeit that $6 million and straight up and down buy my publishing? So now I have leverage in the game to where I control my publishing, but I'm only using you guys for distribution and blah, blah, blah." If that is exactly what they did. So it's basically like
again, where are you getting it? You giving me it sound good. Where did he say that? Where did anybody say that? What reports? Like you keep coming with these opinions, they sound good. But where did he say that?
It doesn't have to be said, but it's in the nature of what he's asking. You can just like in any application, in any contract, there are certain words just by the language of the contract. You can respectfully assume that A plus B equals C. So in the language, and you brought up a very good point, and I'm only piggybacking off your point to put clarity to it.
Ain't none of us seen the contract though, AC. Nobody seen that.
There is no contract. There was no contract.
Now there's no contract.
They never got to a contract.
All right, bro.
Hey, hold on, let me knock out the question.
I got you, bro.
So what I'm saying to you is, in your point knockout, in your point where you were talking about Al told the money that they were supposed to get, it went for promotion. Let's just say that's true, not your opinion. Let's just say that's fact. So if it's fact, the only way that fact is actually possible if both parties agree to forfeiture. That's all I'm saying, which then gives them that leverage. Both of them. Obviously, Spence has more trust in the company because the company has shown him more faith.
So you basing all of this off of my opinion, and that's my opinion. I ain't mad at you for doing it. But what I do know is factual.
So
is that neither one of them is getting a guarantee. That's what I know for fact number one. Fact number two, I know that Errol Spence ain't said shit about approving expenses. Fact number three, I know Bud Crawford ain't said shit about putting up no money.
Knockout. I said he has no recourse.
So again, if all I have to go off of is that you're not getting a guarantee, and the only other thing I have to go off of is that you ain't said you putting up no money for the fight. So all we know for a fact is that the man got no guarantee. And we know that he ain't never said that he putting up no money for the fight. If we know those two things, based on that, you don't deserve to approve shit, bro. Maybe if he doing what you talking about, maybe if it's that forfeiture shit that you talking about, then my mind can be changed. But that's just your opinion. Like my opinion is my opinion. But based on the fact,
because nobody can legally
the nigga don't deserve to approve shit, bro.
They can't even show you the term sheet legally.
I know,
so
but
everything we do
is we piece this shit together, AC.
You saying Bud Crawford left in the middle? You saying Bud Crawford left in the middle of negotiations?
As we piece it all together and we go
speculation because you have no definitive proof. If there is no proof,
the only facts that we know is that the man ain't getting a guarantee. We know that's a fact, and we know that the man never said that he was putting up no money for the fact. So based on those two facts that we know, all our assumptions and all that shit be damn based on the shit that we do know.
You can't say Errol. Then you can't say Bud Crawford left in the middle of negotiations
when those
two sticking points aren't settled.
He did, bro.
How did he leave in the middle when those two sticking points aren't settled? And the fight is until next year. How did he leave in the middle when they know?
That's where y'all part ways with me, because you choose to believe Terence Crawford. You choose to believe Terence Crawford, homie. Believe what you want to believe, but it's multiple people saying that the man had fight dates and everything for 2022.
You choose people. Let me ask you the question. Okay, let's go try the thing here, my boy. Okay, let's say Bob and was still board, right? Will Bob Aaron have access to the books?
I don't know. Probably so. Yeah, if it's a joint promotion, hell yeah. The same way Bud would have access to him. They gave him access to him. The thing is, he wanted to be able to approve shit. You chopping up real bad, bro.
Okay.
Is that just me, or can y'all hear him?
Nah, he chopping up. He chopping up.
I thought it was just me for a second.
But knockout, point blank I'm trying to make is the language that I'm using is actual factual law. I'm using your opinion to point that there is a real way this can happen. Whether you want to say it don't matter because it was based off your opinion and then someone corrected you that your opinion does have validation in the real business world, then that's on you. You're doing yourself a discredit instead of taking the credit for making a great point. So the only way this thing can actually happen and both parties agree to it, and Errol Spence ain't got no beef with it, is because, number one, he's comfortable with the company. Number two, this is Terence Bud Crawford's first time dealing with the company. So he's exercising that right. Errol Spence is not exercising that right, just like he's not exercising the right to sue Al Heyman for blocking that $25 million under the Muhammad Ali Act.
Mm-hmm. Fake $25 million you keep talking about? Okay.
It's fake, all right. It's fake, but he said the $25 million
on that shit, AC. Come on,
he said the $25 million was for you. So that ain't fake. He knows it's real.
Fake. That shit fake as hell.
All right, just like Wilder, $50 million was fake to AJ.
No, because they were willing to tell AJ where the money was coming from. Huge difference.
And so was he. He told Al where the money was coming from. He was telling Al where the money was coming from.
He didn't.
Al then said, "Ain't letting nobody touch the fight before he could
didn't
finish."
tell Al where the money was coming from. He said, "These guys, they say they know you."
They said they know you.
So why wouldn't Al chunk a lump sum of money to fight Terence Crawford, which he didn't call me back, so I proposed it to Al. I hit up Al. I'm like, Al, listen, man, I got this big hedge fund company out here. They claim they know you. Not one, but two. Not one, but two. Two companies willing to put 20+ million in both of our pocket, guaranteed. Al tell me straight up, I'm not letting nobody touch this fight. Like, all right, cool. But I'm like, why?
Why wouldn't Al ask the question? Like,
not one, but two
gentlemen. And can you show me proof of funds? Why wouldn't Al's question, being a businessman that he is the next question would be, who are these gentlemen, and can you actually show me proof of funds in an escrow account or X, Y, and Z?
Why didn't Bud tell Earl?
He told Earl. Earl never got back to him.
Oh, he told Earl.
Back to him.
Right.
Earl said, talk to my real boss, Al Heyman.
Exactly.
That what he said about.
He said he got to talk to Al. He said, what's on the back end? He said, what's on the back end, and he got to talk to Al.
Yeah, and then Bud Crawford made up some bullshit. 80, 20, 20, 80, 80. Like, come on, bro. Like,
so then why didn't they ask for proof of funds in the escrow account? Why didn't they ask for proof of funds in the escrow account like AJ did, which caused Wilder and Al Heyman to show proof of funds in the escrow account.
Maybe they thought the nigga. Maybe I don't know. This is just a guess. Maybe when they seen how squirrely the nigga
so
was, and he couldn't even answer a simple question.
So you told me you speak on facts, but now you guessing and speculating. You told me you speak on facts, but now you
asked me a question that nobody has facts on. But the facts we do know is that they.
But the fact is that the $25 million is real. The fact is the $25 million is real,
bro.
Because ain't nobody asked to show proof of funds, and they didn't ask for who. If someone came to you and said, "I got $25 million for you," you're gonna say from who, and then I'm gonna show you. You
think somebody gonna be willing to put up $50 million for the fight, and then let it be a secret? The biggest fight in boxing. They got.
It wasn't a secret. It was not a secret. It was not a secret. If you shut it down, if you shut it down, it's not a secret.
Why don't we know then?
Turned away.
Why don't we know then?
It wasn't you
turned it down.
Why don't Earl know? Why don't Al know? Why don't nobody know where the money coming from?
It no matter when you turn the blood clot thing down, boy. Your brain not work, my youth man. Come on, step on them, my youth man. It's a simple thing. It's a simple thing me I talk about. It's a simple thing me I talk about. The man them give them $25 blood clot $1 million. The boy them all them then say, nah, me not want nothing to deal with them $25 million. Now ask about where it come from. Now ask me, yo, show me proof of them blood clot money, you wicked lying bumper ass.
All that nigga had to do was tell him where the money was coming from. And then
Come on, bro. You're talking wickedness now.
Al already said. Al had to shut that shit down when Al said.
Bro, I know Golden don't like me that much, right?
What the hell? How you know I don't like you? How you know I don't like you?
I remember you, Golden. It's cool. I ain't got no beef with you, bro.
I don't listen. One thing about it, I don't have no beef with nobody, cuz. I don't have no beef with nobody. I'm not with that. I'm not with that beef shit.
I remember you though.
Oh, you remember me? Where you remember me from?
I remember you, bro. You know where? ILTBA shit, or maybe that was on that whole rebel shit.
See. No, I came on your show.
I remember you though, cause the first thing you said to me, "Hey man, hold on." Matter of fact, yeah. It was on ILTBA shit when I murdered
No, it was not on ILTBA. The first time I talked to you, I came on your show. I came on your show.
I remember you, bro.
The first time I came on your show.
But no, it's neither here nor there, bro.
But my thing is, Al shut all that shit down.
You on ILTBA shit when I cooked B-Mac. That wasn't you.
On ILTBA shit when you cook me, you ain't cook no damn B-Mac. Cut that line out. Cut that line out,
bro. You really gonna do that now?
Cut the line out. Cut the line out. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
Hey, whatever you say.
But anyhow. But my thing is, Al shut that shit down for the beginning. That's why Al didn't want to work with Bob. Al wanted all the money for his goddamn self.
Knockout.
They asked the nigga where the money was coming from, and he wouldn't tell him, bro.
Yo, can you hear me? Knockout.
Man, I hear you coming. You better not be. You better be coming here.
No. Real fast. We talking about proof of funds, right? We talking about proof of funds, right? Terence Crawford. Is that what you're talking about? I'm just making sure because I just came on. Is that what you're talking about? Proof of funds?
Yeah. He got proof of funds.
$50 million.
Okay, right. Say that again.
We talking about that $50 million, or was it 45? I don't know. Cause Bud
$50 million, $25 million a piece.
We talking about the money that Bud had for the fight.
So knockout. Let's run with 50 million because I love 50 million. That's a good number. So what you're telling me is
round number.
Hold on. Let me finish. So what you're admitting right now is Deontay Wilder ducked Anthony Joshua because he had $50 million but wouldn't show proof of funds.
I thought they showed him.
No, they never showed anything.
Yeah, they did. They showed the money.
They showed the money. They showed him where the money was coming from, dog.
No, they didn't.
Nice try, though.
Eddie
Hearn showed him a year later. He showed up a year later.
$120 million. So
after Frank Warren verified the money.
Okay.
What's that?
AJ couldn't take that money because of who it was coming from. AJ couldn't. They turned that fight down because they said, "But whoever the money, Wilder was getting the money from,"
and they was telling
him
they
verified that money. But it was another company because who AJ was fighting for on the platform. He could not accept that money.
That came out after the $120 million counteroffer because they would not talk about where it came from. Then it came out that they were going through Sky, which Anthony Joshua could not work with, but that was after the fact. At the time of when they were doing it, they did not reveal where it came from. That was until after the fact. When Frank Warren came out with
he told them,
while
they dropped the video, hold on, bro. While they dropped the video that said him and Al got the money in the bag.
Here's what I'm saying right now. So knockout. I'll agree with you.
I ain't laughing at you, Tony. I'm laughing at the capping that's going on in the chat.
No, that's fine. But knockout, I'll agree with you right now. We'll agree with each other. If you agree that Deontay Wilder ducked Anthony Joshua because when the original proof of funds was asked for and they didn't show it,
exactly,
then that's a duck. If you agree to that, then I say because Terrence didn't do the same thing, then that's a duck as well. So are you saying that Wilder ducked Joshua?
If what you saying, I gotta do more research. If what you saying is true, then hell yeah, that's a duck.
Okay, then we'll say they both ducked.
I said they ain't no goddamn. I said they ain't no goddamn duck. I said they both duck one another. They both duck one another.
Hell yeah! Like if what you saying is true, Tony, then yeah, that's a duck, bro.
But the question to be asked is why didn't Al ask for proof of funds? Why didn't he ask for proof of funds?
It's like when you say you come with some money, you need to prove that you got it up front, homie.
So
that's what I'm trying to get you to see. Like, shouldn't nobody if you say you got something for me, I shouldn't have to go all this roundabout asking you this.
No, it's not roundabout asking. It's if I'm telling you I got the money, you did not tell me. Nowhere in Terence Crawford's statement did it say Al said, "Who are these people?" Al never said that. Al never said.
Girl asked him, bro. Hey, Al said, "I'm not letting nobody touch the fight."
Al only said, "I'm not letting anybody touch the fight."
Of course he did.
So where was Al said these other things? When Al did not say that.
Hey, the only thing Errol Spence said
bro, I don't know if you're hearing me or if my mic is breaking. Earl asked him where the money was coming from. Earl.
Earl on the backside. What about the back?
The only thing Errol Spence asked for was a fire stick. That's all he asked for was a fire stick. He said, "I got a fire stick too."
I appreciate the comedic relief, homie. I appreciate the comedic relief, homie.
Listen, knockout. Earl's answer to Bud Crawford telling them about the 25 million was, what about the back end? And then his next question was, where is the money coming from? And that's when Bud Crawford told them, for us, it don't matter where the money coming from. Let's focus on the 25 million. When he's right, it don't matter to you where the money coming from. The money gonna matter to Al.
It don't matter to me. It matters to Earl. He should. I don't give a fuck if he never tells me. But if you trying to make that deal, bro, if you trying to make that fight, you tell the man where the money coming from.
Bro, he told the man. Listen. If I'm telling you, all right, bro, we gonna do business together. I got some investors that are willing to put in X amount of money so we can do this split to get this shit jumping.
My first question to you is, who are the fucking investors? I'm not trying to do no shadowy, shady ass shit. That's my first question, bro. If you can't tell me that, I'm not visiting it any further, bro.
Now here's the cop out, and this is where I got you. Now you know you done fucked up, right? Because here's the deal. When has Terence Bud Crawford ever been known to be involved in a shady ass deal where fighters didn't get paid? They didn't get whatever. That's never happened in his career. He's a stand-up guy.
Has never put on a fight before.
To talk about Bud Crawford like he's a fucking crook, that's wrong. That's a cop-out. And that's where we talk about.
The nigga ain't never done a fight before, bro. He ain't never put on no fight. So of course he ain't did no shady shit or nothing like that. I ain't say he was shady, but I'm saying
as a person, I'm talking to you as man to man. Like he said, I called Errol man to man, fighter to fighter.
And I'm telling you, man to man, I think KD is a hell of a man. I think KD is cool. He always show me love, even though we disagree. He done came to my platform to make sure that we have great debates over there. He done judged for me. He done participated in debates. I rock with KD. But if KD come to me right now and tell me that knockout, he got some money for me, my very first question to him Hey, bro, where the money coming from? If he can't answer that simple question, I'm not visiting the shit any further, bro.
Because
I don't know what
that's your
y'all were talking
distrusting
about.
nature. That is your distrusting nature. Because if the man never did nothing to you, why he gonna involve you in some fuckboy shit? That's your distrusting nature. You're fucked up for that, bro. Dead ass. And thanks for letting
I'm fucked up because I want to know where money is coming from. Crazy world we live in.
Never showed me nothing.
Crazy world we live in, bro.
If a dude ain't never showed me nothing where he was fucked up and he did anything fucked up towards me, I'm not gonna distrust him when he's telling me that there's a solid deal that's gonna make both of us money.
So
ain't nothing solid about it. And then I didn't even want to get into this shit because business is what I do in real life. Ain't nothing solid about a hedge fund, bro.
Look.
Ain't nothing solid about a hedge fund, bro.
Hold on.
They expect a return on their investment with interest, bro.
Look,
ain't nothing solid about that shit, bro. Number one, number two, not only are you claiming that it's a hedge fund, you claiming that you won't tell the people where the money is coming from. Not only that, I really wish, bro, that somebody would play the clip of the nigga like KD started it right when he started talking about Al. But if you go to when he was saying that he called Earl with the shit, the numbers changed. The number of hedge fund companies.
It doesn't matter. It does matter.
It shows that
if I said 25 million and then said 20 plus, it doesn't matter.
It don't matter to you if somebody seems like they full of shit. I got you.
Who are you?
Errol Spence was
Talking
saying.
to knockout. Who is that?
Somebody said fucked up.
Yo, this static all in the background.
Yeah, I don't know who that
I just want to say this real fast. Look, I would say that nobody in the right fucking mind is going to accept money where they don't know where it's coming from because you're not even going to know if it's real or not. So that's first things first. Like, regardless if Bud's been tied up in any bad business deals or not, is irrelevant to the fact of where the fuck is the money coming from.
And that's your distrusting nature.
And I know for a fact I'm not.
This is why black dudes don't do business together. This is why black dudes don't do business together.
No. Look,
this is why black dudes don't do business together. You can't say nothing else to me, homie. Nah, y'all niggas is tripping.
That's insanity.
You talk about black business.
Listen, my thing is, I'm like, if I come to you and ask you, hey, AC, I got $25 million a piece for me and you. We got a man gonna put up some money, right? I'm not gonna reveal anything to you until you say, hey man, okay, this is what we're gonna do.
Okay, so
I'm down with you. But why should I reveal where I'm getting my money from?
You shouldn't, because I'm not gonna give a fuck. Understand what I'm saying? Understand what I'm saying?
AC, hold on. Let me finish saying what I gotta say. Why should I reveal who I'm getting money from if you're not agreeing to go in and take the money? Because I can tell you, hey, AC, I'm getting 25 million from Jay-Z, get 25 million from Warren Buffett. Okay, that's 50 million. I'm giving you my sauce. Who can say you can't go behind my back before you agree to anything and try to cut my throat? So I'm not gonna give you my information unless we say, okay, this is what we're gonna do. Then I will come and say, hey, me, AC, we decided to do this. Okay, man, this is who we're gonna get the money from.
Who the fuck do y'all do? Who?
Somebody rocking with Terence Crawford talking about somebody
I'm not gonna give nobody no information. I'm not gonna give nobody information where the fuck I'm getting my money from unless we agree that we're gonna do the sale.
I heard what you had to say. I heard what you had to say, but let me speak now. Okay, here's context to it. For me, if you come to me, if Knockout comes to me, if KD comes to me, if anybody on this panel comes to me, and you tell me this thing, right? Now, where we are and at the level of where we are, we have to be pretty important people if someone is willing to give us $25 million. Let me finish, guys. We have to be very, very important people and very, very reliable people if someone's willing to give us $25 million. Okay? Now, that's the first point. Number two, the second point is, if you're telling me this, you better believe I've been doing due diligence on you and on your business practices to see if you've been doing anything fucked up. And if we've been dealing with each other on a personal level, and I'm coming to you man to man, telling you this on a man-to-man basis. saying, yeah, blah, 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 yada, 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 knowing on the caveat that we still got $1 million bet that we bet on that same night where we talking about this goddamn Sean Porter and Easy Route shit. There was $1 million bet placed and a handshake that makes that $1 million bet legitimate. So that means I have a legitimate bet with a stand-up guy, and now this guy came to me with a $25 million deal. Yeah, I'm gonna be for someone who's untrustworthy, I'm going to be sketchy. But if I'm saying to myself, I got to bet with this nigga, this dude's a stand-up guy, you know what? I hear what you're saying, but let me put it to you like this. If you can show me this money within in an escrow account or whatever that I'm getting this 25 million, you could show me in an escrow account, then yeah, we can move forward. Why not?
But Errol didn't say that. Errol rolled up the money on the back end.
It's called risk.
Listen to me.
It's called risk.
Listen to me.
Risk.
These are the facts, bro. Like I hear what y'all be saying to me, but these are the facts. Fact number one: the man Bud Crawford didn't tell him where the money was coming from. Fact number two: the man changed his story. The man changed his story like 2 times. By the time I got a lot of feedback from somebody, bro.
Yeah,
got a lot of feedback. Okay, it's gone. Fact number two: the man Terence Bud Crawford changed his story multiple times. First, when it was Earl, it was something else. Then by the time he had called L, it was something else. Fact number three: the man has never done a fight where it has generated close to $50 million in revenue. So you got all these facts in front of you. You think that somebody was dumb enough to put up $50 million for a Terence Crawford fight?
Errol has done a fight generating.
Matter of fact, the man barely got $20-some million in sales on his own, bro.
Generating $50 million.
Come on, man.
Has Errol Spence ever done a fight that generated $50 million?
Yes.
What fight did he do?
The Errol Spence versus Mikey Garcia fight did well over $50 million in revenue, bro.
It did well over $50 million.
Yes. Look it up, man.
That's a lie. That's cap.
Okay.
That's cap.
Go. Take $360,000. Take $360,000. Take $360,000 times the price of the pay-per-view and get back to me.
To the question you
Matter of fact, I'll do it for you.
Cap compared to the question you asked me. It's cap compared to the question you asked me. Don't do it because I really don't give a fuck. I will put my shit on you.
Don't worry, I got you.
It's cap. Don't worry. I'm not even gonna entertain that dumb shit. Save it for one of them niggas that don't know no better. I know my numbers, and based on the original,
the man has $80 million in pay-per-view sales.
Having the ability to have someone come and say,
"Ain't nobody doing that shit, bro." Like you can't get around the man changing his story, bro.
What event?
What event
Terence Crawford put on? What
he never put on an event in his life, bro.
Errol Spence versus Mikey Garcia wasn't a big event.
All right, bro. You got it. You got it, fam. It's literally that one event is bigger than all the Terence Crawford.
You're talking in the context of
that one event is bigger than anything Terence Crawford ever did in his
being a host and everything else, like PBC or whatever, putting on an event, and then you comparing a fight. But meanwhile, Bud Crawford is always paid more money than your guy who you saying has X, Y, and Z. And that's a fact. Your man don't make as much money, so stop.
He has a higher purse because purses are reported. We don't know if you put that back in shit. We don't know. And I don't care about that, bro. I don't care about who makes money and shit. What I know is that the man changed his story, bro. Like you won't address that shit, bro. Like you will not address that shit, fam. The man changed his story. The man changed his story twice, and you don't care. He changed his story twice, and you don't care. He won't tell people where the money's coming from, and you don't care. He ain't never did. He ain't changed his story, so I don't care. In his entire career, but you believe somebody
so I don't care.
Somebody about to put up double for him.
So I don't care,
bro.
He did not change his story, so I don't care.
He did, bro.
You have a preconceived notion that that Bud Crawford is a liar. You said yourself he's a liar. You don't believe anything he has to say. So to you, he changed it. To me, I don't believe Bud Crawford's a liar. Everything he said has come to fruition to be true. So therefore, I have no reason to question him. You have every reason to question him because by your own admission, you said he is a liar. That is a motherfucking lie. That's what you said. So how do you debate a guy who already has a preconceived notion? It's an old saying, bro. In the land of the blind, the man with one eye is king. You're blind. At least I have one eye. It doesn't have to be 20/20 in a one eye, but I can still see a little bit better than you, my nigga. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Period, homie. So you making all of these statements, but you contradicting yourself in the fact of what you're trying to defend. Period, knockout.
So I walked away and came back at the very end of that. I'm going to say this again. Nobody, especially when you're talking about millions of dollars, is going to agree to something without knowing where the money's coming from to know if the money's actually.
So if you never ask the question, how do you know where it comes from? If it's dead at that point, how do you get to that point? You never ask for verification.
So
you never ask for proof of
to me, this going down the money rabbit hole is the dumbest part of saying who dug to, because at the end of the day,
it's not the dumbest part.
No, hold on, let me finish.
It's not the dumbest part because let me finish because you're making a statement that's not true. And not in saying it's the dumbest part, it's not the dumbest part. Because in turning down that money from Al Heyman, he violated the Muhammad Ali Act.
Hey, AC, just hear him out for a second. He might be saying it.
So again, I'm gonna restate, since you told me to let you finish, but you jumped over me while I was talking. So as I was saying, to me, this is the dumbest rabbit hole to go down, because no matter what you say about, oh, we don't have good faith in people, you could say that we've never heard about anything about Bud lying, this or that, but you don't know him personally. You don't know if he's an honest person, just like I don't. You don't know if he's a liar, just like I don't. Just like we don't know if Spence is a liar or an honest person in real life. None of us do. None of we know them in real life to have a personal opinion about whether they're truthful or not. We don't know them like that. So to state that, oh, they're honest and you just have to believe in people, that's the way that you end up broken without nothing and leeches take advantage of you. But here's what the most relevant thing that you have not brought up once is. It was put out in December, whenever the Avenesian fight was made, that PBC was trying to hold Terence Crawford to 2023 to make the fight. Then it came out that the fight was supposed to happen in April, not in January, not in February, but Terence Crawford was supposed to fight Spence in April. Here's the thing about it. In the meantime, what's wrong with Bud having a fight in December to turn around and have another fight in April? He could do that. How do I know he could do that? Because Tank Davis just had a fight, who's with the PBC, right here in January, and he's about to fight Ryan Garcia in the same month that Spence was going to fight Terence in April. How do we know that the April date is believable, that that's when they really wanted to do the Spence-Bud fight? Because Spence is fighting Thurman in April, which came out in December, which gives it more credence that they were trying to make Bud wait till April. That's the route you should be going down, not going down a route of where, oh, he should just believe him because he should believe him.
No, that's not what I said.
Gonna fucking believe anybody whenever money's involved, especially not $25 million.
You're rambling now. Can I listen? Here's the facts. If I have a nature that's allowed me, you can Google my name, Chef Michael Arrington. I'm Michelin recognized for restaurant I worked at in Bushwick by my peers. So understand, I'm a consultant right now. I build $1 million restaurants for forever over the last at least 20 years. So what I'm trying to express to you is, if a person comes to me, they call me up, I have to have a certain amount of faith in that business that I'm going to get paid, because I'm a person of color. And whenever they find out based on my name dictates to them I would be a white guy. But when I show up, I'm a person of color. So at the end of the day, I have to have faith in them and they have faith in me based on my experience. So with that being said, if the nature of business is called to me and an investor comes up to me, and I'm not going to ask the investor where the money is coming from, Only someone with a disposition of trust will ask that question first. The business person will always ask, do you have proof of funds? Just like when you go to purchase a real estate or you get an apartment. They're not asking you where's the money coming from. They're asking you for proof of funds within a bank statement or tax statement. So
that is a lie, bro.
That is a
man, shut the fuck up.
Lie, bro.
Don't interrupt me with that dumb shit.
Let me tell you something.
That is a complete lie, bro.
Don't interrupt me with that stupid shit because you're too fucking ignorant to know.
That is a lie, bro.
That's not true at all. I can tell you that's not true
What
at
the
all.
fuck? Like this man literally said when you go to buy real estate, they don't ask you where the money is coming from. Bro.
They don't. It's called proof of funds, you fucking idiot.
No.
It's in a bank statement or your tax statement.
Man, you lying like a motherfucker.
You ain't never run an apartment. You ain't never leased nothing.
Here we go.
You ain't never leased nothing, bro. You just proved to me you're nothing.
Okay.
You just proved to me you're nothing, Knockout. And I hate to say that about you because
I'm nothing. But when you go to buy a house, since you want to do that, since you want to go there, let me let you know how I really go. So when you go to buy a house, they ask you for bank statements. They ask you for W-2s. They ask you for W-2s. They ask you for your credit score. You got to run a credit check, right?
That's proof of
Hey, so y'all, hey, whoa.
They want to know where your money coming from.
Hey,
hold on. They want to know how much money you make going back years, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hold on, Box.
Talking about they don't ask you where the money coming from, personal real estate. You got your goddamn mind, bro. How the fuck why you think people make shell companies, dog?
Hold on, y'all. So y'all know realtor. I'm a realtor. So y'all know on the line. So what is this about?
Okay,
let me explain to him. Let me speak for my own shit. 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 I don't need nobody to talk for me. Let me speak for my own shit. Let me speak for my own shit. Don't tell nobody what I said because you're gonna lie on me. You're gonna lie on me. You're gonna lie on me. Shut the fuck up. You're not gonna do that.
Let me tell you
You're not gonna do that, Knockout. Knockout, you're not gonna fucking do that. You're not gonna do that.
When you go to
purchase real estate, you're not gonna do that.
They don't even care where the money is coming from.
I'm not gonna let you do that. 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 Let me speak for myself. Let me speak for myself. I can speak for myself. I don't need nobody to speak for me. I can speak for myself. I can speak for myself. I can speak for myself.
I'm quiet, Tony. He mad because he lied and said some
I can speak for myself. Ain't nobody mad. I'm getting mad because you clown ass niggas is trying to talk for me. Don't do that.
Bro, stop talking like that on the internet.
AC, what's the question?
Here what it was. I was making an example of proof of funds. Of why Al Heyman nor Errol asked for proof of funds. And then I made the example of leasing a space, being that I do this all the time with restaurants. And I said, when you go to the space, and you're talking to the realtor is not going to directly ask you where did the money come from. The realtor
is not what you said, you lying ass nigga.
Fucking idiot. This is my point.
Said, bro.
Can I speak?
But you're still wrong.
Can I speak? My point is this. The realtor's gonna ask you for proof of funds. Not where the money came from directly. It's a statement.
That's a lie.
It's how you
say a lie, bro. You're lying, fam. You're a lying ass nigga right now.
Okay, AC. I heard what you said. Let me hear Knockout version.
Let me say this because I've been trying to say this.
Very simply. Before Tony.
Hold on, Tony. Hold on. Chill. Tony, wait, real quick. Let me hear what because they were going back and forth for a while. I don't know what the hell going on. Hold on.
Very simply put, KD. Very simply put, bro. As you heard, the nigga just said when you go to lease property or buy property or whatever, that they ask for proof of funds and they don't ask you where the money is coming from. That is a fucking lie.
Okay.
That's not true.
That's it. That's all. I'll be quiet.
That was your statement? Okay.
So,
Tony Reviews, go ahead, fam. What was your version?
To back this shit up, I know it's a lie personally because I can tell you when you're buying property, whether it be business or residential, if you have cash transactions that are greater than $10,000, they will make you show where that cash came from, or you will not get the loan. It does not matter if it's there in your bank account. They can make you go back depending on what type of money transaction you're doing. They can make you do a 1 year history, a 3 year history, a 5 year history. If it's enough, they can go back 10 years. But if you have cash coming into your account without any paper trail, they will audit that and want to know how the fuck you got
Then they
that.
go to IRS, my nigga.
Okay, hold on.
That is why drug dealers make shell companies, you stupid ass nigga. That's why they make shell companies.
Wait a second. Wait. Hold on, y'all.
What you talking about, dickhead?
Hold on, y'all. Let me add a caveat to what Tony Review said, because there's an element of that's true, but it also depends on how long the money's been sitting there. There's a time frame. If the money just got there, then yeah, they're gonna question it. But if it's been sitting in an account for a while, then for the most part, they're really not gonna question it. But they will want to see that you're making enough money in order to be able to pay the mortgage regularly, unless you're gonna pay for the house cash. See, if you're talking about a mortgage, then what you're talking about, Knockout and Tony's Reviews, you would be right, except for the fact that it would depend on how long the money has been sitting there for them to actually question where the money's coming from. What AC is talking about, because I heard him mention cash transactions, it's a lot different. They looking at they need, you have to provide proof of funds in order for us to even go to anybody with a deal. We need to see proof of funds. In order for us to do anything, I'm not even helping you if you're telling me you paying cash and you don't got an approval letter. I'm not doing anything without proof of funds.
Proof of funds.
Right. That's what proof of funds.
That's all I was saying. So Al Heyman and Errol Spence could have moved to asking him, do you have any sort of proof of funds on this $25 million? It was never asked, but they keep holding Bud accountable like it's not real and saying ain't nobody gonna do this, this, and that. But ain't no real businessman not gonna ask for proof of funds. And that's the point I'm making, and they trying to debate me about that. That's why I'm like, are you guys serious? Are you really the businessman you're telling me you are? Because my language is specific, clear, and intentive in saying that no businessman is going to ask, well, where the money coming from? He's going to ask you, do you have proof of funds? That could be an escrow account. That could be a letter of what he just said.
Where the money is coming from.
It could be
then you need to provide him with proof of funds for the money. A real businessman would know that and come up front with that shit and not be playing all court.
No, he doesn't have to. Bro. He does not have to.
If right, bro, whatever you say. Hey, KD, bro, I appreciate you having me up, man. I got to get ready to roll, bro. Take it easy, homie.
Yo.
Hey, appreciate you for sliding through, Knockout.
Yo, listen, KD.
Always, fam. Take it easy, homie.
No doubt. Hey, everybody, y'all make sure to subscribe to Knockout Box 86 TV on YouTube. Go ahead, what you were saying, fam.
KD, I'm saying this. In the business world, you deal with real estate, and we're just going to use it because you're the host of the show. You have all the power or whatever, and you give us a great platform to debate debate on. My point is simple. Whenever you're dealing in large transactions and you say you have someone behind you, it's not your money. It's someone behind you. You have to say, you have to show proof of funds. And to ask where's the money coming from in that business sense is an inappropriate question, because where the money comes from does not have to be disclosed. The investor can say, I want to be a blind investor. I'm just putting money in. I just get mine on the back, and I don't want my name to be a part of it if it fails or whatever. And I don't want, because who I am, people start hedging against your company, which may take away from the profitability of your company. So I'll stay blind and out of the picture. So my point is, if I say I have these hedge funds, the proper question to ask after that is, do you have any sort of proof of funds? Then you answer the question, yes. Then it's required for you within 24 to 48 hours or whatever the stipulation is to show said proof of funds. then we can move forward.
Right.
That's how it's done. These guys are debating me and telling me that's not true. That's a lie.
Yeah, no.
You have to know where the money is coming from at the end of the day, because here's the fact of the matter. When you're talking about a sport like boxing that deals with promotional companies like the PBC, or in Terrence's case, this time BLK Prime, they have their own networks that they have to go through, aka Errol Spence cannot fight just because he wants to on BLK Prime. He is contracted through PBC to either Fox or Showtime. He has to fight for them. Therefore, he cannot accept money from a company that would make him fight for that company, because now he would be in breach of his own contract.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
At the end of the day, you have to know who is providing these funds, what are the stipulations around these funds, and how is this money going to be distributed. You have to know all the fine details to even make a business deal. What you're talking about is so at the top that it doesn't even cover anything. At the end of the day, you still have to know where the money's coming from for all the stipulations that follow. Period.
But Tony's reviews though. But wouldn't you, if this makes sense to you at all, wouldn't you have to put forth the effort in order to do the due diligence to even find that out?
They did.
What due diligence did they do? Besides,
Spence asked him where it was coming from, and he had no answer.
He said that it was coming from a hedge fund. It was a large hedge fund. What kind of information can you provide over the phone in regards to where the money's coming from? If I'm saying it's coming from a hedge fund, then that could be hedge funds. You know what hedge funds are? That's a whole bunch of different places. A whole bunch of investors put their money or pool their money into hedge funds. So at that point, if you're worried about the money, whether it be legal or not, wouldn't it be up to you, if you're interested in collecting the money, to do due diligence? First of all, also too, I could lie. I could be like, oh, it's coming from Warren Sapp, but it ain't coming from Warren Sapp. You still would have to do your due diligence and find out where the money coming from, right?
You would, but let me give you the same example, right? If I told you, yeah, we can meet in real life, let's meet at the restaurant, and that's all I say, that's not even feasible or real, because then you're gonna be like, what fucking restaurant? There's 100 different restaurants. Is it fast food, sit down, Olive Garden, McDonald's? What the fuck are you talking about at a restaurant? That's when I go back to you and I ask, where we meeting at? I do my due diligence or I find out. The answer that I gave you was, you said, where are we meeting at? I just say the restaurant. And that's all I tell you. That's what Bud did. That's what a hedge fund is. We mean at the restaurant.
No.
That's an apples and oranges. Like I said while you was gone, at the end of the day, to me, arguing over this money that Bud clearly had to have investors to back, and nobody knows where the fuck it was coming from. Still to this day, we don't know where that money was coming from. That's a dumb argument. I spelled out why you were gone, what the right argument would be. The right argument is, why the fuck couldn't Bud fight Spence in April? What we do know, this is what we know, and I'm going through this again. This is just repeat. I'm recycling what I said earlier. So people listening, get ready. What I said is the best argument, in my opinion, is to make is this. We know this. PBC was not going to let Bud fight in 2022. The fight was not going to happen until 2023. Mm-hmm. After the Avenesian fight was signed, it came out that the fight was allegedly going to happen in April. What do we know? We know right now that Spence is fighting in April. So that only adds validity to the fact that the Bud and Spence fight was more than likely going to happen in April, being that Spence is already fighing in April against Thurman. We also know it's not
but here's the question.
Hold on. Let him finish his point, because I want to see where he's going with it.
We also know dealing with the same company is not too small of a turnaround, because what do we know right now is going on with the PBC? Tank Davis just fought Hector Garcia in January this month, and he's about to fight again in the same month of April against Ryan Garcia. So we know that if they really wanted the Bud fight, Bud could have fought David Avenesian in December, and it has nothing to do with what happens in April, because he could have fought Errol Spence in April. The question is, why the fuck are they fighting in April? That's the real question.
Because here's a question. Hold on, AC, hold on. Here's a real question I got about this. So if Tank and Ryan Garcia is fighting in April, I'm trying to figure out how they gonna fit the Thurman and Spence in the same month. Like
It's
you like
already
they
been
really
pushed
trying.
back.
Which one got pushed back?
Keith Thurman and Errol Spence is pushed back.
Oh,
It's pushed
okay. All
back
right.
to May, June.
All right. I guess that answered my question then.
Blue, Dante's Boxing Nation, Aki TV, they was all dropping that shit sometime late last night and early this morning. That's what I'm trying to express to homie. You're talking about things, and I don't know if you're really up to speed on the current events because they're changing by 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes KD does videos at 8 o'clock in the morning and stuff like that. And this stuff is dropping at the same time KD is making these videos. You feel what I'm saying?
You do realize.
Because Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis fight got signed for April, they pushed back the Keith Thurman and Errol Spence fight, saying that Ryan Garcia versus Tank Davis is a much, much bigger fight and more profitable fight for the month of April's revenue than Errol Spence versus Keith Thurman.
You know what? And you're just proving my point even more without even knowing it. I said, my exact statement was, it's not too little of a turnaround, meaning there's more than enough time to fight in December for Bud and fight in April again. But what you just said is the fight is being delayed, which adds more months to what I said, thus
here's
extending the time.
Oh,
So
wait a second. Hold on, y'all. I'm confused on what y'all disagree about. That's what I'm confused about right now.
I'm confused about it too. Because here's my thing. The fight, Errol Spence is only fighting in April because of his suicide, the funny car accident with the 14-year-old. You feel what I'm saying? He was hurt, and he said he needed time to heal. He said he would be back April, May, or June. So now, without any confirmation that he was actually fighting Keith Thurman in April, because Keith Thurman never came out and said it's happening in April. Errol Spence never came out and said it's happening in April. What's the name? Just did the interview, never came out and said it's happening in April. So we don't know when that Keith Thurman and Errol Spence fight is going to happen. We're just hearing reports that it's being delayed.
So no wonder why Crawford said I'm taking a fight. These motherfuckers on the PBC playing games, man.
But Errol Spence got into that car accident, which pushed the original date of February out, because he said he was making an announcement, but the car accident delayed the announcement. That's how you get into April. It wasn't because they was originally intending to fight in April.
Allegedly.
Errol Spence.
Hold on. Wait, time out. Pause. Wait a minute. Stop dropping motherfucking roll. What you're saying is not true at all. Everything you just said was so far off from the truth, it's not even funny. The reason why the fight for Keith Thurman and Errol Spence was in April is because the WBC ordered it for them. That's why that fight was going to happen.
Because Errol Spence is injured.
Then bullshit after the fact came out, oh, they're going to do it at 154, and now we don't even know if the titles are on the fucking line because of it. But it was Mauricio Suleiman that put out that deadline date. It had nothing to do with Errol Spence or Al Heyman. That had to do with the WBC mandating him to fight since he was no longer fighting Bud, which is bullshit because I don't even feel like Thurman should even be fucking ranked because he ain't done shit.
So we agree on that, but here's what I'm trying to express to you. The only reason we're in April and the WBC can only mandate the fight in April is because the A-side fighter said he was in a car accident and he needs time to heal. He's the A-side, so he can make that up. He can do that. So the fight, so understand what I'm saying. So we have a special fight for a special case in Keith Thurman at 154. The A-side fighter gets hurt where he was supposed to fight earlier in the year and make an announcement the previous year, but he said he couldn't make the announcement because of the accident, which then postponed his announcement, and then we're in April. So what I'm trying to express to you, my brother, is simple. What I said is not a lie. It's 100% factual. if you're looking at the accurate timeline. The accurate timeline is Errol Spence was supposed to make an announcement last year. He gets into the car accident, which postpones the announcement and postpones any fights that he was scheduled to have or mandated to have because he's injured in a car accident where the bulletproof truck was totaled.
Okay, so let's actually do the real timeline. Your dude that you no, AC, listen to me. The guy that you claim that knows all this bullshit, who's wrong time and time again, clickbaiting time and time again, but people still listen to him. Blue Blood said this fight between Spence and Bud was going to happen in November. Guess what? November came, it didn't happen. Guess what? During the same time, Floyd Mayweather came out and said the Terence Crawford and Errol Spence Jr. fight would not happen in 2022. It would happen at the end of the first quarter of 2023. He said next year, which is this year, 2023. The end of the first quarter, hold on, let me finish. The end of the first quarter of 2023 is around April, the same time that Spence is fighting now with Keith Thurman. Thus, reconfirming that all along, the fight between Bud and Spence, had it got made, would not have happened in 2023, but around April of this year. Floyd already said that shit. That's what you're
hey, Tony. Only thing I'm gonna say is that Floyd never gave a date. He just said further down the line.
Yeah, he said further down the line. I was gonna say that.
No, he said the end of the first quarter of next year.
I don't remember hearing that one.
I don't know that interview you're talking about. I remember Floyd saying it may happen in the future, further down the line. Those were the words that I remember specifically. I definitely don't remember anything about a first quarter or anything like that.
Yeah, drop a link. We all here. Drop the link. Because when I was challenged on something I said about Jay-Z and what's the name, I found the video to show where these guys was talking about it. So I'm asking you to drop the link. You could just tell us the date and who, the video, whatever. I have my other computer sitting right here. I'll tell you. I have no problem saying I'm wrong if I'm wrong. But what I'm trying to express to you is, regardless of what anybody says, Errol Spence got hurt. He said he was making a fight announcement in 2022.
He got hurt.
Exactly, off a car accident. So
allegedly,
this was the whole thing during the Frank Martin fight. Yeah, Errol Spence is healing up nicely, so they're asking him, what about the Bud Crawford fight? He's like, I don't know. I got to see what's up with the car right now. My leg is a little fucked up. You feel what I'm saying? So these were the things he was saying. Once I finish healing, then I'll look at my options. But thank God I got options.
Hey, I tell you what, for somebody that had a leg that was fucked up during that Frank Martin joint, this motherfucker was walking fast as shit, bro.
Yeah.
His leg was so fucked up though.
Yeah.
Remember, and there was another video of him on Instagram where he was like running on the beach and shit. I'm like, hold on, bro, what the fuck? Man, he's supposed to be hurt, supposed to be having leg issues, should be going through rehab and shit. But this nigga, every time we hear about Earl, he on another vacation and shit.
Because he doesn't want. Look, we all agree he doesn't want to fight Terence Crawford. What I'm trying to tell you is they had no intentions of fighting in 2022. So him fighting the Avenesian doesn't fucking matter because
I agree with that. I agree with that shit.
Yeah, we all agree with that.
At the end of the day, I can't flip over because if I flip over, they'll knock me off the stream, not at the computer. So, anyways, all I can tell you is he did an interview. It was on YouTube. I don't remember which person he sat down with or stood up with to talk to. But even let's go off of him saying not now, but in the future, in November. It's not going to happen now, but in the future. That still tells you it's not going to happen in 2022. Because November is damn near the end of the year.
Facts. I'll even take it a step further. There was a tweet he released at the beginning of November talking about I'm fighting somebody else. So this nigga, well, I'm getting on to some other shit, but I mean, just the fact that he was in Disney World in October shows that he wasn't planning on fighting in no damn November.
And my man wasn't even in shape, and he was tweeting, talking about he's fighting somebody, and I am too, but he's fighting a tune-up. But that motherfucker wasn't even in shape.
Nigga knew he wasn't fighting in no damn November. Floyd said the fight ain't happening. He in Disney World with his kid and shit. Fuck up out of here. These niggas sent the first draft in August. And then while they negotiating the terms, because we know, I wonder what that August draft looked like. I bet it was the most trash deal in the history of deals, because if they were negotiating back and forth and came up with 35% and no guarantee, imagine what the first offer was. It probably was like 10% or some stupid ass shit like that.
But
then, and not to mention, it's the net pay that they was giving them the 35% for of the net.
Feel me? The net pay, bro. Like I don't get. Like I was on here earlier talking about come on, bro. Oh, that's normal. That ain't normal to get net profit, and then I'm giving up sweat equity, putting on the event. I'm not taking a guarantee, but you telling me I ain't got no approval over no expenses? Fuck up out of here. I ain't doing that shit. Ain't nobody doing that.
But here was the funny part. Knockout didn't know that sweat equity has more value than a cash investment, because sweat equity means that you've actually sweated for the business. You're doing things for the business to help the business grow. All you're doing is dropping in money. So if all you're doing is dropping in money, to a certain degree, I can control how much information you get versus my sweat equity.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? So this is where I was speaking about restaurants and my experience with restaurants, because the chef, his experience is sweat equity constantly when he comes to the table. This is why the investor will give them the money and say, listen, I don't want to know about it. I just want to know when my first payment is and when you plan on giving me my last payment. You can send me that in a breakdown sheet or a 2-year breakdown of 2-year expenses. Show me a 2-year expenses of profits and losses and all the expenses, and then I'll see where the money is and know if you're telling me you can get this money back to me in 2 years.
But also, AC, those type of deals are based on trust. They're based on a track record of delivering a product, a consistent product that makes money, right? If I'm gonna trust you enough to give you my money and tell you, look, flip it, make it work, and give it back to me in a year, that's like the ultimate amount of trust. According to everything we're hearing about PBC, these dudes are tanking in every situation there is possible. Bud don't know these niggas, and on top of that, you got. Remember when Bud said that these dudes are telling him not to get fucked? People that are on the PBC telling him don't get fucked. Make sure you get paid.
Make sure that contract right.
Make sure that contract right. So Bud is supposed to trust these dudes with his sweat equity, right? His money, to be able to flip it and give him back what he's supposed to get in a year, because he ain't gonna get his money for another year. Man, fuck up out of here, bro.
Now this is a point I wanted to make with Knockout and everybody that's on the panel and everybody listening. The thing is, a lot of fans don't understand what a boxer is, and a lot of boxers don't know who they are going into signing a deal to PBC or Top Rank or DAZN or anything like that. Because here's the thing. What you don't know in negotiations, I'm not entitled to tell you in negotiations. And what you don't know in negotiations don't get negotiated in negotiations. That's a fact. So here's the fact. Here's the point of what I'm trying to share with everyone. A boxer is an independent contractor. He's an independent entity, just like an LLC. The boxer has insurance. The boxer must file for insurance on his hands for the event of assault or being sued for X, Y, and Z, because he may have put his hands on someone, not in a violent way, but because this person said he put his deadly weapon hands on him. It's like showing a gun in public. So, being that the boxer is an independent entity, that independent entity by law has a right to have everything that independent entity wants disclosed. Now, the independent entity can sign away its rights if it doesn't understand or know its rights. And if you look at a PBC contract, which Fred the Barber showed that PBC contract, and it showed from the basic language that from the onstart, you are giving up your freedom of speech when it comes down to a PBC contract. So if you give up your freedom of speech, which means you give up your rights to protest, to speak up for what you want, as far as the Muhammad Ali Act is concerned, and you cannot sue me because you've given up your freedom of speech. That's what people don't understand. That's what many fans don't understand. I'm a businessman, so I have to understand freedom of speech, being a dude of color, dealing with a lot of Asian dudes, a lot of Jewish dudes, and a lot of straight up white dudes who don't believe by the time they see me, I could do what I say I'm going to do. They always try to change the nature of what we spoke about once I'm sitting in front of you.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, I have to know these things. And when they try to do that, I say, well, listen, there's a thing called causality. What caused me to come here? I did not call you, you called me. So here's the deal. If you want my help, you honor my terms. You don't want my help, I'll read about you when you close or never open in about 6 to 3 months.
Cold fucking blooded. Goddamn, AC.
It's exactly, my nigga, because they don't give a fuck about you.
Right.
You do all the work, and then when it's come down to get the balance of your money, they'll tell you, well, I didn't see anything special anyway. You see it on episodes where they do it to Marcus Lemonis. They did it to niggas
Love
on
that show,
Shark
The
Tank.
Prophet.
You
Yeah.
hear what I'm saying? So a person doesn't have to pay you what they owe you after the fact, and then it leaves you to take them to court. So now when you come to negotiations with that experience under your belt, you're not playing no games with nobody. I didn't call you, you called me. There is no advertising for me because my shit is top of the line. If you want $1 million or better, you call me. My resume speaks for what I do. If you don't want it, fuck you. I don't give a fuck about your business because I didn't know about it before you called me.
But anybody that have any issues with anything business related, watch The Prophet. That's a great show, bro.
Exactly.
That's a really good show, man. If you don't know about business, watch that motherfucking show. It'll get you together with a lot of different types of businesses. But yeah, we getting into some other shit. But facts, I see.
It's all related,
Facts.
but it's all related to boxing when
Yeah.
it comes down to contracts and who a boxer is and knowing who you are.
Yeah.
Knowing who you are is the most powerful negotiation tool you have.
Facts. Just like these dudes say, boxing is a business. So it's just another element of it. That's all. And you know, dudes want to make it seem like this is way different than a normal business, but it functions the core way like any other business. If I'm sending you, I'm gonna provide you with proof of funds. If I'm coming to you with money saying I'm willing to, I'm gonna provide proof of funds. You know what I'm saying? Like these are things. Like if somebody came to me with a large amount of money, like I don't even understand that. For Errol Spence to say, "Oh, who's the money coming from?" and then afterwards dead the conversation because he doesn't know where the money is coming from or he didn't get the answer he was looking for exactly. I'm gonna look more into it. If there's a way that I can get $25 million, why would I not look more into it? It don't make no sense. And then for Earl to not even return the phone call, because that's literally what happened. Earl didn't even return the phone call. When it went to Al didn't even return the phone call. Al said that they ain't nobody touching this fight. So Al pretty much told you that even if the $25 million was real, he not fucking with it. So I don't even know why we having conversations about whether it's real, whether it's not real, whether it could, even if it was monopoly money or real money. Al told you real money, monopoly money, gas station bucks. It don't matter. I'm not letting nobody touch this fight. That's what Al Heyman said out of his mouth.
Yeah, he shut it down.
Ain't no getting around that.
Yeah.
Shit, only thing Errol Spence wanted to hear was the back end. He didn't want to hear nothing else.
Yeah. The irrelevant part of $25 million. How do you know what you're going to get paid on the back end from fighting Bud Crawford on PBC will even equal $25 million?
Hey, pause. But Errol looking for this kind of back end. This is what he looking for. Pause. You know what I'm saying?
Brother. But hey, I'm about to hop off. AC, I do want to tell you this. I actually boxed, and that registering your hands as a weapon is a myth. It's a lie. I've been around world champions. Nobody registers the hands as a weapon. That's not true.
Wow.
But anyways, I'm hopping off. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for letting me on.
Hey, Tony's Reviews. Appreciate you for coming through, man. I know you've been a long time subscriber, man. Oh, he gone already. Okay. Well, Tony's Reviews. I appreciate him. Appreciate you for sliding through, man. You have a good rest of your night, man. But yeah,
this is why Adrian Broner was his original charge when he knocked the dude out in Atlantic City over the street fight. His original charge was attempted murder, and he got it down to a simple assault with his lawyer. The video was out there of Adrian Broner knocking the dude out who was talking shit to him. He was drunk. He was coming out of some fight or some movie. He was with a chick. He had a little Gucci bag with him and shit like that, Gucci suit. Big nigga was talking. It was like 2 or 3 big niggas talking shit, and he laid one of the dudes out. The dude then called police. Adrian Broner, the original charge was attempted murder. Then it was brought down, but it was immediately brought down because when the video surfaced, they saw, like in Mike Tyson's case, the guy was trolling him. You feel what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I don't know what this dude talking about. Maybe boxers don't do it, but if you're a professional fighter, you're a lethal weapon. Period. That's fact. So I don't know.
Sure, I tell you what, whether if it's true or if it's registered or not, the fact of the matter is that he's a fighter. The media gonna push for some shit that's gonna force the charges to be a lot higher than what they really are.
Yeah, there's definitely a societal thing that's tied to fighters and assault charges and that sort of thing.
Exactly.
But as far as being registered, it may be a state to state thing.
Yeah, it is. It is. Certain states you don't have to do it. Other states you do. So if you notice, a lot of the new fighters nowadays, they tend to get registered in Nevada. A lot of fighters are not getting registered in New York because New York is a state which got Mike Tyson almost in trouble for knocking out Mitch Green in Harlem, where he almost faced an attempted murder charge for knocking out Mitch Green at Dapper Dan's in Harlem. Because in New York, if you're a professional fighter, you have to register your hands as a lethal weapon. You cannot touch anybody. You can't push anybody. And the same goes for New Jersey, where it's not relevant that I know of is Nevada, Texas.
Well, Shakur's going through court now for some shit in Jersey, right? From back in the day with the swinging or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Because those charges, for if you're a fighter and you put hands on somebody, they try to lock you up for that shit here in New York. They don't play with that. You feel what I'm saying? This is why fighters, have security in New York, because they're not allowed to touch a nigga. But my security is allowed to beat the shit out you. You think about it. Mike Tyson had security. He had a professional bodyguard. All his time in New York. I know Mike Tyson. I used to be his personal chef when he was here in New York. So my experience in food gets me to meet a lot of different people and get to meet a lot of different business people who put me on the insides of things. And I'm a person that gives them their respect and listen to them because you're teaching me something. You're sharing information that you don't have to share with me. You feel what I'm saying? But it's the way I come across that allows you to want to open up to me like that. So when I get upset because I don't want nobody speaking for me, it's because I know what I'm saying is 100% factual. You just don't understand it. You don't understand the intricacy of it because maybe you're not dealing at that level.
It's common sense to me, though. So I don't, be real with
you deal with properties that have a monetary value of above $100,000.
Oh well, yeah. That's not even. Yeah.
you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I know when y'all was talking about, y'all was going back and forth with this. So real estate, like of course, I invested in my own home and stuff, but I saw valid points on both sides and whatnot. So I mean, proof of funds is definitely what you need. You know what I'm saying? I see that side, and I see it the other way.
Yeah, but I mean, even aside though, like the argument that they was trying to make or knockout, I'm not sure about Tony's reviews. I'm not sure what his argument was exactly, but for knockout, he was trying to make it seem like Earl gave a valid reason for completely rejecting the $25 million that Bud came to the table with. And to me, there was no good reason to outright reject it. Somebody coming with 25 million cash, you know what I'm saying, up front. You ain't getting no guarantee. You getting the net profit off of the expenses. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Like, you're not gonna at least look into it. You're not even gonna at least do your due diligence to find out whether or not it's something that you can use. Like, that don't make no sense. If I found out it was a way for me to, if Bo came to me with $20 million, I'm gonna be like, well, I'm gonna have some questions about the $20 million. Cool. But I'm gonna do my due diligence. I'm gonna find out more. Hey, Bo, how you get the $20 million? What is it for? What are the terms come with? You know what I'm saying? What strings come attached? Do I gotta pay it back? Is there a portion I gotta pay it back? Do I get any back end? Do I get this? I'm gonna have a bunch of other questions. But I'm gonna do my due diligence. I'm gonna ask Bo, but I'm also gonna do my own research. And that's the thing that kills me. Because Errol Spence, if he really was interested in the money, he would have asked Bud Crawford, and if he didn't know the answer, then he would have did his own research. He would have been like, well, give me your contact person. Let me call them. Let me find out about them. Have them send me proof of funds. The due diligence. You're gonna find out, bro.
KD, but let me say this. Let me say this though, in defense of Errol Spence. He was interested in the money. You know how I'm gonna say he was interested in the money? Because he had asked Al about the money and the deal and finding out, did you know these guys? And Al said to him, why would you cap yourself off with money like that? And you don't know where it came from. So he asked Al a specific question, and then Al gave him a specific answer, deterring him from even wanting to investigate it. Why would you cap yourself off? This is what Errol said Al told him. So at the end of the day, Errol did have interest in it. Maybe his girl told him at some point, like, wait a minute, babe, did I just hear correctly that Bud said he had 25 million and you turned that shit down? And he like, no, I ain't turn that shit down. I just playing. You feel what I'm saying? And she probably got in his ear and was like, no, yo, listen, talk to Al about it then. Then when he did speak to Al about it, Al told him, why you gonna cap yourself? Because that's the argument everyone says that Al told Al told Spence. Why you gonna cap yourself?
So B Murray got a good question. He say so Earl should fuck up his relationship with Al Heyman on behalf of Bud, but it's not on behalf of Bud. It's on behalf of himself being able to make $25 million cash.
So let me explain this to B Murray. Oh shit! So
who he gonna make $25 million fighting? I'm curious. Who's Earl gonna make $25 million fight?
Shit, Earl never made 25 mil.
Never in his life. Who he gonna make $25 million fighting? And then the other question is, why would Al want Earl to turn down his biggest payday? What would be the reason for Al wanting Earl? Why would Al not want Earl to be great? What would be the reasons for that? If I'm fucking with a promoter or a manager who's telling me to turn down that kind of money so I can make way less money, I really need to see the vision here. Because you ain't no damn good manager if you telling me to turn down 3 and 4 times whatever my highest payday is. That don't make no damn sense. But go ahead, what y'all gonna say, man.
No, I was gonna ask the brother, when your question is he should fuck up his relationship, but Al fucked up the relationship in 2 ways. Number one, he turned down that money, which Errol has grounds. If you want to Google it yourself, the 1996 Act, and I'm gonna keep saying that when we talking about this fight and that $25 million. The second way is Al is using the business of boxing to force Errol to fight Keith Thurman when Errol emphatically said, I don't want to fight him. But Al is pushing for that fight. You better believe Al is responsible for elevating Keith Thurman from a number 6, maybe 7 spot to number 1, because he wants that in-house fight because of funny money. And here's the deal. Al Heyman and PBC, if you Google, just doing research, if you Google everybody's net worth, you're going to see plenty of articles that says Al Heyman's business practices are sketchy, so you can't never get an accurate reading of his true net worth. And the same holds for PBC. You'll never get a true representation of their net worth, although it's less than $4 million. But Al Heyman has a lifestyle that dictates it's way more than a $4 million net worth for himself and his company. So funny money means Al's taking money off the top, and then he needs these in-house fights to pay niggas back. So it's you're gonna take from Peter to pay Paul.
He's running a Ponzi scheme.
Exactly, and that's what people been saying about PBC from the beginning.
That's why, like, in one of my avatars, man, I got an Al Heyman on an American Greed.
Yeah, I think I saw that avatar on there too, bro.
But it's if I look at it, I can't see any other way of forcing Keith Thurman to fight Al Heyman when you're talking about this is a big fight for PBC.
Yeah, no, hell no.
It's Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, man, they doing business crazy, funny style over there, bro. In general, I mean, Stephen Espinoza over there talking about fights signed the day of the fight, and that's normal and all this shit. But Oscar De La Hoya, like, I ain't never heard of that shit. I ain't never heard. We sign fights ahead of time. What the hell are they talking about? You sign fights on the day of. Maybe when it's in-house, possibly, but when it's a cross-promotional fight, you get the contract signed ahead of time. You know, and it's just the way they do business over there on the PBC. It completely conflicts with the way everybody else does business. That's why it's also hard to make fights over here, because they be making shit up. They pull shit out of their ass. They're very unprofessional, and I've heard that before, that they unprofessional. But I believe it, one, because of the fights that are not able to be made within the PBC, but also the cross-promotional fights they seem to be fucking up. This Ryan and Tank fight, I know they're saying that it's a done deal, but I don't believe it until these niggas are in the ring. Because at the end of the day, the PBC is famous for fucking up big fights, bro. They're incompetent when it comes to making these big fights, bro. And that's just all there is to it, man.
You know, so crazy too is like Oscar had to come out and be like, "Yo, the deadline's gonna be this day, or this shit. Oh, I'm walking away." And all of a sudden, they just scooted his ass a fucking contract, basically.
What the hell was the holdup?
Shit, yeah, that's crazy.
So either it's either one or two things. Either they were incompetent in the sense where they didn't respond, or which is another indication, by the way. And I got another video coming up with them dragging shit out, and Ryan talking about he can't take a tune-up, but that's some whole other shit we ain't even gonna touch on right now. But either they're incompetent in the sense where they're not able to produce a contract in a timely manner in order to be able to get business done, or they were intentionally dragging out the fight. But either way, it looks bad on behalf of the PBC, because why did this nigga gotta go on Twitter and say your deadline is on Monday? That means he probably reached out to you several thousand times. That means he probably called you several hundred times, asked you where the contract was. You didn't produce where the contract was. And now when he publicly goes on there and says deadline is Monday, and now there's a footprint of him asking for this contract when there's no contract on the table, then that puts the fire under your ass in order to get it done. The publicity, the media circus, because it's all going to tie back to this whole situation with Bud Crawford. If they weren't able to get the Tank Ryan fight done, people gonna be looking at PBC sideways, as they should.
Yeah, B Murray talk about PBC made some of the biggest fights in boxing. Well, so does every other promoter out there. Like, I don't even understand that line.
What's the last biggest fight that they made? What's the last big fight PBC made?
Probably with Probably the Pacquiao and Thurman.
Pacquiao and Thurman,
or Canelo and Plant. That's the only
that ain't a
realistic
big fight. It was Canelo fighting a nobody.
Right. Oh, you talking about on an even playing field?
Yeah, like a big fight.
Yeah. We talking about like Floyd and Manny. That's about it.
And that took what 7 years to make, right? 7 years, 8 years.
Yeah, like six years or something like that.
Wilder Fury was a pretty big fight. They did make that fight.
Yeah.
They did make that fight, but that's the one fight that they made in the last probably 5 years that you could think of that was a big fight. But if you look at Top Rank, you look at them, they made Ramirez, they made Josh Taylor, they making Devin and Lomachenko right now. They made Oscar Valdez.
They was part of that. They was part of that Manny and Floyd deal too.
Right, they're the other half of that deal. You know what I mean? They making Better BF Yard, Better BF and they making all the fights, bro.
Was Floyd still with Top Rank with that Oscar De La Hoya? Like I know that was his last fight or something, but was he still officially with Top Rank with the Oscar De La Hoya fight?
I think he.
No,
he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Wasn't Mayweather versus Conor McGregor Top Rank and PBC matchup?
Nah, that's an MMA guy.
Yeah, but he had a boxing match.
That was a Mayweather production. That was when it comes to Mayweather. I mean, he could.
No, that was a sanctioned fight.
Yeah, it was. It was a sanctioned fight for sure.
Yeah, but I thought Top Rank was representing Conor McGregor because ESPN.
No, that was the
UFC had that contract.
UFC,
UFC and ESPN had that contract way back then. So I thought that being that UFC was still part of the whole thing and the cross promotion.
But UFC wasn't even with ESPN at the time. They was with Fox.
No, no. They made the deal when that fight happened. They made that deal with ESPN. When that
I don't remember. I remember UFC probably going to ESPN probably about 4 years ago.
Nah, I think it was more than 4 years ago, bro. It was way before. It was way before the John Jones fucking what's the name 3. I mean, it was a short time after that.
Well, the bottom line for me is this: the PBC, either they're intentionally not making the fights that people want to see, meaning the big fights, the important fights, the meaningful fights, or they're just incompetent. It's one or the other.
And they're not even making the in-house fights on time.
Right?
Like, how long we been waiting on this Plant and Benavidez fight?
Yeah, I'm still waiting on the date. Hell yeah. And like I said, I'm curious to see in this Ryan versus Tank fight. I don't consider this a big fight. This is some bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, commercially, it is a big fight from a commercial standpoint.
There's nothing to even prove that.
It's a big fight for casuals.
It's bigger. It's a big fight compared to what Tank has been in, but it's really not a big fight because we never seen Ryan on no pay-per-view card. We never seen him do none of these numbers or nothing like that should put him in the same realm as somebody like a Tank Davis. So it really ain't.
But Tank is not even a pay-per-view star, man. Only just did 61,000. But what Ryan does have is he has a lot of endorsements, deals and stuff like that. So even if Ryan was just to do one pay-per-view with somebody else completely outside of Tank, it's gonna do big numbers just because he ain't nothing but a what you call it, an instant thought. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was going. That's what I was going to call it. I was going to call it basically Tank versus one of them Jake Paul brothers, one of them Paul brothers.
Right. It's Ryan the same Paul. Kind of shit.
Word, it's Ryan Paul. So basically, this fight is for the casuals. Give something to the casuals. It's going to generate a lot of money in the casual market because you have the most popular boxer online in Ryan Garcia, blah blah blah, model, blah blah blah. You know, great left hook, blah blah blah, super threat to any top fighter. You know how it goes. Part of Golden Boy, the prodigy of the prodigy of Oscar De La Hoya. So for the casual fan, it's a huge buildup. But for a boxing fan, we looking at this fight like Tank. You could have really fought Shakur. You could have gotten this fight that fight out the way right now. And that, I mean, god damn, bro. Can you just imagine your payday? Tank Davis versus Shakur Stevenson in April.
Yeah.
That's
man,
and
Tank,
you could charge $100 for that.
Tank ain't gonna take that fight.
I could knock out Shakur. Yeah, man, I'll knock him out, man. They know what it is. Devin know what it is. You ready to make the fight? He just get radio silent when it's time to make the fight.
Yeah,
and then when he got 2 fights lined up, then he want to start talking again. Man, get up out of here.
I didn't mention Dev because Dev is about to fuck up the whole boxing narrative when he beat the shit out of Lomachenko.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
They're gonna take that. They're gonna take that victory away from Dev by saying Lomachenko was kind of washed up. The war did something to Lomachenko.
I don't want to hear nothing about that.
I personally think that fight is a 50-50 fight. I just don't want to hear any excuses coming from either side if they lose.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
I ain't got no excuses if Dev lose, but if Dev beat the shit out of Lomachenko, Dev is top 5. I don't want to hear shit about Tank being the #1 guy at lightweight. I don't even know why I hear that shit at all anyway, because it's the dumbest shit I ever heard. The nigga ain't fought nobody even worth mentioning at lightweight for us to even talk about.
Nobody. Not to mention, he ducked Lomachenko for like a 6-7 years or whatnot.
Said they was making a deal. They almost had a deal signed, and then
man, ain't nobody ain't trying to hear
it was
nothing
all
about
cap that was coming from you. Like, yeah, I'm ready to fight Loma. I'm gonna leave Floyd because Floyd's trying to block me from fighting Lomachenko and getting the fight that I want. And it's just like, but you re-signed to him.
Then it come out. Oh, I never asked for none of them fights. Man, get up out of here, Tank, with all that shit, bro. I ain't trying to hear none of that, dog.
Yeah.
B. Murray say Tank gonna KO Devin. Well, get him in the ring with him then. You dudes that got all this confidence with Tank, tell him to get in the ring with Dev.
Yeah.
You know what's so funny? Like, I like Tank, you know what I'm saying? But I think Tank delusional fans got more heart than Tank does.
Yeah, facts. Same thing with Errol Spence fans. These niggas got way more confidence than Errol Spence. Then Errol got it himself. Because if Errol was that confident in his skills, he would have fought Bud a long time ago. Long motherfucking time ago. Because the easy route, at the end of the day, when you ask these Errol Spence fans, well, why didn't Errol Spence fight Mikey? Why did he fight Mikey and why did he fight Danny? Oh, there was business. It made business sense, KD. Well, guess what? The fight that made the most business sense was the fight with Bud Crawford. There was no fight on the table that Errol Spence fought that made more sense than Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford was always a bigger name than Ugas, a bigger name than Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, all these motherfuckers on the easy route. So if Earl was really trying to get paid, if Earl was really looking out for what made business sense, in the sense of generating revenue, he would have fought Bud Crawford a long time ago. And those are the facts. But that nigga ain't got no confidence in himself, and his team ain't got no confidence in him.
Yeah, let me just put this in there. At the time Errol fought both Mikey Garcia and Danny Garcia, you know what I found out when I Googled some shit? That at the time Errol fought both these dudes, both of them were also Terence Bud Crawford's mandatory. But they chose to fight Errol over going after Bud Crawford, just like Jerron.
Hold on. Mikey, you saying Mikey Garcia was Bud's mandatory?
Yes, sir.
You probably mean Danny Garcia.
No, I'm trying to figure out WBO. You can go to the WBO.
No, I'm saying, but how did Mikey become mandatory? He wasn't even in the division.
Listen, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna read it off to you because I was tripping the fuck out, and this is off the WBO's website. When you go back to 2020 and 2021, 2018, you're going to see Mikey Garcia and Danny Garcia as what's the names? Mandatory. And I'm a be quiet right now, and I'm gonna research it because it's in my recent history because I was just looking at it the other day. So I'm a find it. Then I'm gonna read y'all the list as according to the WBO from the WBO's website.
Well, I will say this. I do know back in 2018, I screenshotted that shit when Errol Spence for his voluntary mandatory in Ocampo. At the time, Dennis Ugas was actually his mandatory, and he picked to fight Ocampo instead. And then after the fight, because Ugas fought on that undercard, they went up to Errol Spence and asked him, like, well, when you gonna fight Ugas? And the first thing Errol Spence said was, well, nobody know who he is. He ain't nobody. But I'm like, nigga, you just fought Ocampo and nobody knew who the fuck that dude was.
All right. Yeah, bro. Yeah. It's business though. It's business, man. It's like this, man.
Spence knows he can't beat Crawford.
Dudes know they can't.
Hell nah.
They can't beat Crawford, man. But I'm finna wrap up the show here, man. I'm gonna let y'all give y'all final thoughts, man, and then we're gonna wrap it on up, man. So let me start with UAC. Final thoughts, man, before we close up the show.
All right, so that don't give me enough time to link everything up. But all I'm saying is
what you was trying to link up?
Just that WBO ranking of where I saw Mikey Garcia and Danny Garcia as Bud Crawford's that they had the number one spot. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Now, or maybe the next one I'll bring it up or whatever. I'll just send the link or put the link in or whatever. But I may put it in the comments later on. But all I'm saying is this: concerning this fight and the topic that's at hand and everything, I still say Errol Spence has the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? He's dodging this fight. Everyone knows it. To try to where these dudes is trying to make these weird ass analogies, and then you got BF over here saying Bud literally fought nobody, and what makes more sense so the undisputed fight can happen is for Bud to fight Jaron Boots Ennis. That shit is fucking funny. So,
completely ridiculous.
Yeah. So the narratives are already starting to push the Bud versus Jaron Boots Ennis, but
that can't happen anyway because Jaron is no longer in the rankings. He's the interim title.
Exactly. So at the end of the day, Jaron showed no interest in the year and some change. He was sitting at number 2, and Virgil Ortiz was sitting at number 1. He was quite contented sitting at number 2 and not.
Man, tell Earl drop the fucking belt, right? Make Ennis the champion, and then we can watch that unification fight. How about that?
Yeah. So at the end of the day, Errol has the best options in fighting Bud Crawford, but he's not choosing that. He's choosing to do all this other weird shit. So I completely lost faith in the guy.
The easy route.
Yeah.
Easy route, Earl. For real. All right, Bo, man, on you, man. Final thoughts, my boy.
Hey, man, another good stream and whatnot. I know, like, I disagree with Knockout all the time, but I don't mind. I don't mind his debates, man, because at least he does try to put up a fight. I'll give him credit for that. He does come in there and try to articulate his for his boy, but shit, half the time, most of the times he's wrong. But you know what I'm saying. But I give him props on that because, like I said, he still be in there though. You know what I'm saying. Unlike some of these other Errol Spence fans, man, they talk a lot of shit in the comment section, but they never pull up. You know what I'm saying. But
ever.
Yeah. Other than that, man, another fine show, man, and yeah, man. Next time, when you doing your next live?
To be real, it's probably gonna be sometime this week. It's gonna be another one this week. I'm trying to make that happen. I already know what it's gonna be about, so it might be this week. I want to say maybe even tomorrow. It's possible.
All right, so yeah, I'll catch you on the next one, man. And peace out, and peace out to you, AC.
Yeah, peace out to you too, bro. Good conversation again.
Of course. Peace out, man. Hey, much love to both of y'all, AC and Bold, man. Be sure to subscribe to Bold and Understanders on YouTube. AC, salute. Hey, I appreciate everybody for coming through, man, and chilling out with your boy today, man. We was cooking with gas today, man. But so salute to everybody, man. B Murray, Mad Dog H, Nathan Cano. Who else we had in here? Bays was in here. Salute to you, Bays. Bays also one of my day ones. Salute to you, fam. Donald Bell. Who else we got? Sanctus was up in here. William Talbert. CEO Films was up in here today. G Money was also up in here today. Modern King Boxing. Can't never forget my guy. Modern King Boxing was also up in here today, man. Who else was up in here, man? Big Bird was up in here. Andrew Charles. Yeah, East Money was up in here. Yeah, man. Appreciate all y'all for sliding through, man. You know what I mean? It ain't easy to do these goddamn shows, but we do them though, man. And I appreciate all y'all for coming through, man. If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe. And everybody, and I do mean everybody, be sure to hit the like button on your way out, man. But until next time, bro. Shit, I'm tired. I'm gonna holler at y'all. Peace.